Hi. Hey. It's Skycat Live. What's up? It's 10:40 in the morning on 3/15/2024. That is a Friday, March 15, 2024, and I am Skycat Live, and we are going to be playing some video games today. Hello. And so that's all I have for you. We're gonna be playing some FFXI and some Fortnite Fortnite Zero Build Battle Royale. And I will queue up here. Yes, we will play, and we will play, and we will listen to some good music on the YouTubes, and we will play some good some FFXI Horizon. And I will come to the YouTube. And there we are. And the dumbification of gamers, huh? No, I don't think so. But anyways, we're going to drop off this big camera. And there we go. What you don't know about Dark Age of Camelot. Final Fantasy IX complete soundtrack, sound remake, complete BGM. Mythic Entertainment's development of Dark Age of Camelot, this huge MMORPG, but I think I'd rather, yeah, we'll add you to queue. We're gonna say add to queue, add to queue, add to queue, add to queue. Yeah, add to queue. No story skip. Oh my god, add to queue. I don't like Preach, but whatever. And no, I'm not doing old Charlie, so. This is 5 hours long and it's too loud. We're gonna expand.
Hey. Very
What'd you do there? That's not what I told you to do. That's not what I told you to do. Go back to here, you stupid piece of shit. What'd you do? It's not only like you fucked up on a single button press, but you also knocked me down 4 fucking videos on the list when I was clicking over here, and it's really weird to see what your coding thinks that I did. It's kind of crazy. Your AI is causing some problems. You can see it right in front of you. Loud. Fucking annoying. Oh, I'm already on the bus. Okay, are we in this? Yeah, we're in this. Yep, I'm gonna just get the get the camera like a little bit. All right. Oh, and just heads up, guys. I have to go help my family with something today in about an hour or two, and that will be like, I don't know, 15 minutes or something. And wow, this place is very busy. Yeah, he is mad, Brad. This won't kill him. I don't have enough ammo. Ah! Terrible embankment. that sound. Or the oh, damn it. Ah! Ah! 21 health! I hit him with 3 lightning bolts and 2 AR shots, and he lived! When I get struck with lightning 3 times and shot in the fucking chest twice, I die! Everyone's no-scope sniper. That's all they do now. I don't want to play this game anymore, maybe. That's all they do. I've did the last, like, 15 deaths have just been one-shot headshots, instant, no-scope. Fucking piece of shit. Fucking hacker pieces of shit losers. Destroying shooters with their fucking cock-headed bullshit. Destroying shooters with your fucking cockhead bullshit. Your fucking spaghetti head bullshit. Fucking no-scope headshot, fucking instant headshots. Yeah, that's real fun to fight. Yeah, that's real fun to fight. Yeah, Yeah, I'm gonna keep playing your game. Yeah. When the shooters are all dead, we're gonna blame you fucking no-scope headshot shitheads. You know? You killed shooters, you fucking effets. You killed shooters with your bullshit no-scope 360 one head, you know, fucking headshot. No skill, 0 skill headshots, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't engage my opponent, I just click a button and they die, you know? Fucking piece of shit. Dear Epic, if you have allowed no-scope, you are a worthless company. You are. Nobody in the reality has ever no-scoped somebody with a sniper rifle, but you wrote it into video games. Why? Because you're bad at development and you're low IQ. Nobody's ever no-scoped in the history of mankind. Never. Not with a sniper rifle, no. No. And so, why you put it into the gameplay so much is beyond me, but you're fucking stupid. That I'm 110% fucking convinced of. You could never fucking argue me out of it. You as a development company are fucking stupid, though. That I do know. You're fucking stupid. Nobody ever no-scopes anything. Nobody can no-scope a sniper rifle. Not in reality, not in the video games. The only reason that you allowed that... Wow, he didn't even shoot at me. What was that? What are you gonna do when your stupid, clever use of idiot mechanics is gone out of the video games? What are you gonna do when your no-scope can't fucking, be a crutch for you anymore? What are you gonna do when it's rust and your fucking no-scopes mean nothing and you get shit on by the entire world? All the people that you thought that you were better than? When your no-scope's gone, what are you gonna do then when you have nothing to ride? You know? And it's been 15 years of it. Fuck you, fucking piece of shit shooter kids. Destroying shooters and destroying multiplayer shooters. Fuck you and your stupid fucking asses with your stupid ass no-scope bullshit 360 cockhead fucking spaghetti head fucking idiocy, right? Fuck you for destroying shooters, right? Fuck you. And on top of it, what are you gonna do when it's gone? What are you gonna do when these people that you thought you were better than shit all over you when you can't ride the no-scope anymore? What are you gonna do? You know? When it takes like 5 seconds to get your head up to a fucking scope, right? Like in reality. In reality, it takes like 5 seconds to get a scope to your fucking eye. It shoots like 3 to 5 seconds, something like that. In the game, it's like 0.3 to 0.5 milliseconds. And that's not okay. And when they take it away, what are you gonna do without your no-scope fucking cocksucker bullshit? What are you gonna do without it? I mean, they're already taking it away. It's gone from Rust.
You've been examined.
Wow! I wasn't even in the air long enough! God damn it, I can't move! Ah! He shot me on a motorcycle in midair before I even knew I was gonna be in the midair! Come on, fucking aimbots, cocksucker! Yeah, it's aimbot! Look, it's aimbot! You can fucking see it! Jesus Christ! You can fucking see the bullets. Fucking asshole. It's the first time I've ever seen one on Fortnite. It's fucked up. You always hear about it, but I guess, yeah, once in a while I guess I would see one. I've never seen one before. But this was the first one. D-Shimp. Yeah. Fucking shot me on my fucking motorcycle as I'm flying through the air before I even know I'm gonna be there. Come on now. Ah! Free shotguns. Really helpful, Epic. Happens more than I care to admit. Can't stop sneezing. Gotta blow my nose. God damn it. Oh, God. Wah. 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 God damn it. Can't stop sneezing. Gotta blow my nose, I can't breathe. God damn it. Please give me a second. I'm sick of the thirsty men. I'm fucking sick of them. I need a second to blow my nose and I can't. Because thirsty men all the time. Every fucking second. God damn it. What? I shot him 7 times with a shotgun! Point blank! What? Fucking what? I get shot with a shotgun the first time, I'm dead. Maybe second time. Third time is 100%. The fourth time is like 7 Googleplex percent. The fifth time and sixth time is like beyond God's fucking comprehension of odds of dying. And the 7th time is like, fuck you, Epic, you're a fucking moron. That fucking thirsty, stupid cocksucker sweat is jumping my car 7 times and riding bushes and taking 7 shotgun shells to the fucking face and all this. Yeah. Oh, he's so skilled. Yeah. No, I blame Epic for all of those problems. I don't involve him. I don't involve me. I blame Epic for all of those fucking idiot problems. Idiot problems they've got. They've got bad idiot problems. That's why their stock is tanking. That's why Apple's trying to take them down. All this stupid ass shit. How many skins did you sell the kids this year? Shotgun, shotgun, shotgun. Again. Another shotgun! Yay! For 4 shotguns! You fucking idiots. I mean, sorry, but that's what you are. Watching this is like, ooh, idiots. Yeah. Can I get something other than a shotgun? Keep going. How many shotguns can we get in a row? Shotguns are totally belong in shooters. Yeah, they're really a weapon people use all the time. Yeah. Shotguns are really common in warfare. I can't say it with a straight face. Fucking stupid, clueless piece of shit, low IQ developers. Like shotguns are totally common. When's the last time you heard about anybody getting killed with a shotgun? Pretty rare, I'd say. But oh, more shotguns than AKs in this game. You know, because they're Epic. I don't know. It's just who they are, you know, I guess. They're lots of shotguns and everybody flies around like Superman. Don't believe me? This is what reality's like, you know? Even, like fun entertainment realities. We just shoot into the sky and fly around like Neo all the time.
All of Warfare is shotguns, and we fly around like Neo everywhere we go. Shotguns, shotguns, shotguns. Shotguns everywhere. Shotguns for everyone. Fucking stupid developers and their overuse of goddamn shotguns. Fucking, it's my biggest complaint about this fucking industry. Fucking morons have no clue what reality is even like at all. Shotguns just don't really enter into the equation very often. I'm terribly sorry. Maybe when you're hunting or breach shooting, you know, in a SWAT situation. Rainbow Siege 6 has a proper usage of a shotgun, I'd say. You fucking morons do not. You do not. Not even close. Fucking idiots. You and your fucking weird shotgun obsession. Fuck your fucking shotguns, you idiots. Fuck your shotguns. Like, straight up. I'm sick of seeing all the shotguns in your fucking games. I really am. I'm like, fuck your shotguns. Like, this is not how reality is. Shotguns are not everywhere. No. They're common, but they're not common in warfare. And in watching you guys try to fantasize that they are makes me fucking sick. Yeah, when I go to the army, they totally issue you a shotgun. Yeah, that's totally what they issue you when you join the army, shotguns. Watching clueless shithead developers try in Hollywood try to tell us how guns are is actually so funny. Fucking put some more shotguns in your game, Epic, you fucking idiots. Let's see, how many shotgun casualties do we have in war every year? 12. It'll be a little bit more than that, but not much. You know, it'll be some hundreds. Shotguns, not too common. Fucking stupid. Let's see, would you rather fire the shotgun and then begin reloading? Or would you rather fire your 9mm or your submachine gun or your assault rifle 30, 40, 50, 100 times? Or would you rather fire the shotgun once, twice, maybe 6 times, and then reload? Let's see, which one's better? I'd take a bow and arrow at that point. I'd take a shotgun if I was sieging a closet or, like, you know, like an office or something like that. Give me a bow and arrow over a shotgun. Straight up. Every time you use a shotgun in this fucking game, you need a bow and arrow on the fucking ground, you idiot developers. Because that's what mankind actually does. Bows and arrows. A lot more common than fucking shotguns. It's a lot more common, trust me. Watching you guys pervert shooters into this fucking shotgun monkey fucking travesty makes me so fucking sick. Now I can roll left but not right. Oh, I can't double stack it. Oh. I don't know. Let's just use it because it's here. No, I like that more. Whatever. Switch! Ah! Good fight. He fought well. He didn't play like a pussy. Got no issue with him. Hats off to you, Dino Dino John, Dino Gene, Deno John, whatever. Props to you, sir. I liked it. It was a good fight. No issues. No problems. No issues, no problems, no issues, no problems. No issues, no problems, no issues, no problems. Good fight, first and second, that's where I belong. Either first or second, most likely first, but at least I got to the end. Unlike you, unlike you, unlike you. Unlike you, I made it to the end. Fucking annoying. Let's see, so I went down just as fast as that guy, but he went down at double the speed. I don't know why. He just gets the advantage, I guess, for some reason. What? Okay. I feel like he knew where that guy was. Because of it, like ESP or something. But I can't prove it. Because I couldn't have told... I had no idea that guy was there. I didn't hear him or anything. Must have been something he saw that I didn't.
There are few stories in the history of game development more miraculous than Mythic Entertainment's development of Dark Age of Camelot. This huge MMORPG was developed in only 18 months by a team of just
18
2
months.
dozen people. Yet it was released in 2001 to rave reviews, and it eventually became one of the most influential Western MMORPGs ever made. There are so many ways this game could have gone wrong, yet Mythic Entertainment managed to pull it off, and MMORPGs were never the same. This is the story of Mythic Entertainment's Dark Age of Camelot.
To get to the roots of Mythic Entertainment, the studio behind Dark Age of Camelot, we have to go way, way back. All the way back to 1984, the same year Nintendo launched the Nintendo Entertainment System in North America. That's the year Mark Jacobs founded Adventures Unlimited Software Incorporated and launched a multi-user online dungeon, also known as a MUD, called Alldayerrydaybaby. According to an interview published on
What? I couldn't even reload the mag fast enough! You gotta get the thirsty fucking sweats off me! You gotta give me a little bit longer! You gotta let me put the fucking guns in. Gotta put the fucking mag in the gun! Come on, man!
There were no rules, no standards.
I couldn't heal and put fucking shells in the gun fast enough before I was pushed by some thirsty, sexless piece of shit sweat.
An online game should do. How much it should cost, or how it should be hosted. Data centers as we know them today weren't really a thing, leaving those looking to host an online game to figure out the infrastructure entirely for themselves. Lacking in all these small Jacobs decided to host the game out of
Yeah, that's
home.
totally
In
what
an
I
interview
respond to with
massively
NPCs too.
overpowered,
Yeah.
Jacobs said that, quote, "When I
Seems,
tried to get a phone
pretty
company to
unhinged.
install 9 phone lines, they balked for a while. They said the only reason I could want so many phone lines was either because I was a drug dealer or running a brothel." He badgered the phone company into sending a representative to inspect his home, and eventually, he got his phone lines. Alldayerrydaybaby charged an astounding $40 a month, which, adjusting for inflation, works out to about $115 today, but the game's overhead and small subscriber count didn't make Jacobs rich. Still, Jacobs was able to turn online game development into a career, and he became a pioneer in online gaming. Adventures Unlimited went on to make several games for a pair of early online services, Genie and the National Videotex Network. The most notable of these was 1990's Dragon's Gate, a MUD that launched on Genie and later moved to America Online. Initially priced at $20 an hour, Dragon's Gate found a dedicated base of several thousand fans and became a key hit for the Genie service. Jess Mulligan, who was at the time serving as Genie's product manager, has gone on record saying that one superfan spent $2,000 a month every month for a year.
Yep.
While Jacobs was running Adventures Unlimited, Rob Denton and Matt Ferrer were trying to make ends meet at Interesting Systems Incorporated. Denton had started the company by purchasing the rights to franchise, a server running the Scepter of God, that same MUD that had pissed off Mark Jacobs. But Denton later said that, quote, "the whole thing fell apart rather messily." He switched focus to creating a new MUD, Tempest, which went live in 1990. Like Jacobs, Denton decided to run the company out of his home instead of renting an expensive office space, and as the game grew, he eventually registered up to 20 phone lines. In 1995, Mark Jacobs and Rob Denton connected through a mutual acquaintance. The meeting seemed to have been pretty informal at first, but after several chats and several months, they decided to join their companies into one game development studio.
Many rooms, no guns. Many rooms, no guns. Still many rooms.
Operated from the in Fairfax, Virginia. The newly founded Mythic Entertainment wasted no time getting started on its next project and became prolific through the late 1990s, releasing more than a dozen titles in this period. This includes franchise games like Aliens Online, Starship Troopers Battlespace, and Independence Day Online, as well as the Darkness Falls series of text-based MUDs and a fantasy combat game, Rollmaster, which received a 3D spiritual successor called Spellbinder: The Nexus Conflict in 1999. Now, if you've never heard of these games before, well, I don't think you are alone, and I believe there's good reason why Mythic's earlier games flew under the radar. Many were released exclusively in partnership with online services like GameStorm, which began a bit like an early incarnation of Xbox Game Pass or PlayStation Now, though it was arguably even more ambitious. Subscribers signed up for a flat monthly fee of $10 per month, which gave them access to the GameStorm library and access to matchmaking, message boards, web forums, and editorial content like previews and reviews. The games Mythic worked on in its early years, though released on online services, weren't massively multiplayer role-playing games, and aside from the company's MUDs, most were not.
God, this
persistent online
pool looks
worlds.
so good.
But
Like, you
Jacobs
see it?
and
It's, like,
Vincent
really
did have
beautiful,
goals for
actually.
building
The
something
blue
new
and
in
the
multiplayer genre,
triangles
and
and
they made
stuff.
several attempts in the late 1990s. According to Jacobs, Mythic tried to talk Kesmai, the owner of GameStorm, into letting Mythic build a 3D online role-playing game. The pitch based the game on Kesmai's series of early online role-playing games, Dungeons of Kesmai and Island of Kesmai. But Kesmai opted not to fund the game. The team also dreamed of an online role-playing game in a sci-fi universe tentatively named Into Eternity, but again, it failed to attract funding for the project. Then, in November of 1999, Electronic Arts purchased Kesmai. Technically, this has nothing to do with Mythic Entertainment itself, but I do think it illustrates a chain of events that led to Mythic towards developing an MMORPG on its own terms. This is not because of the relationship between Kesmai and Mythic, as by 1998, it seems Mythic was already shifting away from GameStorm and towards other partners. However, I think EA's purchase of Kesmai was evidence that the business model Mythic relied on in its first few years was going extinct. You see, Kesmai's idea of charging a flat monthly fee for access to GameStorm was really an offshoot of the pre-internet era of online networking. Before the internet, anyone wanting online access had to sign up for a specific network provider, like America Online or CompuServe, which came with its own brand of email, message boards, and websites, all at a set hourly or monthly fee. These services each needed their own exclusive content to help them stand out, and early proto-MMORPGs were part of that. America Online had Neverwinter Nights, the Sierra Network had the Shadow of Eusebius, and Genie had Mythic's Dragon's Gate, to name a few of the more popular titles. But by the late 1990s, the open internet had arrived. Gamers, along with everyone else, no longer had to sign up for a specific network to access message boards or websites. They could visit any site they'd like whenever they like. Online games enjoyed similar freedom as players could connect with others across the globe or to servers by sharing an address. The arrival of new matchmaking clients like TeamPlayer and GameSpy both a big problem for Mythic since it removed the business model the developer had relied on, but it also meant and in late 1999, as the success of EverQuest and making that green. I think it's important to understand that the Mythic Entertainment that began development for Dark Age of Camelot in 1999 was a mature studio with a solid core team. That included Mark Jacobs and Rob Denton, co-founders of Mythic Entertainment, as well as Matt Fowler, who, as I mentioned, system and was often credited as a producer or game designer on Mythic's titles through the 1990s. Other members of the team included designer Paul Hicks, artists Michael Crossmeyer, Missy Castro, and CJ Gribb, programmers Brian Atkinson, Darren Hyron, and Bob Sellers, sound designer Brad Derrick, and monster encounter designer Lori Hyron. In total, Mythic Entertainment had about a dozen employees at the time development of Dark Age of Camelot began, and that would double by the time it shipped. Now, this wasn't a big studio even by the standards of 1999, but most members of the team had worked together before Dark Age of Camelot was put into development. This gave Mythic a big advantage over most other studios that had developed an MMORPG up to this point. Games like EverQuest and Meridian 59 experienced serious growing pains as new, inexperienced teams made up the rules on the fly. Even Raph Koster, who worked on Online and today is considered an elder sage of MMORPG development, at the time had just a couple years of prior experience developing for MUDs before he worked on Ultima Online. Mythic was also unusual in having a relatively flat company culture similar to a few other small tech indie companies in this era, such as Valve. The hierarchy included a president, vice president, and producer, with all other roles considered roughly equal. James Casey, who would become a producer on Dark Age of Camelot, said that every new hire spent their first day sitting at the desk, chair, and computer, which made for, quote, a pretty memorable first day. Casey doesn't dive into the philosophy behind this practice, but it seems it was meant to show employees couldn't depend on someone lower in the ranks to do their grunt work. Matt Fowler cited this as an advantage in his post-mortem of Dark Age of Camelot, saying that, quote, because of this simple command chain, we experienced no power struggles.
Mythic Entertainment's prior work as a team put it in a great spot to tackle larger competition. And it also provided foundational technology that was rapidly adopted for use in Dark Age of Camelot. There's no official record for the fastest MMORPG development cycle, but if there were, I think Mythic Entertainment would have a good claim on the record. This was only possible because the studio aggressively repurposed code and ideas that it had created for prior games.
Rob Denton, speaking in a retrospective published on the official Dark Age of Camelot website, traces the roots of Dark Age of Camelot's 3D game client back to an early Mythic Entertainment game called Splatterball. As the name suggests, 1995 Splatterball was a competitive online paintball game. Hosted by America Online and included as part of the service, Splatterball paired a 3D game world with 2D sprites that represented characters and some special effects. It basically looks a bit like Doom. It might be hard to believe that this simple, silly shooter
was
would one
popular.
day evolve into the client of an MMORPG with over 200,000 subscribers, but that's exactly what happened. This is, in a technical sense, where the game client began. But of course, Splatterball was just the start for Mythic, and it was followed by a string of titles that improved Mythic's understanding on how to develop 3D games. The most important of these was probably Rollmaster MageStorm, and its spiritual successor Spellbinder: The Nexus Conflict. MageStorm, released in 1996, was a competitive fighting game that placed 3 teams of mages in an arena. MageStorm adapted the 3D engine of Splatterball to a fantasy setting, and while the game's presentation was arguably mediocre for 1996, it does show significant improvements over its predecessor, most notably in the game's special effects and lighting. Spellbinder took the graphics tech a step further, incorporating the NetImmerse 3D API for 3D accelerated graphics. This is also an important technical point, as this is the era when game developers had to make decisions about support for new 3D hardware accelerators. NetImmerse is famous, or in more recent years, infamous, for its use by Bethesda to power its role-playing games, beginning with the Elder Scrolls III Morrowind. NetImmerse, later renamed Gamebryo, is also the engine used by newer MMORPGs like Rift and Wizard 101. Now, to be clear, it seems Mythic's use of NetImmerse was specifically focused on the 3D API for hardware-accelerated graphics, which is different from using the entire game engine. But in any case, Spellbinder moved Mythic Entertainment into the era of fully 3D game engines, and I'd argue it once again was graphically behind the curve in many respects. The game was contemporary to Unreal Tournament and Quake 3 after all, and it certainly doesn't hold up to those top-notch competitors. However, Spellbinder once again highlighted Mythic's improvements in spell effects, lighting, and environmental design. A GameSpot review of Spellbinder noted its 4 launch levels were, quote, all huge, solidly designed areas. Spellbinder's 3D game client with hardware acceleration gave Mythic an engine they could immediately use to start developing a 3D MMORPG. Still, the scope of Dark Age of Camelot was much larger than Spellbinder. It forced Mythic's developers to building large levels with long draw distances and floating terrain. Fyror, writing in his postmortem, said the team, quote, had to add the concept of outdoors to the engine, and find a way to add, quote, rolling organic-looking terrain, which again did not exist in Spellbinder. The effort to rework the engine was led by co-founder Rob Denton, who had taken the lead on the earlier engine improvements. Senior producer Colin Hicks, meanwhile, took the lead on world design. According to Hicks, development began with the Camelot Hills zone. Hicks would later say that, quote, we used that zone to build out our game engine/terrain editor, as well as prototype our development tool. Of course, at first, we had no tools, so I spent a couple weeks building Camelot Hills by hand, by a text file, manually entering XYZ rotation coordinates by hand for every tree, house, rock, clump of grass, etc. Hicks notes that he decided to use grayscale images created in Photoshop to make basic height maps for the zones. Now, this is a very common technique for 3D games even today. However, it's oftentimes a little crude compared to actually editing in-engine, and it appears that Mythic Entertainment had some problems making that happen before the release of Dark Age of Camelot. Hicks and the team at Mythic also struggled to create a wide variety of content in time for launch, given the restrictions of their tools. World building proceeded from the Camelot Hills zone to dozens of other large outdoor areas, and the team spent many thousands of hours discussing design and concept art, then implementing these vast areas for players to explore. But at some point in development, a realization started to sink in. The team had spent a lot of time designing awesome outdoor zones, but hardly any cities and dungeons, and its tools for developing these areas, as mentioned, default layers have been modified to make large levels basically large models that don't use the terrain system, and as a result, they didn't behave the same way as terrain. This led to NPC AI problems in these areas, which forced Mythic to cut back on its aspirations for larger cities populated with many NPCs that moved throughout their day. It also caused issues with players getting stuck on geometry or even falling through the world. In the end, Dark Age of Camelot shipped with only 3 capital cities, 1 per realm, and a paltry 15 dungeons, none of which were particularly impressive when compared to cities and dungeons and other contemporary MMORPGs. It's a bit ironic, really, given that Mage Storm and Spellbinder were both precisely the opposite, 3D fantasy games featuring only indoor areas. So if you ever wondered why the gameplay of Camelot seemed to focus so heavily on large outdoor areas, well, you've got your answer. Still, the team's opportunity to build off its prior efforts helped it develop very large zones and attractive 3D graphics in a relatively short period of time, and it should be said that the game's outdoor areas were a real strong point that set it apart from many other MMORPGs. That was key as by its launch in 2001, Dark Age of Camelot was no longer competing with just EverQuest, but instead an expanded vision of that game, which by the end of 2000 included 2 all-new continents, not to mention other massive titles like Funcom's Anarchy Online. Camelot didn't have the largest game world, but it was a contender, and it had less dead space than Anarchy Online or Ashram's Call.
The studio's prior work developing online games also gave it a competitive experience implementing game design in a live environment. In fact, Mythic Entertainment initially put Dark Age of Camelot into production as a game built on the fundamental concepts of Darkness Falls, and it was originally envisioned as a successor to Darkness Falls: The Crusade. Darkness Falls itself was an evolution of Tempest, the first MUD that Rob Denton had put together for Interesting Systems Incorporated. In other words, the roots of Dark Age of Camelot's gameplay already went back a decade when the game was first put into development.
Mythic started development by trying to mesh Spellbinder's game engine with the server backend used for Darkness
God
Falls.
damn it. Oh, wow,
Developers
it'll work.
found this worked rather well. Matt Firor,
hate the
writing in his
Ranger.
postmortem, said that, quote, having such a solid client and server right at the start with associated client/server messaging alone saved us at least a year of development.
The Darkness Falls backend was also deeply rooted in traditions of open source development. Over the course of development for its prior online games, Mythic Entertainment had already developed a robust Linux-based backend. Mythic Entertainment was able to improve and adapt its code base to ease, and made it out clear that a future update might problem the developers already had a database structure that could be used to deal with huge volumes of data that an MMO
What?
more. And in fact, the developers actually imported the base items, tools, and database entries from Darkness Falls into Dark Age of Camelot.
Okay.
Using open source Linux-based architecture also saved Mythic money, a lot of money. The studio initially approached Oracle about hosting the game's account and character information. Oracle came back with a quote of over $900,000. This was not an unusual sum for the service, but also way outside the means of Mythic, which lacked backing of a publisher like Sony or Microsoft. So instead, Mythic decided to use the open source database management system, MySQL. I know this may all seem a bit technical, but I think it's hard to overstate how important this sort of maneuvering was for Mythic in Dark Age of Camelot. The game was developed on a total budget of about $2.5 million. By comparison, EverQuest took 5 years to develop, most of that time with a team of similar size, though it was much larger towards the end. And the total budget of EverQuest is estimated to have reached over $8 million by time of its release in 1999. So yeah, that's a big difference, and cost-cutting measures like this were probably the only reason Mythic Entertainment was able to compete financially with the more established and better funded alternatives on the market. It's not as if Mythic reeled in its ambitious plans for server size and population either. In a pre-release interview with Game Banshee, producer Matt Firor said the ideal server size was about 2,500 to 3,000 per server. I mean, that's larger than a New World server. And that size was equal or higher than EverQuest.
Larger than a New World server.
mechanics. The key to this, according to Fiber, was the game's larger outdoor zones and 3-realm system, which should keep players spread out. At this point, I hope I've made it clear that Mythic Entertainment was unusually well prepared to take on its competitors with its own MMORPG, and that is precisely what allowed this relatively small company with no funding agreement with an established publisher and just a dozen employees to go toe-to-toe with games backed by the world's largest game publishers. But all this technical expertise would not have been much use if Dark Age of Camelot was no fun to play, and there too Mythic built on its past experience. As I'd mentioned earlier, Dark Age of Camelot was not originally supposed to be Dark Age of Camelot at all. The studio built on the back-end infrastructure it developed for Darkness Falls because the game was in fact originally meant to be a Darkness Falls title. This makes a lot of sense, of course, because the MUD was among Mythic's more successful ongoing titles, and it had a small but loyal following. The game was only converted to Dark Age of Camelot at the urging of Mark Jacobs, who, probably correctly, worried that Darkness Falls did not have a broad enough appeal to support a game on the scale of new MMORPGs, which had to attract at least a few tens of thousands of monthly subscribers to turn a profit. Jacobs suggested that the Camelot setting would be good because it was relatively well known, yet also because of its age, could be used without paying fees to a copywriter.
I'm guessing most viewers, even those who are hardcore Dark Age of Camelot fans, never played Darkness Falls, and frankly, neither did I. So let's answer a very simple question. What was it? Well, Darkness Falls was a MUD, a multi-user online dungeon, and it was primarily text-based, although later versions of the client appear to have had some basic graphical elements. What really set Darkness Falls apart from the thousands of other MUDs that were available through the 1990s was its 3-sided realm versus realm combat system.
Newcomers joined the forces of good, evil, or chaos, each of which was at war with the others. Players leveled up a character while assisting your side in its efforts to capture orbs that belonged to different realms. Capturing the orbs provided bonuses to their own realm. Killing other players and completing objectives also provided realm bonuses. Darkness Falls, the Crusade, retained this 3-sided system and expanded on it with an increased level cap and classes. Mythic had found this 3-sided team-centric approach to player versus player combat solved a lot of problems normally associated with player versus player combat in MUDs. Having 3 sides instead of 2 made it less likely that one would permanently dominate the others, and having a team-centric approach provided ongoing goals and gameplay beyond simply wiping out groups of foes. It was more approachable overall as well because the game design automatically gave players allies to coordinate with and learn from. This stands in contrast to the free-for-all style of player versus player combat that was popular not only in many MUDs, but also early MMORPGs like Emerging 99 and Ultimate Online. Newcomers to those games often found themselves alone and powerless without any obvious way to find allies, and that made them very easy pickings for more experienced foes. Dark Age of Camelot builds on these concepts and blended them with some familiar elements from other contemporary 3D MMORPGs. Players start the game in a safe player versus environment setting and have some downtime to get acquainted with the game and their class, only later to be thrown into the meat grinder. And it also helped players acquaint themselves with their particular faction. Players had the chance to meet other players in their faction while leveling up and get to know them before teaming up to head into the realm versus realm combat. The realm versus realm combat also took excellent advantage of the Dark Age. It was for its era very good at rendering large areas of terrain and relatively good at dealing with large numbers of players, although in large battles significant slowdown could still occur. The developers took advantage of this with realm versus realm zones that were massive and had multiple keeps. Each side possessed 2 relics, one providing a buff to melee players and another a buff to casters. Now viewed from today's perspective, these realm versus realm zones may not seem all that noteworthy or certainly not particularly slow, but that's only because modern MMOs have taken so much from the template Dark Age of Camelot set. It's fair to say there wasn't anything like them among MMORPGs of 2001. Asheron's Call was similar in scale and did have a very active PvP scene on the Dark Tide server, but it was also very lacking. EverQuest paid even less attention to PvP mechanics. These servers did exist, but it just wasn't really part of the core gameplay. Older games like Ultima Online were a bit more focused on free-for-all PvP, but by the time of Dark Age of Camelot, they were also rapidly retreating from that style of gameplay due to how damaging it could be to the new player experience. To put it another blunter way, Dark Age of Camelot was arguably the first successful player versus player MMORPG. EverQuest, Asheron's Call, and Ultima Online had PvP, sure, but they actually did not have good gameplay systems, or in many cases, any gameplay systems to support player versus player combat. Dark Age of Camelot was distinctly different because it had an end goal, controlling the relics, which was both achievable and very important, as the bonuses the relics provided a faction were not trivial. In short, it was a game with gameplay systems, particular rules and goals. It was not a sandbox. In addition to that, Dark Age of Camelot had a system of keeps that served the gameplay function of gating and directing how the player versus player combat proceeded. This is an important advancement, and one that later MMORPGs like Guild Wars 2, Elder Scrolls Online, and to some extent New World would evolve into incarnation. Now there's one final interesting bit of trivia to note about Dark Age of Camelot's gameplay development. The original class and spell systems were built on a tabletop system called Rolemaster, the creation of Iron Crown Enterprises. First released in 1980, Rolemaster was among the first major competitors to Dungeons & Dragons, carving out a niche of players who liked crunchy, elaborate systems with lots of detail and no shortage of math. As luck would have it, though, Iron Crown Enterprises went bankrupt in 2000, and Mythic Entertainment lost the rights to Rolemaster, so the developers were forced to remove all references to the system. In the end, Rolemaster doesn't seem to have had much impact on the game systems, but it may have inspired some themes of classes, spells, and abilities that are found in Dark Age of Camelot. So, with both the technical and gameplay fundamentals sorted out, Mythic Entertainment was confident in the progress of Dark Age of Camelot as it neared completion. But it wasn't out of the woods by a long shot. A pair of management mishaps nearly blocked the game from hitting store shelves. The first among these was a gamble encouraged by Mark Jacobs. Rather than seeking a traditional deal with the publisher, Mythic Entertainment relied only on investment from an organization called Abandoned Entertainment. But Abandon was really just an investor. They were not a publisher. Mythic still had to find a way to get its game on store shelves. This proved to be much harder than anyone would have hoped, as the uncommon deal Mythic wanted to strike received a lukewarm response. Fortunately for the game and for Mythic, the company finally received a positive reply from Vivendi Universal, and in time to prevent a delay of the game's release. Still, this wasn't entirely a win for Mythic Entertainment, and it had some effect on the game's launch. Because it had dodged a traditional publishing deal, Dark Age of Camelot never received the sort of marketing push typical of a big release. It also largely lacked a development, with the developers only contacting press as they saw fit, which is probably why there's not as many in-print previews of Dark Age of Camelot as there had been of EverQuest or Ultima Online, even while major magazines like Computer Gaming World and PC Gamer were running cover stories on EverQuest expansions and the hugely anticipated, but of course eventually cancelled, Ultima Online 2. Mythic also neglected to nail down a server release, and when it attempted to negotiate a deal for hardware, it faced a problem any high school or college student will probably find familiar. It had no credit history. Without that, companies refused to sign off on a lease for hardware worth $500,000. Unlike the distribution deal, which ultimately worked out okay for Mythic, this became a truly immovable obstacle. There was nothing within the power of President Mark Jacobs or the development team to fix the company's non-existent credit. In the end, the company was forced to simply buy its servers outright.
If the company had spent a little more money up to that point, or received a little less investment from Abandoned Entertainment, it might have ended up with a great MMORPG and no servers to run it on. That really would have been a shame, because to everyone's surprise, Mythic Entertainment had created a genre-defining hit.
Dark Age of Camelot was released on October 9th, 2001, and it immediately shot up the charts. It was the best-selling PC game for the week of its release, which, according to Computer Gaming World, made the game hard to find at many retailers. Demand was so high, in fact, that it led to something that modern gamers are very familiar with. Scalpers sold boxed copies on eBay for hundreds of dollars above the normal asking price. Though the game was played online distribution was at this point still in its infancy, so players had to snag one of the boxed copies, which reportedly numbered around 75,000 by December of 2001. The game remained among the top 5 PC games several months after, leading to an estimated revenue of $30 million the following year. The game's sales success is remarkable given its competition. PC gamers really could not step foot in their local software retailer without running into an MMO. There was not only the older titles like Ultima Online, EverQuest, and Asheron's Call, but also new games like Online, RuneScape, and the infamous World War II Online. With that said, Furor notes in his postmortem that the game likely benefited from the delay of Shadowbane, another highly anticipated MMORPG with a PvP focus, as well as the delay of Blizzard's Warcraft 3, the RTS game, to be clear, not the later MMO. Though it was in a different genre, Warcraft 3 was a huge game, and it was originally scheduled to release the same week as Mythic used. Dark Age of Camelot's reputation was bolstered by both excellent fan reception and positive critical reviews. Fans were pleased by the game's smooth launch, which saw downtime measured in hours rather than days, and was far less prone to persistent random disconnects, login issues, or in-game lag. In short, Dark Age of Camelot was playable and enjoyable on the day of release, something that's rare even among modern operators. Mythic Entertainment did run into issues with managing customer service in the months that followed, particularly because of player counts that were much higher than expected. Still, the scale of this problem did not seem to be enough to immediately change fortunes. Critics, meanwhile, were very pleased by the spin on the EverQuest format. Computer Gaming World ran a blurb with the subhead, Dark Age of Camelot outclasses EverQuest at its own game in January 2001. And then doubled down on its praise in an extremely positive review that followed next month. Reviewer Mark Asher noted that while the game was, quote, a bit thin on content due to underwhelming dungeons, the gameplay was also, quote, the best I've yet experienced in an online RPG. Asher was particularly impressed by the wide range of classes in the Realm versus Realm battles. GameSpot's review was even more dramatic, declaring that Dark Age of Camelot marked, quote, the dawning of a new era in a gaming genre. This extremely positive take was pinned by Greg Cassavin, and this, by the way, is the same Greg Cassavin who went on to work at Supergiant Games and is credited as writer and creative director on modern hits like Bastion and Hades. The combination of favorable fan sentiment and excellent reviews sent subscriber counts vertical, with the game reporting up to 250,000 subscribers by early 2002. That put Dark Age of Camelot on par with Ultima Online, and over time ahead of it. This was also an even quicker rate of growth than EverQuest had seen at its release, though Dark Age of Camelot never actually managed to beat the reigning champion's subscriber counts. And for a time, things were good. Mythic Entertainment kept players interested, both through the Realm vs. Realm combat, which gave the core fan base an almost endlessly replayable competitive space to sink their teeth into, and a series of expansions that were well received. Shrouded Isles, released in November of 2002, added new classes, races, and continents. Foundations, a free expansion in June 2003, added player housing. Trials of Atlantis, another paid expansion released in October 2003, with 3 new races, a graphics overhaul, and underwater areas. New Frontiers, a free expansion in 2004, reworked the Realm vs. Realm combat, and it was followed by a paid expansion, Catacombs, that added new classes and instance dungeons. This, however, is where player counts start to enter a permanent downward spiral from the height of 250,000 subscribers. This continued despite the release of another major paid expansion, Darkness Rising, that added widely requested features including new epic weapons, player mounts, and a rework of high-level progression. It just was not enough, and at this point the game was badly bleeding players. The game's last expansion, Labyrinth of the Minotaur, released in November 2006, and it was relatively minor, adding just 1 dungeon, class, and race. It's tempting to blame Dark Age of Camelot's death spiral on these expansions, and certainly some veterans seem to do so in retrospect, with Trials of Atlantis and New Frontiers bearing the brunt of the blame. But let's face it was really World of Warcraft that killed the game. Blizzard's hit simply demolished all the MMORPGs that came before it, and that included not just Dark Age of Camelot, but also EverQuest, Asheron's Call, and Ultima Online. Mythic, for its part, seems to have willingly allowed Dark Age of Camelot to slip away. Mythic Entertainment, in a move reportedly led by CEO Mark Jacobs, acquired the rights to the Warhammer license in 2005 and began development of the game that would become Warhammer Online: Age of Reckoning. Then, in 2006, Electronic Arts announced it would acquire Mythic, with the deal closing in 2007. EA's purchase of Mythic, which was at this point reported to have 175 employees, was part of EA's effort to buy into the massively multiplayer RPG market, which at the time was widely considered to be the one true future of gaming. As the acquisition progressed, Mythic went all in on development of Warhammer Online, which many fans of the genre thought might be a World of Warcraft killer. That left Dark Age of Camelot on the back burner. Warhammer Online was actually a big hit on release, selling over 1 million copies and hitting 800,000 subscribers. But unfortunately for Mythic, EA, and Dark Age of Camelot, Warhammer Online didn't sustain its subscriber count despite early positive reception, and the scale of EA's massive investment made the game unprofitable even as player counts hovered around a respectable 300,000 subscribers. This caused EA to rapidly dismantle Mythic. Though Mythic was not officially closed until 2014, the studio was reorganized in 2009 to become a supporting studio to BioWare, which was working on the upcoming Star Wars The Old Republic MMORPG. This reorganization led to the departure of CEO Mark Jacobs, who was replaced by Rob Denton. 2014 saw the rights to run Dark Age of Camelot transferred to Broadsword Online Games, the studio founded by Rob Denton, to continue maintaining Dark Age of Camelot and Ultima Online, which was also previously owned by EA. But while the life of Dark Age of Camelot was cut short by hot new competition, the legacy of the game continues on. I think it is the second most influential Western MMORPG from the pre-World of Warcraft era, beaten only by EverQuest. Its enduring legacy was cemented by the influence of developers who worked on the project and have carried on their lessons in new titles. The obvious evidence to support this is the Elder Scrolls Online. Matt Firor left Mythic to become the head of online studio.
God damn it!
And he was not alone. Art lead CJ Greb, Brian Axel,
What? I can't. Everywhere I go, I'm being shot. I can't even jump or fire a weapon. There's thirsty sweats constantly firing at me wherever I go. I gotta get off. It got toxic. It got toxic. I'm sorry, man. Like everywhere I go, flying through the air, going to different monuments, going to bushes, everywhere I go, fire, fire, fire. It's a bunch of thirsty young people that are never gonna have sex. It's so stupid. They just chase you forever. It's so stupid. Stay away. Stay away. Hex, hex, stay away. Drive me mad. Ugh.
And keep siege mechanics very similar to Dark Age of Camelot. Mode with a large open world, and keep siege mechanics very similar to Dark Age of Camelot. The Elder Scrolls Online also vibes a bit on the quest system.
Well, I got a couple seconds there, but the higher my SR gets, the harder it gets, and I really don't like that. I just want to have fun and maybe catch a win a day and get a random chance at it. But nah, you keep stacking the fucking decks against me, which is why I won't give you any more money, Epic. You keep stacking the decks against me. I don't know how else to say it. You stack the decks against me with the SR so fucking badly that I refuse to give you any more money anymore. You know? Until you fix the SR goddamn debacle that caused me to quit Fortnite in the first fucking place, I'm not giving you any money anymore. Ever. I just gave Mortal 2 $70. I'll happily give you my money. If you don't engage in industry-breaking behavior, like SR that stacks you up against people that just aren't fun to fight all the fucking time. Thirsty men chasing me wherever I go like some kind of goddamn existential fucking crisis. And like, I don't know, man, I'm sorry. No, your whole vibe is like, it's good for a couple of hours, but you can't live there. You know?
With its own public dungeons and events, such as
I'm not saying it's bad. It's wonderful. I'm just saying it's got bad problems with SR. It's got bad problems with mobility. These guys are flying through the fucking air. Like if it wasn't bad enough to block the fucking walls with the fucking build mode, we got rid of the build mode finally, and we doubled the population. It brought the game back, and then you fucking poison the well with fucking wings and spider fucking webs and I don't know, man, fucking shockwave grenades. And I'm sorry, but that poison the fucking well, you know it does. You know what you should have been fucking thinking about is making the island bigger and putting 200 people on it. You're fucking dumb. You should have been thinking about putting 200 people on the fucking island and making it bigger and more epic and more entertaining and more full of people, making it bigger. But instead you keep making it smaller and easier for one person like Ninja to kill 10, 20, 30 people. It's disgusting. Fuck your mobility, fuck your problems. Ninja should not be able to go over all the fucking map, all over the fucking map. Like, the train is cool. The train was cool. Like, get the fucking mobility the fuck out of here.
And most recently, New World.
Shockwave grenades at best, you know? And very rare at that. Shockwave grenades should be fucking fast, like fucking, like, coveted more than gold weapons, you know?
I think it's fair to say modern MMO...
You and your fucking bullshit mobility, it ruined WoW, it ruined Halo, it ruined fucking, you know, your no-scope bullshit, your bullet sponge, your fucking no-scopes, your fucking mobility, your mobility shit, it's always poisoned that fucking shooter well, and I'm sick and tired of the triple anus poisoning the fucking shooter well. Maybe I should buy BattleBit while it's cheap, you know? And go try sniping on BattleBit or something like that to get away from, Epic kind of poisoning the fucking well with the SR stacked against me. Every single fucking game feels like competitive fucking Overwatch at the 3300 level. I know because I've been there, and I fucking don't like that. I came to Fortnite to have fun. I did not want you to, against my will, without my permission, turn my experience into a competitive play mode. What was so fun about Fortnite in the first place was that it was completely random who was in there with you. You shouldn't have populated that fucking bot with that lobbies with bots. Nobody likes bots. Like, you shouldn't have populated the fucking map with NPCs. Nobody likes NPCs. You shouldn't have fucking did all that poison the well fucking mobility. All that poison the well fucking, like it goes both ways. Both the bullet sponge and the one shot. Though some of the one shots, some of the one shot is ridiculous, and some of the bullet sponge is ridiculous. I don't know how to fix those fucking problems, but boy, it's toxic when it gets too much. When it gets to be too much, you're like, oh my god, it was 3 hours of trying to dust the scrubs the fuck off of me, like it's like I fell in a mud puddle or something, and I'm dusting the mud's dried now, and I'm like dusting the fucking scrubs off of me as they push me thirstily over and over and over again. This is why women won't sleep with them. It's why men won't touch them. It's why they're sexless little incels. It's why they're fucked up in the fucking head. They're fucked up, and I can't fucking stand them. I can't stand the way they play. Can't stand the way they fucking move. Like, you know what I'm saying? And it's weird because I can't think of any other generations that bother me like that. You know what I'm saying? Nah, man. Gen X, boomers, they weren't bad about this. My generation, nah. Young millennials, even the Zoomers, I'd say. Even the Doomers, but the Zoomers, the way they play is so shitty and dishonorable.
RPG player
And it's like, it's fun for 2 hours. And then you're like, oh, I really can't handle the march of the bastard, 13-year-old thirsty, never gonna have sex men, pushing and pushing and pushing and pushing and pushing, with no sense of strategy, no sense of decorum, no sense of honor, no sense of fair play, no sense of fair exchange, nothing at all, no learning, nothing at all, just push, 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 get that one shot however the fuck possible, shotgun monkey or no scope, one or the other. Shotgun monkey or no scope, one or the other.
Lots different if another game had managed to become more popular. But while Dark Age of Camelot's influence on player versus player combat is undeniable, I think it also had a much broader impact. There's something striking about contemporary reviews of Dark Age of Camelot in the fact that they actually don't really talk a lot about realm versus realm combat. Now this makes a lot of sense. The game was new, and realm versus realm combat was generally an in-game activity that reviewers would not have had a chance to experience at release. Instead, reviewers focused more on the many ways Dark Age of Camelot was a better role-playing game than its predecessors. Health and mana were easy to recover. Monster difficulty was telegraphed by color-coded nameplates. Fights were also less lethal in general. Faster travel was supported by horses between major locations. The range of open-world areas made solo play fun and inviting, and the numerous classes spread across 3 factions supported players who wanted to roll alternative characters. The key to Dark Age
but the
of
graphics
Camelot
and the
at
gameplay
launch
were kind of
was
bad.
that much of its gameplay was approachable and additive.
No, it wasn't.
Unlike Ultima Online or Shadowbane, where death was a really big deal, getting your butt kicked in Realm vs. Realm combat didn't really harm a player's ability to take some time off doing dungeons, crafting, rolling an alt, or pursuing alternative post-level progression. And at the same time, these different elements of gameplay were not so structured that players had to commit to a particular path to be of use, as was often true of the intense end-game raiding scene of EverQuest. I think we can look back on Dark Age of Camelot as a game that was ahead of its time. There's been a notable shift in views on MMORPGs in recent years, one that seems to veer away from structured vertical progression, which encourages players to focus intensely on only small aspects of the game, and instead towards less structured horizontal progression that lets players switch between goals easily. Dark Age of Camelot was ultimately a bit too early to reach the concept's full potential, but I do think the outline was there, an outline other games have filled out and built on to achieve success.
And that is the story of the making of Mythic Entertainment's Dark Age of Camelot. I hope that you learned something, even if you are a veteran player of the game. And if you are a veteran who perhaps is looking to return, or maybe just an entirely new player, well, there's several ways you can play Dark Age of Camelot today. Broadsword Entertainment does still maintain the game, and there are official servers, although they tend to be a little lower on the population scale, but you do get all of the latest updates. There's also several community-run servers to check out. One I might recommend is Uthgard, which is focused on Realm vs. Realm combat and is a somewhat older community-run server. There's also a newer server called Eden, which is very popular right now as of December, January 2023, and that is definitely the way to go if you're looking to get into it for the first time. Of course, if you liked this video, go ahead and give it a like, and if you really liked it, please go ahead and subscribe. You can expect to see more videos like this from Computer Gaming Yesterday in the future. Thank you for watching, and I will see you next time.
Like, you guys have turned shooters into fighting the Terminator all day, and I don't want that.
Is mad about something. That in itself isn't really news. Gamers love to get mad, and I ain't even complaining. As I'm sure we've discussed before, getting mad is a huge part of the fun of being a gamer. I mean, I'm a Nintendo fan. I'm mad all the time. I love it. And while anger is only natural
Your skill has increased.
and healthy, it is often funny what kinds of things we get mad about when you zoom out a bit and look at things from an outside perspective. For instance, what's
Your
the
skill
thing
has
gamers are
increased.
mad about right now? Well, it's yellow paint. It's yellow paint. Specifically, the use of paint in games to signpost interactable objects to the player. Yellow is not the only color you'll find, it's often just white, but yellow is certainly the most striking color, so yellow paint has kind of become the term we use for the whole concept. Signposting paint has been around for a while, cropping up here and there, generally in big AAA releases, and it's one of those things that people start to notice, then with each new example, it becomes more and more of a thing, you know. And of course, plenty of people get more and more annoyed by it as time goes on. The Resident Evil 4 remake made heavy use of yellow paint, and that came out pretty recently, so then the whole discourse has been dredged up all over again by Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Early footage of the game shows Cloud climbing a rocky wall with yellow paint kind of clumsily smeared here and there to indicate grabbable ledges. Naturally, being yet another example of something people were already starting to grow tired of.
Doing?
This has made the debate more heated than ever.
God.
Indeed, this has become quite
What
the
are you
hot
doing?
button
Are you in
topic.
full screen? Is
Most
that
people have
why?
pretty strong feelings
Did you
about
change
this
it on
one
me?
way
Yeah,
or the
you
other.
did, you stupid fucking
I do
piece
lean
of
more
shit
toward
fucking
one side of the debate,
Bethesda.
but I can certainly see both
Fucking
sides.
Microsoft
and really, I
and
think
fucking
this is one of those
Bethesda.
things where there isn't any one right answer.
Piece of shit.
Before we launch into this, I do
Fucking
wanna
piece of
mention
shit,
first that
Bethesda.
Overall readability in modern games is a big issue. There's
Try
that great
again.
video Donkey
Worthless
did
piece of
several years
fucking
ago where
shit
it talks
company.
about Halo Master Chief.
Fucking piss me off with your fucking bordered full screen. Fucking mental retardation. Fuck you, Bethesda. Every game that you made, from Morrowind to Oblivion to Skyrim to Fallout 3 to Fallout 4 to New Vegas to 76 to fucking Starfield, you can't run bordered fucking full screen, and it drives me fucking crazy. Fuck you and your stupid, worthless fucking triple anus cocksucker fucking ass. Fuck you, Bethesda. Sick of fucking 20 years of it. 20 years of you not being able to handle a PC bordered full screen or Windows. Windows can't handle it either. Because you guys suck dick. You suck dick at this so bad. Fucking sick of it. You suck dick at this so bad. Try again. Worthless piece of shit company. Fucking with me on aspect ratios. Fucking stupid piece of shit Microsoft-esque fucking cocksucker triple anus fucking cocksucker company. Fuck you. Waste more of my fucking time. Fucking piece of shit company.
Modern graphics are a lot less clear.
Now look at Halo 1. Look at how much visual clarity enemies.
You waste my time every single fucking day with bordered full screen every single day of my fucking life, pretty much. So, like, since I was like 13 years old, you've been fucking around with me on bordered full screen Bethesda, and I don't know why it's legal. I think you should face $1 billion lawsuit over it. I'd like to sue Bethesda over the fucking bordered full screen fiasco that is all of their clients. How is that legal? How are you able to legally sell your game to children when they won't even run bordered full screen? Won't the FCC shut you down? No, the FCC doesn't care what software companies do. The FCC is software companies and all the triple anus and all the fucking deep state. They're all the same people. They all smoke the same cigar bars and rape the same children. Same Bethesda cocksuckers.
They pop right out of the background. The player knows exactly what they're looking at. And then, boop, you turn on the new graphics and you're instantly...
I'm sick of your border full screen cocksuckery in fucking 2024. Fuck you. Piece of shit Bethesda. I hope you get canceled. I'm sick of you fucking around with my time on your fucking border full screen bullshit. Try to get fucking Bethany Pie to fucking get your fucking clients to work. Fuck you guys. Fuck Bethesda.
To use this kind of signposting in their games. Despite what many people will claim, it seems that most gamers do indeed benefit from the help. Over and over again, we see devs chiming in and describing their
restart
own
my Final
experiences
Fantasy.
with
Sorry, when
playtesters.
Bethesda
It is
and
more
Microsoft
common than you
have a little bitch tiff, you know? They have a little bitch tiff with each other, a little Bethesda and Microsoft cocksuckery, you know what I'm saying? Fucking get together and they fucking crash both Windows and Bethesda, and all the Bethesda titles have done this for 27 years now. You think I'm kidding? Fucking go back to fucking the Wayback Machine, to the first year of the internet. You're gonna hear fucking nerds from 27 fucking years ago screaming at Bethesda about border fucking full screen. They've been at this for 27 years, their industry fucking theft, and I want them to face $1 billion lawsuit over it. All you gotta do is wheel a computer into the fucking, it's a reoccurring theme on my fucking stream. Roll a fucking computer up into the fucking courtroom and take your $1 billion. If you show them what they've been selling kids for 27 fucking years, they'll go tits up and die, kill Bethesda, and take their fucking money. Fuck you, Todd. Fuck you for your border full screen bullshit, theft from kids, and I hope you lose your company. Oh yeah. Oh, in 10 years, gonna be like, oh, we miss our Bethesda. Not really, no. What you miss is fucking 27 years. 27 years of border full screen failure since since goddamn fucking Daggerfall. Since Daggerfall, man. What's that NPC shooting at? I'm not visible. I mean, I am now, but... all I want to do is play your fucking game. That's all I want to do. I didn't want this poison-ass malding fucking trip over you can't handle display fucking... you can't handle displays on your fucking program correctly. Jesus fucking Christ, you billionaire software piece of shit theft artists. I hope you get prosecuted. I'm so sick of you. You know what my fucking stepfather asked me for? You know what my stepfather asked me for the other day? He was like, what do you want most in the world? And I was like, I want the billionaire software despots fucking prosecuted. He was like, what? He was like, oh, you don't want a yacht or a mansion or a fucking, like, a chopper? I'm not kidding. It sounds like I'm making up some story. But no. He was like, I'm going to say a prayer for you, and I want you to choose what you want most in the world. And I said, I want the billionaire software despots fucking prosecuted. Yesterday! Piece of shit government! I'll prosecute you too! Fuck the government that's in the fucking bed with them! I wanted the prosecution yesterday! Yesterday, bitch! Yesterday!
get a little stuck in a game because they're not quite sure where to go or what to do or what they're supposed
That's
to be
fucked
interacting
up.
with.
You know, I could say, oh, I want a SpaceX shuttle full of naked women and drugs or some shit, you know, some masturbatory fantasy. But no, the first thing that came to fucking, like, literally, that was honestly what I said. It was like a fucking nightmare crisis, nightmare fuel crisis to me, an existential nightmare fuel crisis. When my family asked me what I want most in the life, I didn't say riches or fame or anything like that. I thought, oh my god, you know how much better my life would be if the fucking software thieves were prosecuted? And it would. My life would be so much fucking better if these piece of shit software developer thieves were prosecuted. I wanted more than sex. I wanted more than money. I wanted more than my country succeeding. I want these fucking thieves the fuck out of here now. I want them prosecuted.
Markings help guide players so they don't have to do any guesswork. And of course, yellow is the most vibrant, eye-catching color. I'm sure there are loads of sources that can go into the color theory behind it and all that stuff and tell you exactly why yellow works best. But again, a clear, striking white can also work pretty well too. Really anything that stands out from the environment. The thing is, even when devs share these stories about how, yes, many people have problems without clear signposting, anti-painters tend to claim that gamers only have problems when they are too lazy or stupid to pay attention. They claim that people simply need to follow directions and look for context clues. We'll talk more about this angle in a bit, but that's really
you're just incredibly bad at design.
They feel that it is
Just be honest.
unnecessary to hold
I'll be
their
honest with you.
hand, so to speak, to
You're
quite
incredibly bad at
every degree.
design.
Another big thing,
Your
though,
yellow
is that they
paint, it
dislike
doesn't
paint
help.
because they feel that it breaks immersion. Signs scattered all over the place, pointing the player to their next goal or to objects they can interact with. It pulls them out of the experience. The funny thing about this, though, is that immersion is the reason the devs used paint instead of HUD elements like arrows. Paint is diegetic. It exists in world. Unless you're playing a game where the character themselves has some kind of fancy sci-fi vision display like Horizon or Metroid, it doesn't really make sense that the character could see all.
Wow. Fucking wow. Keep my mouse on the screen. Please do not change my fucking, my video that I'm watching. Please do not Microsoft shit yourself. Please do not fuck with me, Bethesda, today. Please do not fuck with me today. I have you in border full screen. You should not
Very
fucking
small
take my
reactivity
mouse
this
off of the fucking screen! Fuck you, Microsoft! You're on top of this too! You're guilty too! Fucking prosecute you too! Microsoft and fucking Bethesda together! The worst piece of shit companies to have ever been conceived of! You guys don't like Blizzard, I don't like Bethesda!
Small because
I'm fucking addicted to their heroin products while they failure to supply a border full screen client in 2024, 27 years later, after the last 15 games that they did had the exact same problem. And I don't know why it's legal. Fucking prosecute them.
my Twitter, and I didn't bring it up on stream because I couldn't find any source of this.
Let's see, when I was 13, I was fucking with Morrowind bordered full screen, couldn't get it to work. When I was 17, fucking with Oblivion, fucking bordered full screen, couldn't get it to fucking work. Fucking with Skyrim, 10 years later, fucking couldn't get bordered full screen to fucking work. Fucking with Fallout 3, 10 years later, couldn't get bordered full screen to fucking work. Fucking with Starfield, 20 years later, couldn't get fucking bordered full screen to work. Why is that fucking legal? Why is it legal for you to rip off children for 30 fucking years? I wish to see these CEOs in jail. I want to see Todd in jail now. I want to see him now. 30 years of ripping off children. You should be in jail.
Anywhere. I didn't know where it was coming from.
Why did you fucking take my mouse off the screen? You piece of shit Bethesda, worthless piece of shit company, ripping me off with Starfield and fucking me on display fucking border full screen for the last 27 fucking years. I gotta go install Bethany Pie. Fucking modders have to come in to create a mod to get your games to run in border full screen fucking correctly because your billionaire fucking theft was never prosecuted, kind of like 9/11.
Directions and look for content.
Made me so angry with this. 27 years of border full screen fucking problems. I'm fucking sick of it. And I'm sick of dealing it with 76. You suck at this. Fix your border full screen bullshit. You should have fixed it 20 years ago. You fucking thieves. You keep ripping off children in front of me. Sooner or later, I'll come for you with a weapon. You keep ripping off children in front of me. I'll come for you sooner or later. You have to stop doing this and fix your border full screen. Fix Starfield. God damn fucking thieves!
More miraculous than mythic.
No, I don't want $50 million in a yacht full of naked women. I want the fucking billionaire software thieves who have destroyed my life and tortured me for the last 30 years to be prosecuted now. That's what I want with all of my life and all of my desire. Prosecute these fucking billionaire software despots now! Or I won't vote for you ever again. I'm not voting in 2024 or whatever. I'm not voting for you anymore. I'm not voting for you. You don't do anything. Your Congress doesn't do anything. You don't prosecute these fucking billionaire software despots stealing from us billions of dollars every fucking year for 30 years and shit. What do you think that was okay? You think it's okay to let that happen? Them to rip off children for 30 fucking years? Nah, your government and your fucking CEOs and your fucking conglomerates, they're all the same thing, and I want them all dead now. I want them all dead now. I want them dead now. Your corruption and your fucking stealing and raping of children is not okay with me.
I'm not like great at them or anything, but I generally know my way around a video game. But something about this is not clicking with my brain. Oh, playing Resident Evil 4 though? What a comfortable experience. I am always so thankful for the paint. I'm so glad
I just wanted to play Fallout 76. I just wanted to play Skyrim. I just wanted to play Oblivion. I just wanted to play Morrowind. I just wanted to play Starfield. I just wanted to play anything but this that's ever done. Fallout 3, New Vegas, doesn't matter. Every single one. Fallout 4, doesn't matter. Doesn't every single one, unless it's on a console, has had a fucking horrible billion-dollar theft level of software fucking theft in the terms of it's never, ever, no Bethesda title has ever been able to do border fucking full screen. It's a huge industry theft and they must be prosecuted or they will continue to do it in Starfield and Elder Scrolls 6 and Fallout 5 and all that stupid shit. They're just gonna keep doing it. They're gonna keep ripping off fucking kids forever. Like, they're just gonna keep doing it until we actually fucking prosecute them. Prosecute Todd. Put Todd in jail. 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 30 years of displayed border full screen theft. Put Todd in jail. 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 Put Bill in jail. Put Bill in jail. Put Bill in jail. Jesus fucking Christ, 30 years of stealing from children, 30 years in the fucking penitentiary. And Microsoft, Bethesda, same thing, same conglomerate, same march of the fucking rich white bastards, same congressional fucking murder of our country, same assholes, and I want them the fuck out of here. Fuck Todd, I want him in jail. Put Todd in jail! Put Todd in jail! You know what I'm saying? I'm not kidding. Put Todd in jail. 30 years of border full screen theft from children. I believe that should be some jail time. Yes. Some white collar jail time. Yeah, you've been stealing 30 years of border full screen from children. Stealing as in, listen, they can't get the client to run. They can't get it to run. How many people bought fucking Bethesda clients that they can't even get to run? In this lifetime. It's a lot. You've been stealing for a long time. I don't want to see some prosecution from it, you fucking criminal.
Leaving more energy.
And yeah, I'm publishing this. Oh yeah, you better fucking believe it.
Hoarding ammo. And as for the immersion factor, it's just not that big of a deal to me. I don't know. It's just like the HUD. It's something I just accept and ignore. Resi 4 is made up almost entirely of human-built environments, so it makes more sense for someone somewhere to have smeared paint on something. But even if I'm playing some other game and exploring some ancient temple where no humans have touched it for 1,000 years, and there's paint on a ledge, like,
Oh man. Let's look at Bill and Todd I love these little four-letter CEOs, you know, that suck dick, rape children, and fuck us for 30 years out of the tune of the $1,000 of every game or something like that on Bethesda fucking, like how many times did you buy Skyrim, etc. And so let's go look at Bill and Todd, right? Let's go look at Bill and Todd's excellent fucking journey. Here's Bill Gates on motherfucking, you know, PBS NewsHour, PBS on, you know, on Jeffrey. Here's our Bill Gates Microsoft executives wringing his hand about the children he raped. You know, oh no, he didn't do this.
Enough philanthropy goes in that direction. You know, those meetings were a mistake. They didn't result in what he purported, and I cut them off. You know, that goes back a long time ago now. So there's nothing new on that.
It was reported that you continued to meet with him over several years.
Here's Bill. Let's go look at Bill. Oh, that's right. There's Bill. Let's go look at Todd. Bill and Todd's excellent child rape fucking Bethesda, Microsoft fucking March of the Bastards, corporate fucking shill fucking, you know, corporate fucking thievery, rape children, bullshit, right? Let's look at Todd. Todd lying. All I have to do is type in Todd and the sweet little lies, and here's Bill and Todd, never been prosecuted, get to go home to their fucking house in the hills after they rape children and steal from us for 30 years. Yeah, Bill and Todd in jail. 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 Oh, the sweet little corporate lies. Oh, you should just buy a better video card, 4090 owner. Oh, Starfield won't run in border full screen. Oh, you should buy a better video card, 4090 owner. Nah, you've been stealing for 30 years on this border full screen. We know you have, you fucking thief. Oh, the sweet little lies. Oh, the sweet little lies.
These NPCs are not scripted.
These NPCs are not scripted. Yeah, Bill and Todd in jail. Bill and Todd in jail. Bill and Todd in jail. Every time I load 76, I think Bill and Todd in jail. Bill and Todd in jail. Can't get displayed adapter after 25 years. When I was 13 years old, I was dealing with Morrowind display adapter. When I'm 41, I'm still dealing with border full screen display adapter issues in Fallout 76, Fallout 4. Well, every single Bethesda theft. I'm sorry, game. Theft. I'm sorry, game theft. Game theft. I'm not doing this to be hyperbolic or fucking dramatic or try to pull fucking hits. I'm obviously not. I'm saying this because it's fucking true. You know it's true. We've been letting him steal for 30 fucking years and riding the country up our own buttholes until we die. And I'm fucking sick of the corruption. I want them out of here now. Prosecute Bill and Todd. Prosecute Bill and Todd. Bill and Todd's horrible journey to fucking buttfuck prison. God damn it. Anyways, I'm gonna get off it. I'm sorry, guys. It's just, you get fucked in the ass by Bethesda on a display adapter thing for 27 fucking years. The minute that you see a Bethesda client begin to act like it's gonna do that to you, you kind of lose your fucking shit. You kind of get homicidally, I call it Bethesda angry. You kind of get Bethesda angry. It's a special form of jank anger that's right up there with like Hitler-esque proportions of rage. It's why all the 40-year-olds are malding and all this. It's Bethesda rage. I would say it's Bethesda rage.
I could get annoyed by it.
I'm annoyed by it.
It's a video game.
Yeah, no. You guys, yeah, you're triple anus. You rub it all over our lips all the time. No.
It's so easy to
I wouldn't mind so much if you didn't force it across our fucking screen all the time. All the time.
When I get annoyed with something, I eventually realize that I'm only really annoyed because I have focused on it so much and let it become such a big thing in my head when I could just as easily move on.
No, but see, the difference is, yeah, we're not talking about yellow paint in a video game. We're talking about I can't make my Fallout 76 client run currently on my screen. It's not this thing I can just keep playing the game and sort of ignore it. It's all in my own mind. No, the display adapter issue that happens after he stole billions of dollars and phoned in clients for 27 fucking years, it actually has negative effects that steal time to the tune of thousands to millions of man hours. And it actually is really harmful. And nobody's ever talked about it, ever. Not even once.
And stop paying it so much attention.
Me, I talk about it.
I'm not saying that everyone who hates paint only hates it because they're letting themselves become hyper-focused on it or whatever, but I do think that that is something that can happen, and I know that it certainly happens to me sometimes. So I've really come to accept paint for what it is. Convenient signposting for me. I let it convey to me what it wants to convey. I act accordingly. I move on. It's just another arrow or button prompt or whatever to me. So I like the paint. I think it works well, and my brain and my stanky old monster eyes, only getting stankier and stankier with each passing year, are thankful for it. But I would be remiss not to mention how one big anti-paint argument is that there are other ways to communicate interactability to the player without just smearing everything with brightly colored paint. And you know what? That is true. Lots of games featuring climbing use paint to show the player where they can climb. I'm usually thankful for this myself, but other games get away without the paint, just making sure that ledges and handholds and such just stick out very clearly and are intuitively placed. And to return to Resident Evil, one argument against putting yellow markings on breakable boxes is that in the original game, breakable boxes managed to stand out without using yellow at all. These boxes are just...
Does Fallout 76 have an AI that tells it to change fucking full screen to bordered and bordered to full screen and bordered to bordered to full screen to full screen bordered and stuff? Because every single time that I fucking turn this client on, it changes my fucking settings. Every single fucking time. I'm not being fucking exaggerational. This changes every single time I start this client, and it drives me crazy. What the fuck happened to you? Is that Microsoft or is it Bethesda? I'm guessing it's a combination of both, but you guys need to work that the fuck out. You fucking suck at this. Get your fucking shithouses in order. You're not even on the level of you're not even on the level of a third-party developer anymore, Microsoft and Bethesda. I know it's a hard wake-up call, but neither one of you are on the level of a fucking No Man's Sky even. You are the triple anus worthless. You don't even do anything at all. Your clients can't even run. Microsoft can't even barely run. You know what I'm saying?
Lighter than the rest. They always use the same unique sizes and shapes, so they're always easy to differentiate from the various boxes and crates that decorate the environments. They just stick out. It's still visual, but it's not quite so, like, explicit, you know? And I won't deny, this is a much more elegant approach. However, I think this kind of signposting just isn't as easy as it used to be. On older hardware, especially in games without active lighting systems, it was easier to make objects stand out. You know, it's kind of like how in old cartoons, you can always tell which object on screen is gonna move. You know, the animated cell just stands out so clearly from the background. I could be wrong, but I feel like older...
Boy, this is a long load. Usually you're in like 10 seconds, but this one was 3.5 minutes like Rust or something. Something's up with you, Bethesda. Why are you sucking so much Microsoft fucking failure dick today? What the fuck is wrong with you? Was something different today from yesterday? I had 0 issues yesterday. Today, we just can't even seem to get in before your fucking bordered full screen failure shoves its fucking triple anus shit all over my lips. Nice. That hollowed out husk of a car blew up.
Objects were often just rendered differently from the environment, which often had lighting baked into its textures. Or at the very least, there was just less going on graphically, so it was easier to keep both things separate. Newer games, though, there's just too much going on. Resi 4 in particular, the world is littered with boxes and objects. Maybe you can try to come up with these subtle little ways for the player to tell objects apart, but the whole thing is easier said than done. And each type of interactable object requires its own unique visual cues. If you don't absolutely nail those cues, then the player might have to do a lot of guesswork. This place is stuffed to the brim with boxes and broken down equipment. I don't want to be knifing fake boxes or trying to use broken tools. I don't want to run around mashing the interact button just in case there's something I could use. I like walking into a room and instantly knowing at a glance what I can do. There's no denying that natural signposting can be superior. Anytime a game can communicate something to a player without spelling it out for them or using methods that are kind of natural but very blatant like paint, that's terrific. But like I said, it's just not always easy. Sometimes the development pipeline doesn't allow it. Sometimes one team is making the environment and another team is figuring out how to let the player interact with it, and there isn't much time to craft every little thing so that it visually communicates something to the player in a completely diegetic, in-world, realistic way. Honestly, I can't blame them for just slapping some paint or tape or whatever on there and calling it done. It's easiest for them, and honestly, it's easiest for me too. Once I learn yellow equals I can use it, boom, done. I don't even have to think about it for the rest of the game. Now, it is also true that having options to disable these kinds of hints, I mean, that's perfect. That's the best of both worlds. That's everybody wins. The 2013 Tomb Raider reboot uses splotches of paint for signposting, but the third game in the trilogy, Rise of the Tomb Raider, allows the player to turn off all hints, including paint and even glowing highlights around objects, which is another option we haven't even discussed yet. Yeah, in a perfect world, we could all just turn off the paint whenever we wanted to. But frustratingly, this is probably another case of easier said.
You know what I think of it as? It's like in the real world, you have all these sixth sense things that work for you that don't in video games. Like, you know when a gun is lying on the ground, because it's like everybody knows what a gun is, and it's going to cause this instinctual fear in you psychologically to even see it peripherally on the ground. But in the video game, we can't find the gun on the ground, you know? And we're looking through the grass and we're like, where's the gun on the ground? Where'd it go? You know, where's the gun? Where's the gun? Oh God, where's this AK? Where is it? And, you know, Russ is really bad with this. And you're like, oh man, there's no way I wouldn't know exactly where this gun is in real life. There's just no way my mind would have tracked where it fell, all this other stuff, right? But in the video game, you're like, oh, what happened? Where did the gun go? And I don't know, like that sixth sense sort of like human, like, you know, sort of like extra sensory stuff that humans are capable of. Video games just don't have that. They don't have like instinctually, I don't know, it's sort of hard to describe, but like when you're firing at a person in real life at a tree very far away, you're probably a lot more likely to hit them in real life than you are in the game, because the game, your bullets just whiz. But in real life, you can see the speck and you know that he's going to kill you or him, and you're like really centered and ready. And there's this like extra sensory stuff that isn't translatable to video games. And I don't have a word to this, but I know that it's one of the reasons why they're so frustrating. Like a lot of the people that I wouldn't trust to get a kill in Fortnite, I would trust to operate a SWAT team, you know, in real life. And that's weird, because so like video games are very different from reality, very different.
To me, a layman, it seems like such an option would be very easy to implement. But I know that especially with AAA games, it can be hard to sneak in all the features the devs want because time and resources are limited and everything has to come in under budget, yada yada. Even if it's a simple option, there are probably loads of other simple options they're not including as well, simply because not enough people will really care that much. So it doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things, and it gets left out. And I do believe that in the grand scheme of things, it probably doesn't matter. People are annoyed by it. We're all talking about it, but they're probably not that annoyed. I really don't think there are very many people who are so put off by it that they're gonna skip out on an amazing game because there are splotches of yellow paint here and there. This is one of those things that are fun to argue about, but ultimately probably don't matter too much. And while there are plenty of subjects where I do feel that one side is right and the other is wrong, in this case, It really just comes down to your own personal tastes and experiences. Very rarely will every single camp feel perfectly catered to. I'm fine with the paint. If you're not, then that's cool too. I don't know. Well, thank you for watching. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm gonna go follow this thick yellow line that leads to the kitchen.
Today I want to talk about explaining nonlinearity and how this used to be really hard. It's a lot easier now. Still has some challenges. This is an answer to a question I got on the channel by Mr. Lars Koch01, who asks, you mentioned forced linearity as mistake number 5 in your 2016 reboot talk. Can you elaborate on how you've been challenged on this stance during your career? It's interesting how one of your main RPG design pillars might conflict with the views of other team members, narrative designers, cinematic creators, other programmers, etc. And do you find that developing open-ended sandbox RPGs have become much more accepting by people in the game industry over the years? So first off, that's a good question, and I thought I should begin by showing a clip of this talk, just to kind of get everyone on the same page about what Lars is referring to, so here it is. So the next problem I've had, I have a thing for linearity. I don't like it in my RPG. I don't like it if I play an RPG and my friend plays an RPG and we both have the same experience. And I'm not even talking, you know, even if we made the same character, I like things to be able to be done in any order. I like you to be able to go to towns in different order and do quests in different order.
Yep.
You know, interrupt NPCs and all that.
Yep.
The big thing I like to tell my designers are games are not movies, and I make them repeat that after me. If you recognize this game or this movie, plus 2 points, but if you want to see it, minus 2 points. Sorry, Blizzard. Any Blizzard people? Whew. Okay, I love WoW, by the way, the game. So what I tell them is, a game isn't like a movie or a book or a play or anything. It's not meant to be linear. It's not meant to unfold like a book or a movie. I mean, if that was what, you know, a game was, I mean, I could see an adventure game or other things, but I said I kind of hold RPGs to a different standard. I made my character, so this game better react to my character and what I do. That's what that's like, to me,
Excuse me, I
what's
gotta
at the core.
blow my nose.
And what I'd like to use as an example is I had a scripter on Fallout 1, and he made this area, which if you don't recognize, and I could only find a screenshot where all the raiders were dead. Now, what you just saw, I kept going at that point. That's just a couple minutes I want to throw in. I kept going and I explained all the different ways that you could do that quest to rescue Tandy. I've talked about that here on the channel. I've even gone into the dialogues that we put in on Arcanum to support those kind of different things. I talk about nonlinearity in game design and in stories. I will link all of those associated videos that I made below, but this should get everybody at the same speed. This is, everyone now understands the context of what I'm talking about. So I think what I was referring to in this talk, and I think what Lars is asking about, is very early on, and I'm talking about mid-90s when I was making Fallout, it was very hard to explain the idea of a pure open-ended game to other people at Interplay. And these were game industry folks, and so many of them were game industry folks with a lot more experience than me. But what we were trying to do in Fallout was a bit different than the other games at Interplay. I mean, I've even mentioned Stonekeep has a main character who is predefined and has a name and stats, and has a background story, and you basically insert yourself into the story, and that was not what I was trying to do. So I try to explain to people.
I remember all the Streamlabs problems, and I'm scared to even bring it up because I'm scared of it starting again. All of the software fucking problems that I dealt with in the last 2.5 years are the most fucking, the most hardship I've ever faced in my entire life.
It was worse than the jail stuff or the guy who tried to kill me or losing the love of my life or any of that. Basing the software and how bad it fucks me around and steals my time and hurts me all the time, that was the defining negative thing of my entire life. My Hitler that I fought was software development. They steal from me so much all the time. They steal my time so much. I get so angry sometimes. Defeating the anger is like my life's goal now. Defeat the anger of the software abuse and the software, theft.
The only commonality is it's a character coming out of a vault.
It is my defining factor. If I lose to the anger, I'll lose my career. If I can defeat the anger and get all, goose fraba and anger management about the theft of billions of dollars from children through the inept software development, if I can somehow get around the anger of it, I'll do better. But I don't think I can. I hate them so much. I don't think I can. I hate them so much. Like, most of the time, I think about how bad they are and why things don't need to be like that. And why we pay them all the time to be like this. I don't know, I never messed with one of those before. Probably will keep it, yeah. Tweaked automatic receiver. Recoil compensated plasma rifle. Level 25, and it's like a shotgun, is it? Okay, recoil compensated. Oh yeah, but that instigating machine gun's actually super good though. Oh god, look how many weapons I have. Just break them all.
Skills and traits and perks and attributes and how you treat people and whether you kill people or talk to them or even not even talk to them at all, or what quests you do and what order you do them. All that factors into what's going on. Explaining this to some of the designers on the team was, some of them got it. They played my GURPS campaigns, they got it. Some of them, it was a bit of a bump, and they kept trying to say things like, well, what if the player does this and then I make through QA at first? We were asked for, like, can you give us a walkthrough? And we're like,
no.
It depends. It depends on what order you want to do things and what kind of character you make and what you've already done. We had when the person was trying to make the strategy guide for Fallout, I think he pulled his hair out when he kept going, what's the right way to do this? I'm like, there isn't the right way to do it. I've heard, and please comment if this is true, that some game players in some countries didn't like Fallout and some of my later games because there was no right way
to do it.
To play them.
No.
That they frequently wanted to know, what am I supposed to do here? How am I supposed to rescue Tandy?
No game is like that either.
There
They
was
think
no
it is, but no
correct
game is
way
like
to
that.
rescue Tandy. You were
No
just
game's
supposed
like
to
that.
rescue
You can make any game into
And maybe
anything.
You don't even have to. You
I
don't
do it
even
all the
have to
time.
do that. But there is no right
Yep.
way to rescue her, and that frustrated some people. It
The
made
right
me
way.
angry.
You mean in your
The way I didn't quite
fascist
understand, 'cause I never
soul?
played
Yeah.
Tabletop. But
Where you limit
there are a
yourself
lot of-
and everything has to be a right meta or whatever. Yeah, and the only right way is in your own mind. Yeah, so you can tell yourself right now that you know the right way to play the game and you've solved your problem, but no, you need approval of somebody else's like concept of what the right way is to play like fucking Fallout or something and no. Yaoguai Ghoul. Oh no. Rose's Syringe. Okay. Maybe the Rose's Syringe is funny. I don't know. Oh, look at the reload time.
Computer role-playing games out there that expect you to play a certain way, even down to expecting you to take the good actions and the bad actions lead to early termination, or they don't even let you make a lot of things about your character because they want to insert you into a predefined story. And I just had to explain to people that's not what we're doing.
No.
Even people towards the end when Fallout was being made and people were taking it home to play, and they would call me and go, "Hey, I'm stuck here. What am I supposed to do?"
What was that? Was it a...
Well, what character did you make? What did you do before this? What skills did you spend points on? What traits do you have? What perks did you buy? And sometimes they'd get frustrating. Just tell me what I'm supposed to do. And I'm like, I'm trying to. But some of the things you could do here may not be available to you because your character can't do it.
Yeah.
By the way, I had very similar reactions with people about the player having to be good or not. There was a mental leap.
How dare you make him a murderer?
When I told them the game didn't require you to be good.
No.
They meant, oh, I should be bad? I'm like,
No,
no.
you
In
just
fact, the
don't
game
have to
will
be
punish you
good.
for being bad.
Yeah.
Oh, so I should be good? No.
No,
You
just...
should play how you want to play. And then the game will react to how you're playing, and you have to accept the consequences to your decisions. If you act like a jerk, people won't like it. If you kill people, people will come after you. That kind of thing. The game isn't going to make you play one way or the other. And it took some people like, I'd say that one sentence, like, oh, I get it, I love this game. Other people are like, I don't understand. What am I supposed to do? And it just felt like a loop with people. And I think, I'm not sure, but I think that came from what people had experienced before. If you played a tabletop RPG with a good DM that didn't force anything on you, you totally understood open-ended sandbox worlds. But if you had played certain kinds of computer RPGs before Fallout, you were expecting to be told what to do, or telegraphed what to do. And that's not what I was doing, of course. So, to go to Lars's other question about, did things get better? Yes. things have gotten a lot better. There's a lot more open-ended sandbox, reaction-based, choice and consequence games out there. But even in modern times, I've had discussions on my most recent games. I've had discussions with people who don't seem to get the concept. I worked with a narrative designer within the last few years who got very angry that their very linear idea could not be forced on the player, leading to discussions that had like him saying, well, once they go in the room, the door shuts and locks and can't be picked, and you can't get out the window, and we don't let them leave until they do this thing. And I'm like, what if they don't ever do the thing? Then they'll be in the room forever. Wow. It was very difficult to explain to someone that that is not the kind of game I'm making. Not that it was a bad idea, necessarily, but just that isn't the game we were making. And I found myself having that conversation several times. And it wasn't just with people on the team. There was someone above me in the development production chain above me, who basically was very upset that work was being done that, in his words, some or even most players would never see. Which I tried to explain to him that was a necessary, result of a non.
Oh yeah, I've not seen all of any Bethesda game. Nope.
If somebody played the game with a pacifist playthrough, they're never gonna see death animations on a lot of characters. So why are we doing that? If people play the game and decide never to attack animals, or always run away from robots, or never interact with some people, they're never going to see all those dialogues that are written. And we had a producer, I told you, my producer Eric Mill, just like to shoot everybody he came across. So dialogues? What dialogues? Interesting, this spilled over into companions, because originally for the Outer Worlds, I wanted to make companions more chained in to choice and consequence. So I was going to make it so that the leadership skill determined, like, some companions had a minimum leadership skill before they'd agree to join you, which meant you could buy it up. But also the number of companions you could have, I was going to limit it, either with leadership or with a associated perk that you had to buy. That originally you could have one companion, and if you bought a perk, you could get another one. Or maybe it was an unlock of one of the leadership skills. I really wanted to do that, and I was basically talked out of it because I was again told, we're doing a lot of work on these companions, and it would be awful if someone made a character who couldn't experience it. So basically I was talked out of doing that with the wasted work explanation. And of course, even to this day, I feel, you know what? Having big consequences to choices a player make are good. It makes the game far more replayable, especially when people go online and find out, wait a minute, Pavarti didn't join me because I did this thing? Yes, she didn't like that. Or she left the group because of this? Yes, she hated what you did. That kind of thing I really like. Now, don't get me wrong, things are a lot better now, but mainly because a lot of games do it, but still, sometimes trying to add a feature that no one else does is still hard, and I've talked about this, that sometimes when I have an idea, the first pushback I get is, well, what other game does that? And if I can't think of another game that does it, that person doesn't want to do it in the game. And it's led to me to just say, you're the same person who asked me about hooks. How are you supposed to have a unique hook if I can't have a feature that hasn't been done in a game? And they didn't have an answer to that. But other people have said, well, I think the reason you aren't seeing it in other games, there's a reason. It must be a bad idea. And I've had to reach out into other genres, or other, like, well, we haven't seen this in a game, but this movie did it, and suddenly it was a good idea again. So that still happens. And I think the whole thing with non-linearity is enough other games have done it that not only do I not need to explain it, I don't have to justify its inclusion.
It only works on players or Yao Guai.
I guarantee if you have a unique idea, it will be a bit of an uphill battle for you to get it in, because a lot of people think it's not that no one's had it, it's that it's a bad idea. So luckily, non-linearity is no longer in that category. So I hope that answered your question, Mr. Lars Koch 01.
So, I just stayed awake for about 30 hours straight playing old school RuneScape.
Oh god.
And it got me thinking, why does this decade-old game based almost purely on nostalgia manage to keep my attention this much? Do you know how many times I saw the purple letters in the chat box that say, "You've been playing for a while, consider taking a break from your screen"? Probably too much for a 31-year-old man. It's kind of strange, actually. Without context, if I had told you that I spent more than 30 hours watching a virtual guy...
I don't think I like this video. I'm sorry. I'm going to move on.
Hey, very small react, Andy.
Thank you, the Daily Pre-Show. I'd like to sub to your channel.
My Twitter, and I didn't bring it up on stream because I couldn't find any source of this information anywhere. I didn't know where it was coming from. I didn't know why people were bitching about it and why they were going on and on about it. But the subject of a Final Fantasy XIV story skip came up. And people were in these mad fucking typing Andes, essaying around about whether it's okay that FF14, given it's now going to its next expansion, deserves a story skip. Because there's a lot of story in FF14. There's a lot. And as people... they were all arguing of like, well, it's very off-putting to people to say, hey, come and play FF14. I'm having a blast with it. You need to do like 500 hours of story. And certainly, as Chris pointed out to me yesterday afternoon, is like starting with A Realm Reborn can be a little rough. Although it has been condensed, A Realm Reborn has been through a 1 condenser. It's still kind of a bit of a drag, A Realm Reborn. But then, of course, we get Heaven's Ward, and we're all happy and smiles from there, and it's all good. Or let people play how they want. Exactly, that's the other argument. The other point I made, and maybe there's some people here who are counter to this, every single person I know who has come to FF14 and has bought the skip has never stuck around. They go to endgame, and they're very confused.
If you're looking for a story from video games, you're not going to have a good time.
They don't see why everybody's really enjoying the game, and they just leave. Like, that's it. They're like, I don't get it, right? Like, of the few people I know who have done that and skipped, they don't stick around and don't play, because the strength of FF14 is its story, unquestionably, right?
I think it's its professions.
I think undeniable.
And the casino.
Some people probably love different things at Endgame.
And the RP and the graphics and the music. I don't think it's the gameplay, the combat, or the story.
Jeeth is about the only one, but he did go back.
That's just me,
the
though.
Story. Yes, Jeeth got it, but went back and did it. So it was interesting to me. Now, it turns out Yoshi P has had to come out and clarify some things. This all started from an article from years ago. This is where it seems to have come from. Yoshi P has confirmed there will not be a story skip for the new arc. So the argument was, and why this came up, I guess, is that the Heidelin Zodiac story is complete and done. So is this the time to introduce a story skip because we're on a new adventure now that isn't based on Heidelin and Zodiac, and therefore Dawn Trail and obviously the latter half of Endwalker are actually a new story to be told. We can call it from 0 Point, or the Golbez storyline of where it begins. So let me just read through this real quick. I haven't read this yet. A handful of people replied in the thread posted yesterday to clarify that the quote posted was an old quote from the middle of last year. But seeing the timelessness of this new article and the fact that those responses pointing out that it is old are getting covered up by the people excited by this.
It's very egotistical. Most people do not have the time to sit around and watch that story. I would say the only people in the world that really do are aged like maybe 10 to 14, maybe 15. 10 to 15. Kids aged 10 to 15 have the time to sit around and really worship that story. The rest of all of the age ranges, which I remind you is 95 of the 100 years, the other age ranges of the other 95 years of a human's life should be allowed to skip that fucking story, and it's incredibly fucking egotistical to say that you can't.
Correct news. So literally the facts being buried.
Thank you, Daily Priest. It's called Yoshi P confirms no story skip for Final Fantasy 14. And I think that's ridiculous. Most of us don't have the time. We just don't. We love your story, we love your music, etc. We're not trying to say that the product isn't good or that we don't want to absorb it. We just don't have the time, developer. I know that you have the time to sit around because you make all that developer money and you think people have the time to sit around and watch that story. Most people don't have the time to sit around and watch that story. I hate to be the breaking news developer for you or whatever, the breaking news development for you, but most people in this world do not have the time to sit around and witness a story to its full, And honestly, most of them go to movies and books for that. They don't go to video games. And so you're full of yourself. You're fucking full of yourself. It's just because you spent all this time and effort and money, like, making this story that nobody values, doesn't mean that you should force it on us. I gotta disengage. I'm gonna get me a sheep. Someone else is here? No, no one else is here. Oh, that's good.
Classic. I figured it was worth a separate thread just to clear the air so we don't have conflicting information flying around everywhere. I will be gladly a part of correcting this information. That would be fantastic. PC Gamer has done a new interview with Yoshida. You know, Yoshi P, we've asked you many times for an interview. We could clear all this up. You know what I mean? I've already asked my chat bubble question, and I promise I won't go there. Where the topic was brought up again. And the internal discussions on whether it should be implemented seems to have shifted back to a much harder no. The possibility of a skip to allow to join the story during the post-Endwalker patches was discussed last year. So in a recent interview I did with Yoshida, I thought I would bring the question up again. Sadly, nothing is in the works anytime soon. Sadly. So I assume these are advocating for a story skip of some description? For the Yoshida said, for the story, we are not currently planning any kind of new skip feature, Yoshida said. This is something I'm constantly torn about, and we have already finished implementing a feature that allows players to learn about the story, setting, and characters even when they're skippers. Omitting a paragraph where so they've said the unending codex is how you can catch up with the story.
Let's keep my mouse on the screen. Stupid ass Bethesda. Fucking stupid ass Bethesda. Why do you stun me all the time?
Despite offering in-game access to lore and a cash shop skip, Yoshida appears to be hesitant to make the process of ignoring 10 years of story accessible. I'm concerned that if the globally acclaimed storyline can be skipped through a function, the value of FF14 games
please fire
diminished.
Jesus.
I agree. So far, FF14 has been able to continue to grow while keeping the story as the main focus. True. While that answer does seem to largely write off the possibility of a free in-game skip,
I have strength to 4.
As such, please let me think about it some more, he said. Of course, I do understand where you're coming from about the increasingly daunting length of the story, so no need to worry about that. I guess the question is on this subject. Is the story now too long?
Yes.
For new players to find it tempting. Not daunting, but...
I'm going to say on this video what I think, and I will register my opinion. Which is, go away. Oh my god. I am trying to... I think kids age 10 to 15... are the only age bracket between 1 and 100 that have the time to do this story. IRL, we actually have lives. School, jobs, work, relationships, etc. The other 85% of us skip the goddamn story. I've never liked a video game story. Beyond Disco Elysium. If I wanted story, I go to books, TV, or movies. Typical egotistical triple anus developer, totally high off his own smug farts, pushing his aberrant war crime level millions of man hours lost time sink. It's pure evil. Yeah, it's pure evil.
And I would
I'd
put
say
the question to you. This is probably difficult for a bunch of people who
not being able to
the
skip that
story.
shit is pure evil. I'd say.
I know. Let me put it in this context: that there are many games, and we've brought this up many times. This is not a flip-flop decision. That I literally will not play because it requires too much time, and I just say, no, we're not doing it because I know that's going to be several hundred hours of stream time. And or game time. Like, I know if I get into this, I'm committing in some ways to several hundred hours. So try and take your personal feelings about how good the story is away. Try and put that to the side, and then consider that point of view. Have you looked at a game and thought, you know, I kind of like to get into that game, but I know I'm going to need to spend hundreds of hours in it, so I'm just not going to bother and just play some other things. I would look at certainly games like League of Legends, you know, those big ones, League of Legends, Apex, Fortnite, you know, they're required to be functionally good in those games. PoE definitely has that issue, which we talked about recently with the devs, is like, it's too much. I know what, and it's weird, right? We have this weird problem where we know it's good. You kind of know before you start. It's like, this is a really good game that is world renowned, and I'm just not going to bother. I'm not going to bother, right? That's the situation. It's like, I'm just not going to bother because I know, like, if I jump into Warzone right now, I'm going to spend the first 60 hours getting my ass handed to me until it starts to click and that muscle memory kicks in and I've got the experience.
Oh my god!
I'm learning.
Oh my god! It's all of them.
Things I'm in max.
Come on, man.
You know, that kind of feeling is not going to come for quite some time. Map layout is a big one in those kind of games, like just knowing.
Come on, man. Why did all of the goblins aggro? I was over in the corner.
And then you're up against people who've been playing for 2,000 hours, and you're getting absolutely wrecked. You're just going to get wrecked by those players.
Why did 5 fucking goblins aggro? There wasn't even but one of them near me.
Exactly, right?
Fucking
so with
pop
that in
aggro
mind,
and Link. Fucking
it's
piece of
not,
shit developers.
Sadly, because obviously you would hope that you would go and do the FF14 story, at least from somebody who believes that at least 2 of the expansions are worthy of my top 5 RPGs of all time, would be played. And you would do a Jesse. It's like, I skipped, I went to endgame first because I'm a raider, I had a great time in the raids, so then I went back and played the story through because I loved the game. World of Warcraft went through this. Remember the level squish? Because the number was too high. Right? They hit level 100. And it didn't matter to a casual observer whether those 100 levels could be done in an hour or 4 weeks. It was 100. And 100 is too many. Right? And that's why they had to squish it. It's like, it's really not about the time or anything like that. It's just that to the casual potential player, I should stop using the word casual. Just to the potential player, 100 is a big number. And I don't like that big number. So if you make it the same length of time but change 100 to 60, that's 40 less. Which is more manageable than 100. Even though the time investment and duration is identical, 60 is less than 100. And therefore, it's easier to get into. Right? In terms of what you expect from players, line go down makes line go up, is what you do it. FF did stat squishes, maybe not level cap squish. I wonder how much timing the skip stops bots in 14. Interesting. I can 1000% tell you skipping is how I'm playing in the future. I do not care about the post-Endwalker stuff, and it's like pulling teeth. And at this point, I'm done doing content I don't like to be able to do content I do want to do. I don't have the time or the patience to pay to play content I don't want to do. Yep. I think that is very fair. I am paying money, and the community... I mean, the awkwardness in FF14 is the community does look down on people who don't play the story as welcoming and fantastic, and FF14 is, of course, happy fairyland, and everyone's running around in meadows with no shoes on and fucking holding hands. We do know the FF14 community does not take too kindly to those who are disrespecting the work of Yoshi P. Deservedly so, yeah. Deservedly so. We do know that that is a reality. But you're right. Like, when I talked to Fingal, Fingal got to post MSQ ARR and gave up almost immediately. He's like, I have to play through all this story. It's massively tedious in areas, which it is. And I don't need experience for it. Like, this just fucking sucks. It massively, massively sucks. And if the story isn't clicking with you, and also there's the other perspective as well.
The story
these are from
click
seasoned
with me.
players, and I felt this, I've brought it up several times, is I wish I could kind of bank the MSQ for like 5 years. Because I know I'm never going to get that experience again of just this enormous, wonderful world unfolding continuously in front of my eyes. That's never going to happen to me again unless I quit the game. Which is a really weird thing. There's a big part of me that feels like quitting FF14 for like 5 years would give me an amazing experience. Like, the ultimate tantric orgasm would be to not play and just wait 5 years and then just let it explode like hitting a strike down a bowling alley. Boom! Awesome. So good. Edging yourself a little bit. The story is a huge portion of the game. You can see what I mean, right? Like, that experience I had. And there's another aspect of this, which is more of a business thing. This is what me and Chris, I would get your thoughts on this as well, because we were tossing around ideas. FF14 is, at least at the business side, take the personal feelings out of it. From a business side, is probably very much now aware of a couple of things. One, they are never, ever going to get the surge of popularity like they did during the downfall of Shadowlands ever again. That is never going to happen. Because even if in 7 or 8 years' time World of Warcraft fails again,
Again? What do you mean
it's
again?
very
It's failing
unlikely
now.
that they will gain more players than they did during that. Right? That's number one. That's never going to happen again. There simply is not another MMO on the market now or in the near future that is going to have that quantity of players who are looking for a new home at the same time. Like, FF14 went through a perfect storm, right? Not only were they hitting Shadowbringers, which is Chef's Kiss, but World of Warcraft collapsed at the same time. It was a beautiful storm of victory, right? An absolute beautiful storm is they had a surge of players who were looking for, and COVID, right? It was just the trifecta of amazing moments. So they're never going to get that again, because unlikely WoW's going to get up to those kind of numbers again, or have such a calamity that happens again. And even if they did, the players who were going to check out FF14, most of them have probably already done the story who enjoyed it. They've done the big bulk of the story.
Okay.
So it's very unlikely to ever happen again, right? Alternatively, there's another aspect to this. World of Warcraft is, as much as people like to shit on it, is rising in popularity again. And FF14 in Endwalker, as we discussed recently in our video, and it has been discussed all over the place, has not really done a good job of maintaining day-to-day players. It hasn't. And despite your personal feelings, FF14 hasn't done that, and at the same time, World of Warcraft is on the rise everywhere. Because it's...
Now, WoW streamer can only see things positively because positive WoW streamer is a positive WoW streamer. But I am a streamer as well, and I know reality. When I started WoW SOD, it was 8 weeks. The first 8 weeks, it was at like 365,000, something like that. Now it's at 110. And Mr. WoW Streamer is full-blown directly lying to the public as we speak, as we listen to him. No, it's down to a third of what it was. It's one of the reasons why it made it so easy for me to just walk away from WoW, pretty much. I mean, I didn't walk away from WoW, but I stopped caring about SOD when 200,000 people disappeared overnight. And so Mr. WoW Streamer here is eating his own copium because he's terrified of his own career ending. But I mean... that doesn't change the fact that, 210,000 people disappeared out of the WoW scene. You know what I'm saying? That's what happened. How am I full? Damn it. Well, if it continues to be a problem, I'll worry about it. Whatever.
It's releasing more content than ever before. It has now 3 or 4 different products going simultaneously that are all being very well received. Like, that's literally a thing that's happening, whether you like it or not. That is absolutely happening. They have Cataclysm Classic on the launch. A lot of people love that. Season of Discovery is going on. They've just released another hardcore Solar Self-Bound, and retail is still trucking along with a new expansion on the way as well. They have 2 new World of Warcraft expansions coming this year, and they have all these other things happening with multiple seasons happening and special events happening. And era. Like, they have so many different products that are going on, and the biggest complaint I can see from the WoW community at the moment is they feel their part of the game is not getting as much attention as this other part of the game. Season of Discovery is getting balance changes. Well, where's mine? And then retail's getting them next week. And then there's this coming. So, WoW, in day-to-day gameplay, is rising again.
Your skill has increased.
And the people who are in FF14 who are not getting that day-to-day fulfillment from their MMO are probably starting to leak back over to World of Warcraft. That's going to be happening. Or trying out
ridiculous
too, and
complete fantasy
creation or whatever, or Helldivers or whatever it is. It's like there's other games that's grabbing the attention of the day-to-day players and moving them back away from FF14. I imagine if I could see the numbers, that would probably be happening. Yeah, retail WoW. WoW has done a good thing right here. Retail WoW is quiet, and people aren't super excited for Season 4.
Retail's dead. What the fuck are you talking about?
They're playing Season...
Listening to this guy lie is starting to get to me. I'm not going to do it anymore. I'm terribly sorry. Go play WoW. He's got that those rose tinted glasses. I know the actual numbers. That shit's down. WoW is down. WoW is down below just chatting. Or I would be in WoW right now. I am a crowd hopping dude. I crowd hop across a bunch of games. I do all the time. I'm in just chatting right now because this got bigger fucking numbers than WoW. WoW is not on the uptick. Not at all.
Brighter Shore.
Thank you, Kira. I'd like to sub to your channel.
What up, friendos? So this was announced, Brighter Shores. It's an all-new adventure from award-winning MMO RPG designer Andrew Gower. It is an enchanting point-and-click style RPG with hundreds of hours of gameplay, set in a land of magic and mysteries with a huge number of professions to try and something new to find around every corner.
Wow.
This is basically RuneScape point whatever you're gonna call it. This is one of the original people that made RuneScape, and he's apparently spent 10 years making a new MMO. You can obviously see the influences of it, and it seems to be a run at replacing what he once made, which has turned into a bit of an abomination, obviously, because you've got RuneScape 3 that not very many people play. You know, still a populated game, but not hugely popular compared to what it should be with a RuneScape name. And then you've got old school RuneScape, which is a super old game, which is basically restrictive of new people getting into it because they look at it, they play it, they understand like the tick system and stuff, or at least they understand it exists, and then they get turned off by it and don't bother. Obviously it's a mad popular game because nostalgia, and for what it is, there's nothing else really like it. But obviously being one of the people that made RuneScape, he regrets, you know, selling his stake in the company and then it becoming what it is due to investor pressure. So instead of, you know, just lamenting or launching a Kickstarter like a bunch of other MMO veterans and godfathers of the genre did and then ripping people off, he instead went and created an MMO, didn't tell anyone, didn't promise the world.
Oh, wow.
And then 10 years later, this...
Okay, we got something new on our radar. Let's go look. Brighter Shores, huh? Something new on the radar. Cool. Brighter Shores. Let's go see. It's free. It's going to be free. Add to your wish list. Yep. Q3 2024. Not bad. Sweet.
So we're going to watch the trailer in a second. They're not asking for any money. They've not announced the game 5 years before it's done and hyped everyone up and released dev blog every month and basically made people bored of the game before it even releases. They're launching in Q3 2024, apparently. Hopefully that's true. And I will give any MMO that doesn't kickstart, doesn't sound like it's going to be a pay-to-win mess, doesn't promise the world, and isn't on the blockchain, I'll give them all the time of the day, every day, even if it's not something that immediately jumps out at me as like, this is the future. This looks like it's going to be the past, but updated to the future, and that's fine with me. So here we go, let's watch. Can I have full screen, Steam? Hello? Okay.
You want to join the Hope Port Town Guard? Then here's what you need to know. We're not just about fighting fire toads. We also investigate potential threats and help out the people we meet. All recruits will learn how to use magic, alchemy, and whatever this thing is.
So one of the cool things about RuneScape always, right, is just the depth and level of involvement with almost every aspect of the game. The quests are really in-depth and really cool. The story's cool. The crafting is a huge aspect of the game to the point where you don't have to play like a theme park does, where it sets you on the road and it says, you need to go from level 1 to level 120 and you've got to do quests and you've got to grind monsters. It just kind of starts you out in the world and says, do what you enjoy doing, and as you do that thing you enjoy, you get better at it, and then there's more stuff to do relating to that thing, and that's why I think games like this are just better, because it's evergreen content that doesn't require
They changed the submachine gun now.
team
It's
to be
weird.
constantly pumping out story updates or whatever. It's just something you can do, and then when you're done with it, you can just go take a break, and then you come back and there's all this other stuff you didn't do, all the stuff
Your
you were
inventory
planning
is
to do.
full.
I think this has always been the better model, at least especially for a smaller company. There's places for other games like World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy XIV that do the narrative-driven, you know, patch cycle type of game. But for me, I've always appreciated stuff like RuneScape, specifically for this.
I guess I'll go back.
cool
I don't
sandbox
want to,
aspect.
but I'll have to.
In terms of graphics and stuff, you know, it looks fine. I'm personally not a person that cares about graphics at all, but I do understand a lot of people do. If you're going to get turned off by this style, I understand to an extent, but it just seems serviceable for what kind of game you're going to be playing.
You will also be trained in essential survival skills, like fishing, blacksmithing, and assembling dinosaurs.
Cool.
So, set sail for brighter shores today.
Fen research. So it looks like you're either on small, really
Your
small
inventory
maps,
is full.
a la Albion Online style, or there's some kind of like fog of war system, maybe with line of sight. Clearly it's based on tiles, you know, like blocks of movement, just like RuneScape is. So a lot of similarities straight away. I do think it's interesting and would like to know what the situation is with are the maps smaller? Is it, you know, a fog of war style thing, which could be cool, especially if they do have some kind of like wilderness thing in there with open world PvP. If it's only
Your inventory is
PvE,
full.
I'm not exactly sure I understand why you'd want to do that. Maybe it's a limitation of tech, who knows? It basically does look almost exactly like what you'd expect from RuneScape, right? Just with a lick of paint and probably different monetization, and more focus on, you know, enjoyable gameplay rather than making money. So yeah, I'm all for this so far.
Your inventory is full.
Yeah, it's weird how the map looks. An ongoing story. Yeah, I think it must be Fog of War, or a very, you know, point A to point B map without a lot of veering off course. Maybe, I don't know. It's weird to look at, because obviously you can just see in every screen there's just a bunch of like unused space and like very narrow play areas, so it doesn't seem very, you know, big and open, which is interesting. The towns do a little bit more. Yeah. Maybe I think it's Fog of War. Yeah, I think it's Fog of War as opposed to smaller maps. At least that's what it seems like. Now, are we really going to glean anything from reading this? Huge number of professions, such as fisher, forager, chef, woodcutter, miner, alchemist, stonemason, merchant, blacksmith, and many more. Cool. Exactly what I like. So they discuss monetization here. My favorite. Premium Pass. There are hours and hours of content you can play for free. However, if you want more stories, professions, and places to explore, you can buy a Premium Pass. Premium Pass gives you many benefits, including access to all related episodes. So for free, you get Hopeport and Hope Forest. With the Premium Pass, you get Mine of Mantaban, Chronopolis, unique character name. Wait, what? Unique character name is one without a suffix. You cannot use a unique name someone already has taken. Okay, interesting. So you don't get a unique name if you're free to play. Exclusive armor dice, change your name, and player-to-player trading. So obviously, there's always going to be an ongoing conversation of like, what is pay-to-win? I think if you treat an MMO that has a premium pass where they lock a bunch of the content behind it as just a subscription game, and the free is an unlimited trial that you can just play as much as you want, but there's certain things you can't do, I think that's the best way to look at it. And I'm fine with this because I grew up in the era of MMOs with subscriptions, so I understand that's part of the reason to make an MMO is the perpetual revenue. And also, if you're going to make a game that doesn't have pay to win in it, you need people to give you money for stuff. So this makes sense. The only contentious point, I guess, is restricting player-to-player trading behind the premium pass. But almost no game is figured out. I mean, they have figured it out, but they're not willing to spend the money. How specifically to stop people ruining the game economy with real money trading and the grey marketplace, basically. This doesn't solve that, but it does make it a little bit more difficult and makes it so that if they do ban somebody, they've at least earned money from it as a company, and the person doing it has to think twice about whether or not it's worthwhile to piss money away, basically,
I couldn't see him because of the blood
sell
on my
things and
screen.
then get an account banned that they spent money on. So it's twofold, really. Obviously, people are going to be upset that they can't trade as a free-to-play player, but obviously the world works like this. Sometimes you have to pay money for things, and if you don't, a lot of the time you don't get to do the thing. But in this case, you do, just a little bit less than other people. So yeah, that's fine for me. I've seen some people moaning about it though, but you know, it's 2024. People are going to moan about literally everything. If you give somebody a game with 100 hours of content like Pal World for $30, people will still complain that there wasn't more content in the game. It's just what people like. It is what it is. You can't really please everybody. So would I have said, you know, a week ago, whatever, before I knew this existed, what's the most excited I'm gonna be for an MMO? Is it gonna be you know, RuneScape remake? No, of course I wouldn't. But at this stage, with how few and far between MMO launches are, as well as people making them that don't have tenure, people making them that just want money, people making them and asking for your money up front, people saying that they're making them and then 5 years later you still don't have a playable game. Obviously this is like not a Korean cash shop pay to win fucking mess. This is not a Kickstarter game, it's not a crowdfunded game. This is real, and we also don't have to wait massively long for it, so that means hopefully there's going to be no burnout on, you know, just the fucking overloaded of information that everyone has to feed you nowadays because they need the engagement and to grow their YouTube channel. I'm not talking about creators, by the way, I'm talking about the company, and also to get their name all over social media because they're probably fucking crowdfunding, and they feel responsible when they have crowdfunded to give you, like, today our senior content writer had stomachache, and one of our animators made our characters walk 3% better, and one of our artists made a shoe. Like, that's basically what you get from a lot of these MMO nowadays for like 5 years. So I'm good with this. Hopefully it's a good game, hopefully it's cool. It does look like it, and you know, we'll see. But thanks for watching as always. Check the links in the video description, or don't, it's okay, and I'll see you next time. Peace.
Enough to slow the genre down. Ultima 1 soon surpassed the sales of the already successful Akalabeth, while Wizardry, proving grounds of the Mad Overlord, was more successful still, selling 200,000 copies in its first 3 years, a massive feat in such a small market. And this was only the beginning. The 80s would be a time of rapid growth and experimentation. This was a time when development teams were small and PC gaming was still learning how to be commercial, meaning RPG developers enjoyed a lot of creative freedom as they got to leave their mark on a genre where the rules were still very much being written. And not just by Wizardry and Ultima. Other RPGs like 1982's Telengard from Daniel Lawrence were instead expanded versions of early mainframe RPGs. In this case, D&D uppercase, and this is the same D&D uppercase as earlier this time. Telengard is a top-down dungeon crawler with procedurally generated dungeons, yet its gameplay would take place in real time, giving it a rudimentary hack-and-slash style combat. 1982 would also see Jeff McCord's Sword of Fargale, which also focused on top-down procedurally generated dungeon crawling, this time with a basic fog of war and auto-mapping system similar to Rogue. And Dungeons of Daggerath, which provided the first attempt at a real-time first-person dungeon crawler. Still, while the number of successful commercial RPGs was increasing, it would continue to be Ultima and Wizardry that left the clearest mark on the genre, and it didn't take long for both games to receive sequels. Ultima 2: The Revenge of the Enchantress released 1 year after its predecessor and featured enhanced graphics and the new ability to talk to NPCs. Those NPCs didn't always have much to say, but they did provide the player with various hints and show a clear attempt to both make the game world feel more lived in and to craft an experience that was about more than just dungeons. Ultima 2 would also introduce a greater emphasis on time travel, with portals now randomly appearing on the overworld that could take players to different versions of that world, and that world was now a fantasy version of Earth, with different time periods spanning from the mythological era and millions of years BC to present-day AD, as well as a futuristic post-apocalypse. Oh, and space travel also returned, and players could now travel to different planets in the solar system. Some people criticized Ultima 2 for being buggy and possibly rushed, but one thing that couldn't be criticized about it was a lack of ambition, as it offered a surprisingly creative adventure for a genre that was otherwise still firmly in the hands of D&D. Ultima 3 Exodus would be even more impactful. Releasing in 1983, and this time published by Garriott's own company, Origin Systems, Ultima's third entry brought multiple new additions. The first was that players now controlled a party of 4 characters, rather than just one, a change Garriott admitted was directly inspired by wizardry. To go alongside this, it also overhauled combat, which now took place in a separate top-down combat screen that was triggered via random encounters. This made combat much more tactical than before, with players now needing to focus on multiple combatants and manage aspects like positioning. Ultima 3 also made key changes to dungeons, which now featured fixed designs rather than being randomly generated, and used solid 3D color graphics instead of the earlier wireframe approach. Finally, the story no longer incorporated sci-fi elements, and was no longer set on an alternative Earth. But it did place an ever greater focus on talking to and acquiring information from various NPCs, as the player must seek the help of a mysterious Time Lord to stop the evil being known as Exodus. Ultima 3 was an instant critical and commercial success, and would go on to become one of the most influential RPGs of its era. Meanwhile, while Ultima was trying to innovate, Wizardry instead sought to refine. Wizardry 2, The Knight of Diamonds, would also release in 1982, 1 year after its predecessor, and it looked a lot like that predecessor due to being made on the exact same engine. The story was once more basic and
Thank you,
revolved
Never
around
Knows Best, for
acquiring
the
another
extra content
magical
on stream.
artifact,
I'd like to sub to your
and
channel.
the dungeons were once more brutal, and again seemed to want nothing more than to lead players to their doom. But Wizardry 2 did include one important new feature, which was the ability to import your party of characters from the previous game to continue their story and advancement. Wizardry 3, Legacy of Ligamen, released 1 year after Wizardry 2, and again offered more of the same, although this time, while characters could still be imported, the party you played as were actually the descendants of the previous characters and were reset back to level 1. So Wizardry wasn't making many bold new strides, but it did do enough to maintain its popularity. 1984 would be a quiet year for the RPG genre, perhaps as a knock-on effect of the mostly console-focused but still very impactful great video game crash of 1983. But things wouldn't stay quiet for long, as 1985 would see several major releases, kicking off what is often referred to as the golden age for computer RPGs, and once more, a familiar name would be at the forefront. Ultima 4 Quest of the Avatar released in late 1985, and brought the most significant change to the series yet. Where previous Ultima games, and pretty much the entirety of computer RPGs, were all about dungeon crawling, Ultima 4 instead feels like it's first and foremost about story. And where previous game stories were about defeating monsters and other evil entities, Ultima 4's was instead about being a virtuous person. In fact, Ultima 4 is one of few RPGs that didn't have any kind of big baddie or ultimate evil for players to defeat. Instead, the story focused on understanding and acquiring the 8 virtues. These were then raised or lowered by the player's in-game actions, where things like giving money to the poor might improve one's sacrifice, while fleeing from a battle lowered your valor. Also, instead of rolling for your character's stats and selecting a class at the start of the game, Ultima 4 instead had players answer a series of moral dilemmas, which were then used to assign players their starting class and stats. This genuinely groundbreaking focus on morality and reactivity was the result of feedback from earlier games in the series, where some unhappy parents had complained that these games were rewarding players for immoral actions, like theft and murder. This was also the time of the Dungeons & Dragons satanic panic, and so Garriott decided that he would respond to these critics by proving that a video game could be a force for good and teach important ethical lessons. Yet, Garriott didn't want to do this at the cost of the story, and so the story came to be about this quest for virtue, where the player's character was meant to be a direct representation of themselves, who was transported from our world to the game's world in the opening cutscene, and where there was an ever greater emphasis placed on talking to NPCs, as well as defined companion characters who each embodied one of the virtues. The result was a game that puts the morality system of many later RPGs to shame. In Ultima 4, being virtuous was much more than a simple choice between being good or evil, and the game went as far as to create puzzles and dilemmas to test players' morality, such as asking them to murder a group of children who are later revealed to be monsters in disguise. Ultima 4 was hugely successful and remains an important step for the genre, but the second half of the 80s was when RPGs started to be about much more than just wizardry and Ultima. 1985 also brought the release of The Bard's Tale: Tales of the Unknown by developer Interplay and then esteemed PC publisher Electronic Arts. The Bard's Tale took inspiration from wizardry and Dungeons & Dragons to create what might seem to be just another first-person party-based dungeon crawler. The story is also quite basic, with a fairly routine premise of defeating an evil wizard to save the town of Skara Brae. Still, The Bard's Tale offered impressive graphics, with plentiful use of colour, alongside an easy-to-use interface and strong sound design to create a much more well-realised world than other dungeon crawlers of the time, and its more light-hearted and jovial tone also helped it stand out amidst its darker, no-fun-allowed peers. It was also massively successful, selling over 400,000 copies by the end of the 80s, making it one of the few RPGs to match Ultima and Wizardry in terms of sales. The Bard's Tale would receive sequels in 1986 and 88, which offered similar yet greatly expanded experiences and established The Bard's Tale as another major RPG series to be reckoned with. And The Bard's Tale wasn't alone. 1986 would see the debut of New World Computing's Might and Magic series, with Book 1, The Secret of the Inner Sanctum. Coded almost single-handedly by John Van Caneghem over several years, Might and Magic was another first-person party-based dungeon crawler, except Might and Magic stood out by making the dungeon the entire world, and by making that world massive in scale. With a large range of diverse locations, Might and Magic's forests, deserts, and mountains made exploration more exciting by moving the dungeon crawler formula away from the now routine dungeons.
You've been
It
examined.
was also less punishing than many dungeon crawlers that came before it, making it a more accessible RPG than most others. And so, while Might and Magic 1 didn't see quite as strong sales as The Bard's Tale, it still sold over 100,000 copies by the decade's end, and it would soon be followed by many sequels. Most RPGs of this era were turn-based, and this preference made a lot of sense, as early PCs struggled with the speed and memory requirements needed to create real-time persistent worlds. As the decade progressed, however, newer PCs meant that these technical limitations started to be less severe, which would soon give rise to a new type of real-time dungeon crawler, like FTL Games' Dungeon Master. Released in late 1987, Dungeon Master's pseudo-3D graphics and real-time combat blew many people away, and ensured strong sales and many accolades. Movement inside the dungeon was still grid-based, but enemies would now roam the game world independently, and after combat is initiated, players would decide all 4 party members' actions in real time, ensuring quick decision-making was essential. This is what Dungeon Master is best known for, but this was far from the only way it influenced the genre. It also used a distinctly not very Dungeons & Dragons style advancement system, where instead of experience points and level ups, skills were instead improved directly by using them. And it featured objects that could be directly manipulated in first person, and it was the first game to use a paper doll type interface, the same iconic interface used in so many future RPG character screens. Dungeon Master would receive multiple sequels, although none made as much impact as the first game, but it's still easy to see Dungeon Master's impressive legacy in many of the future titles it helped inspire. The success of a certain Japanese console game would also help inspire a new breed of action RPGs, with one of the best examples being 1988's Times of Lore from Origin Systems. Featuring a top-down perspective similar to The Legend of Zelda, alongside more mechanical-based action combat and only very limited RPG systems, Times of Lore is a good example of how early some RPGs started to move away from their roots, and how certain games were starting to be inspired more by other games than any tabletop RPG. And this move away from the dominance of Dungeons & Dragons wasn't just seen in gameplay. Other RPGs set themselves apart through new settings, like in Interplay's 1988 post-apocalyptic role-playing game, Wasteland. While not necessarily the first post-apocalyptic CRPG, Wasteland was certainly one of the most influential, and its bleak depiction of a futuristic America brought to ruin by a Third World War and ensuing nuclear holocaust is both memorable and distinctive. Wasteland featured a large open world, similar to that seen in the Ultimate games, with menu-based combat and encounters, and a party of up to 7 characters. Still, it was the strong writing and rich details of its non-medieval fantasy setting that ensured Wasteland would be remembered as an RPG classic for many years to come. Several sci-fi and space-inspired RPGs were also making strides, the most impressive being 1986's Starflight from Binary Systems. Starflight featured space exploration, trading, combat, planetary landing, and more, all set in an impressive procedurally generated galaxy that featured 800 different planets for players to travel between. Still, it was the combination of RPG systems with a space sim setting that truly made Starflight excel, allowing players to build a party of 6 characters with highly impactful skills while creating a strong sense of progression contained inside an impressive and immersive simulation of a believable galaxy. Starflight would receive a sequel in 1989 and would inspire many more games in the future. Finally, the late 80s is also when we can first see other non-RPG genres starting to incorporate obvious RPG elements to create new, more hybrid takes on the genre, as was the case with 1989's Quest for Glory, So You Want to Be a Hero. Created by Sierra Online, the same company behind a whole slew of landmark graphical adventure games, Quest for Glory combined Sierra's much-loved puzzle-solving adventure gameplay with standard RPG elements like classes, character stats, and combat. This might make Quest for Glory sound like it should be shallower than other pure RPGs, but despite the relative simplicity of these systems, it still featured several immersive elements not usually seen in the genre, like the passage of time, complete with a day-night cycle, as well as the need to eat food and sleep to prevent your character from becoming tired. Quest for Glory also placed a heavy emphasis on story, often satirizing many genre tropes in the process, and its new formula was a clear success, selling 130,000 copies within its first year and receiving 4 more sequels. And so, as RPGs incorporated things like real-time combat, inspiration from console games, a greater range of settings, and new hybrid approaches to game design, the genre finally moved away from its Dungeons & Dragons roots to become its own thing, something distinctive and diverse that existed completely independently from the tabletop game that had once created it. Or at least, that might have happened, in an alternative universe where Dungeons & Dragons publisher TSR decided to stay away from gaming. That is not our universe though, as despite all the ways the computer role-playing genre grew, flourished and evolved during its golden age, the biggest success story of this era would once again be tied to the game which started it all. Strategic Simulation Inc., or SSI, was founded in 1979 and initially established itself through creating a number of wargame adaptations. In 1984, they would branch out into the RPG genre with the heavily Ultima-inspired Questron, which would be followed by even more successful and impressive titles like Fantasy in 1985 and Wizard's Crown in 1986. These games cemented SSI's reputation as a talented CRPG developer. But unlike many other RPG developers of this time, SSI was also a fairly big company who were publishing multiple games a year, with many going on to be successful. And so, when TSR decided who should be bestowed the much coveted license to make official advanced Dungeons & Dragons video games, SSI were perhaps the most logical choice. After all, no developer had as much experience adapting existing rule sets as them, and while there were other developers who could make one big new RPG a year, SSI was someone who could make multiple, which is exactly what they did. Pool of Radiance released in 1988, and it would be the first of 14 gold box RPGs, all built on the same engine, that released over the next 5 years. The term gold box derives from the colour of the boxes these games were sold in, but it also came to be a marker of prestige, both for these games, which were official D&D products amidst the sea of imitations, and for the quality of the RPGs found within, which became some of the most beloved and successful of the era. And this multi-series series hit the ground running from its very first entry. There are 3 things Pool of Radiance excels at, and the first has already been mentioned. By being an official D&D RPG, Pool of Radiance was able to adapt the already tried and tested AD&D rule set, which many players would already have familiarity with, as well as pull from the rich and highly detailed Forgotten Realms setting, which promised a vast, believable world that extended far beyond what was seen in this one game. The second strong point of this game was its turn-based tactical combat, which took place on a separate top-down battle screen and expanded upon what was seen in SSI's earlier Wizard's Crown. These battles gave players plenty of options and provided some of the most strategic and deep encounters seen in the genre up until this point, even if the slow, miss-heavy D&D gameplay and large number of possible combatants could also make them quite time-consuming. Pool of Radiance's final strength was in its world design, which was once more depicted with 3D graphics and explored in first person, and yet was more logically consistent in its construction, and offered a sense of clear narrative progression as players worked to reclaim and rebuild the fallen city of Flan. And so, for RPG fans, Pool of Radiance was the real deal and offered a complete package, and its sales reflect this, with over 260,000 copies sold in North America alone. Sequels soon followed, some of which would be developed by different studios, and some of which would spawn different series, but the net result would be a raising of the bar for the CRPG genre. RPGs began in the 80s as unproven and incomplete attempts to use the hot new technology of computers to replicate the hot new experience of tabletop role-playing, and this was carried out by ambitious students, teenagers, and hobbyists. By the decade's end, however, RPGs were one of the most popular genres in gaming, and they represented big business. Along the way, the genre moved away from its D&D roots in new and exciting ways, only to return to those same roots to find ever greater success. And the decade would end with this so-called golden age still going strong. And yet, despite all the many accomplishments outlined in this section already, this still isn't the full story, because across the Pacific, RPGs were forging their own path, and it was one that would end up taking them in a rather different direction. It's easy to take the global nature of modern gaming for granted, but things weren't always so interconnected, and in the 80s, the barriers presented by different geographic regions and languages were significant. It wasn't until the Nintendo Entertainment System that this started to change, and this would also be the system that established JRPGs as a distinct and impressive force to be reckoned with. And yet, some Japanese RPGs were being made before Nintendo's Famicom even released, on the distant frontier of the early Japanese home computer. Just like with their Western counterparts, pinpointing the first Japanese RPG is no easy feat, and detailed information on the earliest of these games can be hard to find in general. Despite this, the influence of both Ultima and Wizardry can still be seen quite clearly. Like in Koei's 1983 game Dungeon, which featured an overworld and dungeon design reminiscent of Ultima 1, alongside some rather D&D inspired monster designs. Or 1984's The Black Onyx, a wizardry inspired game created by Dutch-American Henk Rogers after he moved to Japan, that went on to sell over 150,000 copies, making it the first RPG in Japan to find major commercial success. 1984 would also see a trio of influential action RPGs: Namco's The Tower of Druaga, Nihon Falcom's Dragon Slayer, and TNE Soft's Alldayerrydaybaby. The Tower of Druaga was originally an arcade game, and this is reflected in its design, but developer Masanobu Edo's inspiration still came from buying a copy of Dungeons & Dragons on a business trip to America. It's worth noting that just like with Wizardry and Ultima, Dungeons & Dragons wouldn't officially release in Japan until several years later, and yet, just like with Wizardry and Ultima, it was still influencing Japanese developers, and those developers would in turn go on to influence others, which is the case for both Dragon Slayer and Alldayerrydaybaby, as they drew clear inspiration from Towers of Druaga. Still, the real breakthrough for Japanese RPGs would follow the release of Nintendo's immensely successful Famicom. It was on the NES that Shigeru Miyamoto would create The Legend of Zelda in 1986, by building on the action RPG formula of Alldayerrydaybaby and Dragon Slayer, while apparently also being influenced by the open world of Ultima. The Legend of Zelda would lack most of the statistical gameplay elements usually necessary to qualify a game as an RPG, but its sequel, The Adventure of Link, wouldn't, and included an XP and leveling system, showing that despite the different direction that the Zelda series would go on to take, role-playing games were still a clear part of its origin. This origin might also explain why you spend so much time in these games inside various dungeons. And yet, as important as The Legend of Zelda was, it would be another game released in that year that would go on to define JRPGs. Yuji Horii first discovered wizardry on a trip to America in 1983, which led to his decision to make a game that combined elements of wizardry and Ultima to create an RPG experience that could be enjoyed by Japanese audiences. And so Horii and his team at Enix took the overworld and towns of Ultima and the menu-based combat of wizardry to make something new. To ensure the game would appeal to Japanese gamers, the team then looked to popular manga serial Shonen Jump for inspiration in visual style, which led them to working with Dragon Ball creator Akira Toriyama. And the result was Dragon Quest, a game which sold millions of copies and inspired countless games of the future. Dragon Quest's success had much to do with its accessibility. By comparison, Western RPGs were dense and unforgiving, with games sometimes even assuming a certain amount of familiarity with the tabletop RPGs that inspired them. Meanwhile, Dragon Quest had wider appeal and was better suited to newcomers to the RPG genre, of which there were plenty of amidst Japanese and console audiences. In 1987, Dragon Quest would be followed by several other long-running JRPG series, including Digital Devil Story, Megami Tensei, Phantasy Star, and Final Fantasy. These games would build on what was started by Dragon Quest, while often drawing further inspiration from both Wizardry and Ultima, which by this point were receiving Japanese releases of their own on the NES. Still, while Western RPGs would continue to be inspired by Dungeons & Dragons and other tabletop RPGs for many years to come, this wasn't the case in Japan, as D&D would never achieve the same level of popularity, and Japanese RPG developers instead seemed to look to other popular JRPGs as their primary source of inspiration. This explains why JRPGs initially seemed a bit more experimental in their settings and visual styles, with Dragon Quest drawing from manga, Megami Tensei featuring urban and school settings, the Mother series being an idiosyncratic take on modern-day America, and Super Mario RPG being Mario in an RPG. As JRPGs evolved further, they had little reason to stick to the ideas and principles seen in tabletop RPGs,
Your skill
which
has
is perhaps
increased.
best illustrated by Final Fantasy. From the series' inception, Hironobu Sakaguchi was driven by his desire to tell stories, and so when a new console generation allowed for more memory, and therefore more text,
Your skill has
Final
increased.
Fantasy's fourth entry removed any form of character creation for the first time, and instead forced all players to take the role of Cecil, a dark knight turned paladin with a defined personality and pre-written story. This is a clear step away from a key part of tabletop RPGs, and yet, this change was widely celebrated and became one of the most praised parts of this game. Final Fantasy VI and VII would then take this focus on story even further, with an increased emphasis on cinematic storytelling, sometimes at the cost of gameplay, and again this would be met with critical and commercial success. And as Final Fantasy came to be more and more about story, it also became more and more linear, with it eventually removing the overworld completely until Final Fantasy XIII was almost a literal straight line, and not everyone was happy about that. But Final Fantasy was free to develop in this direction because it was never trying to stay true to Dungeons & Dragons, and it was this freedom that shaped the series, for better or worse. This same freedom applied to the entire JRPG genre, leading to more action RPGs and more anime visuals, and less dialogue or narrative choices, and an entirely different set of tropes and characteristics that would give the genre its own identity, completely distinct from Western RPGs. And why shouldn't JRPGs have evolved to be different? To be similar would mean trying to beat Western RPGs at their own game, but it was through being different that Dragon Quest was able to sell millions of copies, a feat no Western RPG achieved until the late 90s, by which point JRPGs were breaking even more records. Still, the full story of Japanese RPGs will have to wait for another day, and that might be a long wait because it's not currently a video I plan to make. But I still think it's important to understand where JRPGs came from, how they share important DNA with Western RPGs, and yet why they ultimately ended up so different. Oh, and also, Japan loves wizardry. Like, Japan really loves wizardry, and would keep the series and entire subgenre alive long after both died in the West. But as romantic as that story might be, it's still a story for another day, because we have a long way to go, and the 90s are finally cooling. The 90s would begin with RPGs in full swing, but as the decade continued, it would come to be a time of problems, failures, and finally reinvention. Yes, troubled water was on the horizon, but that didn't stop this decade from producing many of the most beloved RPGs of all time, and in the early years at least, most popular series were still going strong. Ultima received a 5th entry in 1988, which continued directly on from the 4th game, even allowing players to import their character, and yet took the narrative in a drastically different direction. In Ultima 4, players worked hard to embody the 8 virtues, and yet in Ultima 5, players returned to see those same virtues have been twisted into a totalitarian set of rules being used to oppress the populace, with the player joining the resistance to overthrow them. This made for a clever twist on what was seen in the last game, and continued Ultima's bold march into more philosophical and ethical narrative themes. In other ways, Ultima 5 was a similar, if greatly expanded version of the last game. However, 1990's Ultima 6: The False Prophet completely overhauled the engine, updating the graphics while introducing a brand new physics simulation that expanded the interactivity of the world and even allowed features like modeled movable items. The world was also more open in design, with an even greater emphasis on exploration. Ultima 6 would also continue the series' increased focus on story, while asking all new moral questions of the player, this time centered on racism and xenophobia, which drastically recontextualized elements of the previous games. Complicated stories and explorations of morality is standard stuff for RPGs today, but that wasn't always the case, and Ultima 4 through 6 marked a massive step for the genre into territory rarely seen in any video game at this time. And yet, Ultima 7: The Black Gate, which released in 1992, went even further still, improving the graphics once again, increasing the interactivity of the world once again, redesigning the interface to be much more immersive and unobtrusive, and being the first mainline game to change the gameplay into real time. This, in many ways, reduced the tactical complexity to combat, and other changes had their drawbacks too. But the net result of these changes was one of the most immersive, open, detailed, and genuinely sandbox worlds ever seen in a game.
Nice.
And Ultima 7 did all this without making sacrifices to the story, which was once again deep, complex, and featured much more fleshed out side characters. In fact, Ultima 7 was such a big step that its developers made a part 2, 1 year later, in order to reuse the same engine and give players even more high-quality role-playing to sink their teeth into. Meanwhile, where Ultima was climbing higher and higher, its venerable rival Wizardry was also finally getting back on track after stumbling in the latter half of the 80s. Wizardry's 4th entry released in 1987, 4 years after the 3rd game, and it still used the same, now obviously dated engine, while making large changes to gameplay most fans saw as negative. To Wizardry 4's credit, it was at least original, as it placed players into the role of the evil wizard Verdner, who was the villain of the first game, with a party system now focused around summoning other monsters that players couldn't control directly. Unfortunately, while this was creative, it wasn't all that popular, and the even more brutal than usual difficulty turned many people away. Surtech would follow this with Wizardry 5 in 1988, which was a more conventional entry, but which still failed to move the series significantly forward in a time when new rivals like Bard's Tale and Might and Magic seemed to be beating Wizardry at its own game. But in 1990, Wizardry was ready to fight back with its 6th entry, Bane of the Cosmic Forge. Wizardry 6 would finally use a new engine, with new graphics to kick off a new trilogy, and while much of its tried and tested dungeon crawling formula remained, Wizardry 6 seemed intent to do everything better, and if it couldn't succeed at that, it would at least make sure everything was bigger. More races, more classes, more skills, more enemies, more puzzles, more story for the first time really, and a much larger world all ensured Wizardry 6 would be seen as a worthy successor, and 2 years later it would receive a sequel of its own. Wizardry 7, Crusaders of the Dark Savant, took the bigger and better philosophy even further still, to create a game of somewhat ludicrous size and complexity that featured numerous side quests, multiple factions complete with an innovative diplomacy system, and a surprisingly detailed story that now focused on Wizardry's new hybrid fantasy science fiction setting. So basically, the Dungeon Crawler King was back, and it had arguably evolved into more than just a dungeon crawler at this point. And as for Wizardry's other rivals, The Bard's Tale would not see any new major releases, but it did receive a construction set in 1991 that let players create their own dungeon crawler with its engine, and even allowed creators to share and distribute their creations freely to make other commercial games. Developer Interplay would continue releasing promising new RPGs, however, like the 1990 and 1992 Lord of the Rings adaptations. New World Computing's Might and Magic series, on the other hand, would receive 4 new entries between 1991 and 1994, which would improve the graphics, update the interface, and introduce key features like mouse support and auto-mapping to ensure Wizardry still had fierce competition. As for Gold Box developer SSI, they would continue to release D&D adaptations, including publishing 1991's Neverwinter Nights, an online multiplayer RPG that was one of the most important forerunners of the MMO genre, Eye of the Beholder from developer Westwood Studios, also in 1991, which was a hugely popular real-time dungeon crawler that refined many of the elements seen in the earlier Dungeon Master and received multiple sequels, Forgotten Realms Unlimited Adventures, a Gold Box engine-focused creation kit that released in 1993, and several other adaptations that would move away from the high fantasy of the Forgotten Realms into other, less explored D&D settings. The most impressive of these was Dark Sun Shattered Lands and its sequel, Wake of the Ravager, which were developed by SSI, took place in the brutal post-apocalyptic desert world setting of Dark Sun, and released in 1993 and 1994. The Dark Sun games moved away from the now dated Goldbox engine to a more seamless top-down perspective with turn-based combat, and Dark Sun is notable not just for its intriguing and underused setting, but also for being a decisive step away from the dungeon crawling of the Goldbox era. Instead, these games placed a greater emphasis on role-playing, and are some of the first RPGs outside of Ultima to feature regular dialogue options that truly allow players to act out the role of their character. Other exciting developments were also happening elsewhere, as in 1992, a landmark title would release that influenced far more than just RPGs. And as if the series didn't already have enough accomplishments, it would once more come from Ultima. While not the first spin-off from the series, Blue Sky Productions' Ultima Underworld: The Stygian Abyss was arguably the most important, and this is a series that also contains one of the most influential MMOs ever made. At first glance, Ultima Underworld might look like just another first-person dungeon crawler, following on from the success of Dungeon Master 5 years earlier. But as soon as you look a little closer, it becomes obvious this game is something more. In fact, Ultima Underworld's achievements are so numerous, it's hard to fit them all in. The biggest was that it was the first game to offer full 360-degree movement in a 3D environment. Earlier games similar to this were grid-based, and even later games like Wolfenstein 3D and Doom still didn't allow players to look up and down. It also featured immersive real-time combat where attacks were determined by specific mouse inputs. It was one of the first games to combine a first-person perspective with such a highly interactive and detailed environment. You can swim in flowing water, which is more impressive than it sounds, and it championed the idea of emergent gameplay and non-linear solutions to problems, whether those be puzzles, quests, or just exploration. As a result of these features, its developer referred to the game as the first ever dungeon simulation, a term that reflected how much more impressive Ultima Underworld's dungeon was to other dungeon crawlers, and how much emphasis was placed on immersion. Still, a more commonly used term today for such a game would be an immersive sim, of which Ultima Underworld is widely recognized as the first. And just like its achievements, the games that would take inspiration from Ultima Underworld are also numerous. Its developer would later be renamed to Looking Glass Studio, where they would create other immersive sims including System Shock and Thief. It was also a direct influence on the creation of id Software's seminal shooters, Wolfenstein 3D and Doom. It would influence many later immersive sims like Deus Ex and Bioshock, and it would soon influence many future RPGs, including a direct sequel 1 year later, as well as a new series by a developer called Bethesda. The Elder Scrolls Arena released in 1994 and combined the first-person dungeon exploration of Ultima Underworld with much of the city design and general quest and guild structure of the somewhat lesser-known RPG Legends of Valor. The result was a game which took Ultima Underworld's immersive dungeon design outside of just dungeons, with added features like a day-night cycle that NPCs reacted to, as well as dynamic weather. Arena was also massive, thanks to the use of procedural generation, which was used to populate its world with a large number of towns and dungeons to create a vast and realistic sense of scale rarely seen in gaming. Bethesda would follow Arena with the Elder Scrolls II Daggerfall in 1996, which expanded on many of the ideas seen in the first game to great effect. Daggerfall also relied on procedural generation to create an almost incomprehensibly large game world, but it would also emphasize the sandbox nature of this world as your playground approach, which is perhaps best exemplified by the manual telling players to follow your own spirit and tell your own story in your own way, as well as encouraging players to avoid loading saves and instead try playing out your mistakes to see what might happen, such as being sent and escaping from jail or contracting lycanthropy. This focus on player freedom made Daggerfall stand out in a genre that had only recently popularized side quests and was still heavily focused around a single main questline structure, where the player always has a clear overarching and defined objective. And while much of Daggerfall still plays out as a dungeon crawler, with a fast travel system used to get around and a wilderness that was largely empty and lifeless, making it devoid of reason to explore, it's still a massive step for open world game design, with a massive world that has almost never been matched in sheer size. Over the early 90s, immersion was probably the aspect of RPGs that saw biggest improvements, thanks to innovations in design and improvements in technology. But storytelling would also flourish, as the once so restrictive memory limitations had become a thing of the past, while more detailed graphics and new features like voice acting offered enhanced presentation. For example, Westwood's 1993 Eye of the Beholder follow-up, Lands of Lore: The Throne of Chaos, featured detailed pixel art with impressive cutscenes and even celebrity voice acting, like that guy that dies at the start of Oblivion.
The time has come, and I have no choice. I must destroy her now.
Who apparently was also in some Star Trek thing.
Aww.
One of the best stories of the era came from Betrayal at Krondor, which was developed by Dynamics and released in 1993.
I love that game. Yeah.
Betrayal at Krondor was based on
That's
Raymond
right around
G.
when I
Feist's
started to have
Rift
that
War
be
series
in
of
the era.
fantasy books, with the author assisting with its
Oh, I
development,
love Magician
and
Apprentice.
the game
Yep.
itself being full of rich characters and evocative prose. Krondor featured turn-based combat and open-world exploration, as well as many of the RPG systems players might expect. But there's a sense that these features always exist to serve the narrative in this game, rather than the other way around, and that narrative is long, detailed, and full of unexpected twists and turns, even if the title does rather give away one of the main ones. Other developers were releasing promising new series in these years too. Minecraft would release a popular series of 4 largely Ultima-inspired games known as the Magic Candle. German studio Phalion Software would release Amber Star and Amber Moon. Another German developer, Attic Entertainment, would release the Realms of Arcania games, based on the Dark Eye tabletop RPG. French studio Silmarils started the Ishar series, and so on. And so, at the start of the decade, the RPG genre seemed to be flourishing like never before. Old series were continuing strong, even the ones that had previously stumbled. Many new developers were making a name for themselves, promising even more popular RPG series in the future, and game design was evolving continuously, giving players even more choice in gameplay, settings, and structures. And yet, in the space of just a few years, all this would change. The 3 biggest names in the industry would produce massive flops. All of the most respected series would either disappoint fans or just go dark. Numerous once promising up-and-coming developers would either go bankrupt or leave game development entirely. Onlookers and critics would turn from seeing RPGs as gaming's future to seeing them as a relic of the past, and by the time the genre got back on track, RPGs would have changed completely, with different series and different developers leading the way into an entirely new era of role-playing video games. So, I guess the real question is, what exactly happened, and why? This question doesn't have a simple answer. While RPGs were experiencing the end of their golden age, gaming was changing in the background.
I think RPGs are very... intrinsic to humanity's desire to grow stronger and more intelligent and just be better at things, and is the easiest way to chart growth right now is RPGs, because the real world's so fucked that it's impossible to tell how well you're doing, you know? Fucking Amber. That hurt too. Son of a bitch. Okay, I came to buy bandages. Yeah, I didn't. I went to the wrong place. That looks fucking awesome. Okay, so there's that. And I guess I go out west looking for horses and wolves. There's bandits and there's wolves. I suppose the horse would be the first priority. I have to go out on foot. I'll sit here in town for a minute and rest. And we'll go out into this, like, world. I didn't really understand how much Rust was like Ultima, sort of. Rust is a very Ultima game. It's got the freedom of Ultima. And so I'm trying to make Mortal into Ultima, and I think the first thing I need to do is save up enough money to buy a house and get away from the town and things that have to do with the town, I think.
the further out you are, probably the more fun the game is. You can just go on about your business, like, you know. I don't know. I'm going west, yeah, and I'm looking for saplings. Almost exclusively saplings. I've actually got to sit. Yeah, or, well, I don't know. I don't have to sit, but yeah, I should sit. Yeah. Let's look at the pet broker and see what's up there. Step horses and such for cost. The lowest thing is step horses. Yeah, that's fine. So we are going out. We are going out. I could just sit here AFK and chop whitewood and take it right inside. I could just, I don't know why I went out to the graveyard and got murdered. I could have just chopped wood here, you know? Yeah. Although I want a horse, but I wouldn't mind buying some axes before I leave town, because they don't weigh anything. Well, if I wanted to, I could just chop wood for a horse. Let's see. Right here is whitewood, and wood sells well. Whitewood. Let's go see what whitewood is actually worth on the auction house, because I could just chop whitewood for a while and buy a horse. But no, I don't know. I think I can go out there. Oh, yeah. Wow, you guys look pretty festive. Here's some money. Oh, oops. Oh, thank God they fixed it. Yeah, you best run. I'm gonna kill you. Yeah. It's coming. Sorry, buddy. Yeah, we'll just run back and we'll vendor all this. Because it's like probably pretty good gold. It's like 2 gold for all of that. And honestly, why not? I could cook it with the tallow and stuff and eat, I suppose. I don't know. What's my statistics at? My hunger is at 440. But I mean, that's not even like a quarter. So, oh, what's this? Oh, my sheep. Okay, so let's go west. Oh yeah, west. Yeah, yeah, lots of west.
Most notable developments of this period were the arrival of 3D and CD-ROMs. This led to a rapid evolution in graphics, which RPG developers seemed to struggle to keep up with, and led to multiple popular new genres, with first-person shooters and real-time strategy games both emerging in this period to take a not insignificant piece of the PC market pie. And as graphics and gaming evolved, any game that was more old-school in design received criticism for seeming dated. This is similar to how 2D pixel games dominated the 16-bit era and then rapidly disappeared during the next generation of consoles when 3D was the hot new thing and 2D seemed dated by comparison. And while gaming was evolving at this time, game development was also getting more expensive, with bigger teams and longer development cycles, meaning the cost of failure quickly shot up. Finally, while the gaming industry itself was growing during this period, the biggest growth would be in the console sector, with many former PC developers suddenly wanting to prioritize making games that could appear in both markets. So, all in all, technological advancement led to RPGs falling out of fashion. At the same time, the cost of failure was becoming more significant, and the PC market was becoming less attractive, causing what might have been a cyclical and natural decline in a constantly changing industry to instead become a spectacular fall from grace of a genre people were surprisingly quick to declare dead. Still, if you're more a fan of the great man theory of history, you might also want to consider that maybe the big players simply got it wrong. No names carried more prestige in the RPG industry than SSI, Interplay, and Origin Systems. And yet, in this period, all three made serious missteps, delivered poor games, and alienated their core fans.
Yep, like Bethesda.
SSI continued to publish Dungeons & Dragons adaptations in new campaign settings, including the space fantasy Spelljammer Pirates of Realm Space,
this was so
two
integrated by
Ravenloft
them.
games titled Strahd's Possession and Stone Prophet, the Arabian Nights-inspired Al-Qadim, The Genie's Curse, and the Why Did Anyone Ever Think This Name Was a Good Idea? Menzo Baranzan. These games generally received worse reviews than earlier adaptations, with bugs often being mentioned amongst the reasons why, and their different settings also seemed to receive less interest from consumers. After this, TSR revoked the Dungeons & Dragons license from SSI, and after several attempts at original RPGs that still failed to perform commercially, SSI shifted their attention back to what made them popular in the first place: adaptations of wargames. Meanwhile, after parting ways with SSI, TSR would open up the D&D license, leading to numerous new adaptations, many of which were in other genres, and many of which were received poorly. One of the most infamous of these games was an RPG, however, and it was from another respected developer. Descent to the Undermountain was released by Interplay in January 1998, after failing to meet its holiday release date, and is described by Barton and Stax as possibly the worst CRPG ever produced by a major developer. Descent to the Undermountain was meant to be D&D's big 3D RPG breakthrough, but after a lengthy development cycle, with numerous delays and cut features, the end result was lampooned for being visually dated, buggy, and often downright broken. Many of the problems reportedly arose from the decision to use the 3D Descent engine, which had been created for the technically impressive 1995 first-person shooter, Descent. However, the decision to switch to this engine was made by corporate leadership and led to heavy rewrites to the code in order to make this FPS engine work for an RPG. Descent to the Undermountain would be far from the only bad D&D RPG in the post-SSI era, but it does still stand out by marking a clear low point for Interplay. Still, Interplay's RPG-related problems started several years before this. A disappointing sequel to Dungeon Master that not only failed to innovate like the first game, but also failed to keep up with newer competition, kicked things off in 1993. This would be followed by the cancellation of Interplay's third and final Lord of the Rings RPG, leaving the trilogy unfinished, before the long-awaited Stonekeep released in 1995, to weak sales and mixed reviews. Stonekeep was a first-person real-time dungeon crawler with pre-rendered environments and live-action cinematic sequences, making it technically advanced, but it also used grid-based movement with a fixed camera, more than 3 years after Ultima Underworld had rendered such a system as antiquated. Stonekeep also began development in 1990 with an estimated budget of $50,000. In the end, its development lasted 5 years, with the cost growing to $5 million which is 100 times the estimate, for anyone bad at maths. Of course, as most people watching probably already know, Interplay's run of bad RPGs wouldn't last. But there was a time where it looked like it might. Still, the biggest failure of the big three would surely be Origin Systems, as in 1994, they didn't just release a bad RPG, they released a bad Ultima. Ultima 8, Pagan, continued the story of the Avatar, but it would introduce a number of changes to gameplay that were intended to try to appeal to new players. These included changing to an isometric perspective, simplifying the action combat introduced in 7 even more while removing features like companions, and adding an increased focus on platforming elements, which were criticized for their poor controls that involved pressing both mouse buttons to jump, as well as for being a poor fit for an RPG series. Even worse than this, however, were the large number of bugs, and Richard Garriott himself would later say that he thought the game needed 3 more months to be finished. Ultima had been the forerunner of the computer role-playing genre for 14 years, but now, for the first time, it seemed to be moving in the wrong direction, and the next and final entry would be even worse. Ultima 9 Ascension released in 1999 after a long, painful development, and when fans finally got their hands on it, they found little of the series they once knew and loved. Ultima 9 was criticized by reviewers, particularly over bugs and other technical issues, and was criticized even more by fans for being a betrayal of the series that changed key plot details and barely resembled earlier games, despite a promise from Garriott himself that the series would return to its roots after 8. Ultima 9's development shows the struggles RPG developers faced in this era when trying to transition to full 3D at a time when 3D technology was still rapidly evolving. Work on Ultima 9 regularly needed to be redone to avoid it becoming out of date before the game had even released, and these revisions caused development to drag on endlessly while causing inconsistencies in the final plot. Despite the long development, Ultima 9 sold poorly and did not receive a follow-up. And so, possibly the most important series in the history of RPGs would go out with barely a whimper. Of course, Origin would also release Ultima Online in 1997, which was one of the first and most seminal MMOs ever made. But I've talked about the history of MMOs already in their own video, so I won't be covering that here. Despite that, it is worth acknowledging that just like with JRPGs, MMO history is firmly rooted in its computer RPG origins, and it doesn't feel like a coincidence that it would be Ultima, a series that pioneered so much for the genre, that would lead to the establishment of this new form of massively online RPG experience. And as for Ultima's oldest rival, Wizardry fans would have to wait 9 years for a new mainline entry. But Surtech did release Nemesis, the Wizardry Adventure, a more adventure-focused spin-off that was presumably intended to appeal to new fans and failed to make much impact. Meanwhile, New World Computing would take a long break from RPGs to launch their new strategy game series, Heroes of Might and Magic, before returning with a well-received and still rather traditional new fully 3D Might and Magic in 1998. This was soon followed by 3 more sequels, with each one doing progressively worse. Sierra Online also struggled with the transition to 3D, which can be shown by the troubled development of both Quest for Glory 5 and King's Quest Mask of Eternity in 1998. And so, one by one, the leaders of the RPG industry fell. But you know what they say, one man's loss can be another's gain.
Fresh meat.
Blizzard Entertainment was founded in 1991 and would get their breakthrough with the early real-time strategy hit Warcraft: Orcs and Humans. The idea to make an RPG came from David Brevik, who was then head of the studio Condor and who wanted to create a modern take on the roguelike genre, which Brevik saw as having too many barriers of entry for modern players. And so he envisioned a game that would be an RPG with a focus on the excitement of procedural generation and dungeon crawling, but its role-playing systems would be simple. its combat would be fast-paced, and the barriers to entry would be minimal. Brevik struggled to find a publisher to back this idea because so many saw the RPG genre as being dead at the time, but he eventually found a match with Blizzard, whose only requirements were that the game have action combat and include multiplayer. And so, Diablo was born, and it took the world by storm. Releasing in early 1997, Diablo featured an isometric perspective and heavily mouse-centric controls to create a new breed of RPG, and it was one that would be immensely popular, with sales reaching 2 million in 1998, a number no other Western RPG had even come close to before this. For many, Diablo was like the remedy to all of the genre's problems. It was modern where other games were dated, fast where others were slow, and simple where others were complex. But while Diablo did de-emphasize certain parts of the RPG genre, this also meant it was able to give a starring role to what was left, namely progression. Frequent level-ups, loot, and increasingly tougher enemies made Diablo's dungeon crawling addictive and rewarding, and it also had great replayability thanks to its use of procedural generation, as well as the exciting addition of multiplayer, and fantastic presentation that helped create an atmospheric world and gripping story. And so, Diablo was both an unprecedented success and the birth of a new RPG subgenre, one focused on fast-paced action and constant progression, instead of narrative choice or complicated character systems. In time, Diablo would receive expansions, sequels, and many imitators, which would include Larian Studios' debut RPG, Divine Divinity, as well as Dungeon Siege, Sacred, Titan Quest, Torchlight, Path of Exile, and more, with the subgenre still continuing strong today and still showing many similarities to the game which started it all. The only problem with the subgenre is its name. Action RPG can mean many different things, but the games which have descended from Diablo clearly have a lot in common and represent their own unique part in RPG history. Yet, Diablo wouldn't be the only RPG series to emerge from this troubled era. Over at Interplay, most of the studio's focus was being placed on their ambitious up-and-coming D&D adaptation, Descent to Undermountain. But in Undermountain Shadow, a smaller team, led by Tim Kaine, were working on their own new RPG. Originally conceived as a successor to Interplay's 1988 Wasteland, and based around the generic universal role-playing system tabletop rule set, 1997's Fallout was a triumphant return to the idea of RPGs as a medium for storytelling. Fallout is perhaps most famous for its radioactive post-apocalyptic setting, but interesting settings, even irradiated ones, had been seen before. Instead, where Fallout raised the bar for the genre was in its strong writing, its attention to detail, its oppressive tone, its logically cohesive world, and in its commitment to providing players with choice in how to resolve quests, which is best exemplified by the final boss of the game, who can be talked out of confrontation, providing you can actually manage to convince him of the folly of his plan. And so, Fallout helped put the role-playing back into the RPG genre, and in doing so, it continued the legacy of games like Ultima and Dark Sun, while helping to recapture an important part of the tabletop experience that had sometimes seemed forgotten in a genre so focused on combat and dungeons. Fallout was also a commercial success, and while it wouldn't sell anywhere near as many copies as Diablo, it did prove that the genre didn't need to embrace action to survive. Fallout 2 would release 1 year later, which continued the story and expanded the setting while continuing to impress fans and critics both. Still, the biggest RPG that Interplay published in the 90s would come from a different developer. BioWare were a new Canadian studio formed by a small group of recent medical graduates who happened to have a passion for tabletop RPGs and wanted to create their own. The group soon impressed Interplay with a prototype demo for their project, leading Interplay to suggest that they use the Dungeons & Dragons license to create an official adaptation, and 3 years later, Baldur's Gate would release in late 1998. Baldur's Gate was an immediate critical and commercial success, and would bring D&D to a new generation of players. One of the biggest differences between it and earlier adaptations was the use of an isometric perspective with a new real-time party-based combat system. This was reminiscent of combat seen in some earlier RPGs like 1992's Darklands, and it controlled much like the newly popular RTS genre, giving Baldur's Gate a modern look and feel. Yet while action is real-time, players still had the option to pause combat whenever they wished, to think through their options and issue individual commands, which allowed for a high level of tactical depth and led to the name Real-Time with Pause. Still, underneath this real-time appearance, Baldur's Gate was still running on the dice rolls and turn-based rules of D&D, giving the action an authenticity and understandability for those who wish to understand it, while also allowing players to ignore much of the rule set and just rely on the game to do all the calculations in the background for them if they preferred. This combat system proved popular, but Baldur's Gate was more than just a modernization of D&D. It was, by RPG standards, the complete package, with detailed character customization and party-based combat to provide depth, a large expansive world for players to explore, brought to life with new high-quality pre-rendered backgrounds, and a heavy focus on story, characters, and player choice to satisfy players' desire to roleplay. Many RPGs might do individual aspects better, but few did so many things so well, and for the standards of 1998, this made Baldur's Gate seriously impressive, which its sales reflected. In fact, in time, it would pass the 2 million mark and come close to matching the mighty Diablo, and if Fallout proved that RPGs could still survive, Baldur's Gate proved they could still flourish. This would be the first in a series of D&D games built on Baldur's Gate's Infinity engine. The next would be developed by a division of Interplay, Black Isle Studios, and released in 1999. Planescape Torment would not sell as many copies as some of the other RPGs of this era, but its reputation became just as legendary. Taking place in the much stranger D&D campaign setting of Planescape, Torment would retain many of the features of Baldur's Gate, while placing a much greater focus on narrative. Its story had players take the role of the Nameless One, an immortal with no memory of his past, and the game cleverly plays with both amnesia and immortality, incorporating them into the gameplay while forcing players to search for their own answers and question everything they're told. As a result, Planescape Torment is less about combat encounters and leveling up, and more about getting a chance to explore this weird world and gripping narrative, as well as their various philosophical implications. Put simply, many RPGs have raised the standards of storytelling over the genre's history, but Planescape Torment is one of those rare games that has never truly been surpassed in this area. 1999 would also see several other successful RPGs, such as Looking Glass Studios' System Shock 2, which built on the immersive qualities of the earlier Ultima Underworld, while combining role-playing systems, survival horror, and masterful storytelling. Or Jagged Alliance 2, a more strategy and combat-focused role-playing game from Surtech about controlling a group of mercenaries during a fictional insurgency. Still, while the RPG genre might have finished the decade strong, it was undeniable that it had changed a lot in the process. The period between the mid-80s and the early 90s that is often referred to as the golden age for computer RPGs is accurately named, but not because this was when the best ever RPGs were made. Instead, it was a golden age because this was a time when RPGs were genuinely dominant. They were one of the biggest genres in the computer gaming market. Old series were still continuing strong, new developers were regularly emerging, innovations were coming quickly, and the reign of the computer role-playing game looked like it would last forever. But it didn't. Not a single one of the biggest RPG developers of the Golden Age would survive. Origin closed in 2004, SSI was dissolved in 1994 unofficially and 2002 officially, Interplay was sold to avoid bankruptcy in 1999, with almost all original staff having left by 2002, Surtech went defunct in 2003, and so did New World Computing, and there were plenty of smaller casualties too. The biggest RPG series would also end alongside them, usually with bitterly disappointing final entries. In their place came new names like Bethesda, BioWare, and Blizzard, and new series that found success through innovation. One thing that seems to be more than a coincidence here is the role of 3D in both these successes and failures. Many of the biggest disappointments were ambitious 3D games, and yet many of the most acclaimed RPGs of this era, like Diablo, Fallout, and Baldur's Gate, were instead games which continued to use 2D elements and an isometric perspective. New technology can have benefits, but it can also have costs, and 3D almost seems like a siren song that lured RPG developers to their doom in this period, with the only ones to survive being those who resisted its call. Regardless, RPGs did change, and so did all of gaming. Gone was the era of small teams making big games in less than a year. By 2000, game development was more expensive, more time-consuming, and more risky, and from this point onwards, RPGs with smaller budgets would struggle to compete or even receive much attention. The RPG genre would increasingly be defined by a smaller number of standout games, and the changes to the genre wouldn't end there. RPGs would start the new millennium strong, but as the years went on, one thing would come to dominate the decade, and it changed the nature of the genre in the process. Still, the early years of the 2000s would continue exactly where the 90s left off. BioWare released Baldur's Gate 2 in 2000, which continued the story of the first game and improved upon nearly every aspect of its design to become one of the most highly reviewed RPGs of all time. Where Baldur's Gate 1 offered a more standard and introductory low-level fantasy adventure, Baldur's Gate 2 instead embraced being a higher-level sequel to explore some of the more unique and creative aspects of the Forgotten Realms setting, while increasing the complexity of combat encounters, character building, and itemization. The result was a sprawling, epic adventure that shows off the best of what D&D video games have to offer. Baldur's Gate 2 would also greatly expand the personalities and dialogue of companions, even going so far as to include romance options for several characters, a feature that would come to be seen many more times in future RPGs and be seen as quite important for a certain subset of the player base. And if one Infinity Engine RPG wasn't enough for the year, Black Isle Studios also released Icewind Dale, which took the formula of Baldur's Gate, yet placed the focus back on dungeons and combat, while allowing players to create a full party of 6 characters to adventure with. Icewind Dale would receive a sequel 2 years later, which would update the D&D rule set to the generally considered more interesting 3rd edition, and would go on to be the final Infinity Engine RPG. Icewind Dale and its sequel are easy to overlook for being less well known than their Infinity Engine compatriots, and for being less focused on story, something which might put off newer RPG fans. That said, these games offered an interesting blend of an older, dungeon-centric game design alongside the more modern gameplay and presentation brought to D&D adaptations by Baldur's Gate. Another game liable to be overlooked was Surtech and Wizardry's final game. Wizardry 8 released in 2001, with Surtech on the verge of bankruptcy. In fact, Surtech was in such a dire position that they even added adverts into the game, encouraging players to upgrade their PC with Falcon Northwest. Poor frame rate kills, after all. Despite this, Wizardry 8 is considered by many to be the best entry in the series. With a full 3D open world that is just as intimidatingly large as earlier entries, and with all the complexity to character building and combat that fans had come to expect, Wizardry 8 was a swan song for both one of the most important RPG series in history, and for party-based dungeon crawlers overall, as the genre would largely die out outside of Japan from here on. Newer series were also making a big impact in these years. 2000 brought the release of Iron Storm's Deus Ex, an immersive sim FPS RPG hybrid from famed Looking Glass studio director Warren Spector that further blurred the lines of the now already blurry gaming genres. Deus Ex would drop players into a dystopian cyberpunk future laden with shadowy conspiracies, but what really set Deus Ex apart from other games was its open-ended level design. With numerous solutions to problems and a continued focus on environmental interactivity, Deus Ex set a new bar for this play-your-way approach to game design, to create an experience that could satisfy both fans of RPGs and other genres. Another series that got its start in this period was Piranha Bytes' Gothic, whose first entry released in 2001. Gothic was a third-person action RPG set in an impressive 3D open world that featured details rarely seen before, like its highly reactive reputation system or realistic NPC routines. Gothic also stood out thanks to its tone and setting. Unlike the high fantasy heroism of so many RPGs, Gothic was instead a grounded struggle for survival, set inside a magically sealed-off prison colony where the inmates had taken over. This focus on survival was reflected in the quest and world design, where danger lurks around every corner, and no one is willing to help you without getting something substantial from you in return, further adding to the sense of realism. Gothic would not become a big international success, but it received strong sales and enduring love in its home market of Germany, and would receive an even more impressive sequel 1 year later. Another RPG that sold less than it deserved was Arcane Studios' debut, Arx Fatalis, which released in 2002. Originally intended to be a sequel to Ultima Underworld, Arx Fatalis shows what such a game might look like 10 years later. Set completely below ground, in a world where the sun has failed, Arx Fatalis impressed with its well-thought-out setting, its modern take on real-time dungeon crawling, and its unique magic system that involved players drawing runes with their mouse to cast spells. One final developer that helped define this era was Troika Games, a studio formed by Interplay veterans who had previously created Fallout. Troika's first game was Arcanum of Steamworks and Magica Obscura, which released in 2001 and combined many fantasy RPG norms with a steampunk setting in which the world is undergoing an industrial revolution, leading to tension between technology and magic.
Arcanum was so good, yeah. I
In
need
other
to play
ways,
it more.
Arcanum featured everything players might want and expect in a big isometric turn-based RPG, including deep character creation that was almost unrivaled in its number of options and how impactful these choices could be, with aspects like race and background sometimes radically changing how other NPCs might treat you, often because other NPCs are racist. Arcanum was a commercial success and soon developed cult classic status. Troika would follow this with the Temple of Elemental Evil in 2003, a D&D adaptation based on 3.5 edition and
Temple of
set in
Elemental
the
Evil,
fantasy but less fantasy than Forgotten Realms setting, Greyhawk. Temple of Elemental Evil features a similar isometric perspective to the Infinity Engine games, but with a fully turn-based combat system, making it one of the most faithful representations of the tabletop rule set seen up until this point. This resulted in impressively tactical combat encounters, but the game was also infamously buggy and sold less than Arcanum. Troika's third and final game released 1 year later. Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines was based on the
Oh
Vampire
good,
the
almost to
Masquerade tabletop
Sesame.
RPG and
That's
released
good.
in 2004.
So I'll write the
This was
macro
not the
here.
first Vampire the Masquerade RPG of the decade, as Nihilistic Software also released Redemption in 2000 to modest success, but Bloodlines was the definitive vampire RPG, and it still is all these years later. Set in the seedy streets of modern-day Los Angeles, Bloodlines casts the player as a recently turned vampire, while retaining much of the choice and reactivity of Troika's earlier games. That said, Bloodlines was also a distinctly modern RPG, featuring action combat, a 3D world, full voice acting, and some still impressively realistic facial animations that work fantastically if you ever want to cherry-pick bad animations in modern gaming to show how awful modern gaming is now. Bloodlines was a seriously impressive RPG that oozed atmosphere and personality, provided plenty of opportunities to roleplay, and felt thoroughly modern. But, once more, it would be criticized for the presence of bugs, and once more, its sales would be disappointing. Troika Games would go out of business mere months after its release. And if a game like Bloodlines wasn't enough to succeed in the early 2000s, it suggests there was a serious problem in the RPG genre during this period. And yet, while many RPG developers were struggling at this time, others were finding new successes in a new area, and no developer better illustrated this than BioWare. After breathing new life into the RPG genre with Baldur's Gate, and reaching new heights of critical acclaim with its sequel, BioWare would begin work on 2 new games. One that tried to redefine the computer RPG genre, and one that actually redefined it. Neverwinter Nights released in 2002 and saw BioWare graduate from the popular Infinity engine into their new 3D Aurora engine. In many ways, Neverwinter Nights tried to do what Baldur's Gate did before it, i.e., breathe new life into the genre by returning to tabletop Dungeons & Dragons and trying to emulate that experience in a new way. This time, however, that attempt would be even more radical, as Neverwinter Nights tried to incorporate 2 of the most defining aspects of tabletop RPGs: multiplayer and player-created content, things rarely seen in computer RPGs. To this end, Neverwinter Nights was designed around an online multiplayer system, where people had the option to play with a party of other players, with one person even taking the role of a dungeon master through a dedicated client that gave them control over the campaign. Neverwinter Nights also provided a toolset for players to create custom modules, similar to what had been seen in Forgotten Realms Unlimited Adventures on the Goldbox engine all those years ago. This toolset was fairly advanced and led to an active and dedicated community built around creating and sharing player-created content. As a result, Neverwinter Nights was a genuinely ambitious, innovative, and technically cutting-edge RPG.
Yes.
The only problem was the rest of the experience. Neverwinter Nights only allowed players to control a single character, rather than the full party of the Infinity Engine games, with any NPC companions being computer-controlled, which drastically reduced the complexity of combat. The base game also had one of BioWare's least interesting stories, and even the more technically impressive graphics lacked a lot of the detail and atmosphere of the pre-rendered backgrounds of the past games, making the single-player experience of Neverwinter Nights feel like a clear step back from what had come before. The game would receive multiple expansions and premium modules, several of which would be more highly praised than the base game, but while Neverwinter Nights' ambitious experiment in computer RPG evolution was far from a failure, it still didn't define the genre's future. But BioWare's next game might have. Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic released in July 2003 on Xbox. 4 months later, it would also come to PC, but for once, PC wasn't the priority, and this would be reflected in the combat, the UI, and the controls, which were all designed with controllers in mind. Even the setting could be seen as an attempt to reach a wider, more casual audience. I mean, D&D has always been popular, but it's never been Star Wars.
Nope.
Knights of the Old Republic's big secret was that underneath its new sci-fi setting, it was still a Dungeons & Dragons game. Its gameplay systems used D&D rules and D20 dice rolls in a modified real-time with pause combat system. But the focus had moved away from complex character building and varied enemy encounters towards streamlining and style. The result is tactically simplistic, but visually impressive, with plenty of cinematic animations and a more zoomed-in camera that lets you get closer to the action. This cinematic quality also extended to the rest of the experience, with lots of voice acting, better character models, and detailed environments, all combining with one of BioWare's most memorable storylines to create a hugely enjoyable RPG that was accessible enough to win over new fans, and impressive enough to satisfy many older fans. Knights of the Old Republic was a big critical and commercial hit, with the Xbox version alone selling over 1 million copies, showing that Western RPGs could not only succeed on console, but could also excel, and BioWare weren't the only one making moves towards this new market. One of the other winners of the 90s, Bethesda, would also release their next mainline entry in the Elder Scrolls series on both Xbox and PC. The Elder Scrolls III Morrowind released in 2002, and was a huge step for open-world video games. Gone was the focus on procedural generation and dungeon crawling of earlier Elder Scrolls. Instead, Morrowind made its world the main priority, and allowed players to step into an immersive and alien landscape of almost unprecedented scale and detail. If RPG developers were once inspired by the world building of popular fantasy authors, then Morrowind feels like the culmination of this idea. Its world aspires to be a simulation of a realistic place, where things like gameplay and player convenience are a secondary consideration to believability, and the player is merely a visitor. As a result, Morrowind doesn't have the best combat or deepest role-playing systems, but its depiction of a virtual world is one of the most impressive ever seen in a game, and it was appreciated by PC and console players alike. The Elder Scrolls was already focused on action combat and controlling a single character, making it a good fit for a controller-based console, and it went on to become one of the Xbox's best-selling games. In time, the Xbox would even get some exclusive RPGs of its own. Released in 2004, Fable came from Lionhead Studios and designer Peter Molyneux, a man with a long and impressive history of hit PC titles. But Fable was published by Microsoft themselves, and designed from the outset with console gamers in mind. As a result, Fable is an accessible action RPG with streamlined character systems, but it retains an emphasis on choice and consequence, with a world that reacts to the player's actions in many different ways, even if not quite to the high degree that was initially promised. But Fable was also full of personality, with a distinctly British sense of humour and whimsical visual style, and again it was a big success for Xbox, and received another highly regarded sequel in 2008. Microsoft would also publish BioWare's next game. Jade Empire released on Xbox in 2005, and was the first RPG from the studio that was not based on a pre-existing IP, being instead inspired by Chinese mythology. It was also BioWare's first true action RPG, with a martial arts-inspired combat system that has little in common with any of their previous games, and character systems that feel even more streamlined than Knights of the Old Republic. Jade Empire would once more impress with its story, however, and its setting made it distinct from most other games in the genre. Finally, the Xbox's small but esteemed RPG library would be rounded out by Knights of the Old Republic 2, The Sith Lords, in late 2004. Unlike the first game, Knights of the Old Republic 2 would be developed by the newly formed Obsidian Entertainment, a studio founded by a number of ex-Black Isle employees. Knights of the Old Republic 2 had much in common with the first game, and was built on the same engine, but Obsidian did use this opportunity to put their own spin on Star Wars, creating a narrative that dug deep into the setting and deconstructed many parts of it. And so, where PC-exclusive RPGs struggled, RPGs that also came to consoles thrived, and even though the number of RPGs on PC still vastly outweighed the number that appeared on both, the most important RPGs seemed to belong to the latter. And as the decade rolled on and a new generation of consoles arrived, this only became truer. The Elder Scrolls IV Oblivion released on PC and Xbox 360 in 2006, and continued Morrowind's focus on open world design, while significantly raising the level of presentation. To this end, Oblivion would include full voice acting, a new physics system alongside more detailed character and item models, and vastly improved draw distance and environmental detail, made possible by the new console generation. Oblivion also added an ambitious new Radiant AI system for NPCs that gave them convincing daily schedules, and even allowed for rudimentary NPC on NPC interactions.
Ooh, hot
The result
NPC on
was a
NPC
hugely
action.
impressive open world game that was technically a clear step above any game that came before it, and it proved hugely popular with consumers, with 3 million copies sold by just 2007. Despite this clear commercial success, however, Oblivion would receive criticism from some older RPG fans for changes some saw as dumbing down the series, like the inclusion of quest markers, showing players exactly where to go for quest objectives, hit detection-based combat that no longer employed hidden dice rolls, more extensive fast travel, and heavy use of level scaling. These features increased player convenience, but some saw this as coming at the cost of challenge and immersion. Oblivion is also notable in that it was developed primarily for Xbox 360 and then ported to PC later in development, and this ever greater focus on consoles shows in some of its UI choices. Still, when it came to open world RPGs, Oblivion had little competition. Piranha Bytes' next entry into the Gothic series would release that same year, and did provide another large, technically impressive world to explore, but it also lost much of what made the first two games so special, and had noticeable performance problems. Their next attempt, Risen, in 2009, would be more successful, but only by moving back towards Piranha Bytes' roots and away from a huge open world. There was also the seemingly Elder Scrolls-inspired Two Worlds in 2007, but it was once more let down by technical problems that seemed to show just how difficult making such a large open world game was. The true rival to Oblivion would come once more from Bethesda when they released Fallout 3 in 2008, bringing their popular open world formula to Fallout's post-apocalyptic wasteland. Just like with Oblivion before it, Bethesda once again excelled at creating a vast, visually striking world, rich in detail and atmosphere. Fallout 3 would also add first-person shooter gameplay into the mix, and while its shooting was clearly behind any actual FPS from its era, it was still a significant step that would broaden the game's appeal beyond traditional RPG players. To complement this core gameplay, Bethesda also created the Vault-Tec-assisted targeting system that players can enter into to slow time and take specific actions, giving combat an optional turn-based element that aimed to retain the tactical feel of the first Fallout games. And once again, Fallout 3 was massively successful, receiving universal acclaim from critics and even going on to win many Game of the Year awards despite tough competition, making it one of the most highly acclaimed RPGs in history. And yet, where Oblivion received minor pushback from some older fans, Fallout 3 seemed to spark its own mini civil war, with many older Fallout fans unhappy that the series had changed from a turn-based isometric RPG into Oblivion with guns, and that the company making this change was not the original creator of the series, and didn't always seem to respect established lore. This was one of the clearest examples of division within RPG communities, and a growing discontent towards the way the genre was changing. But for the time, this didn't spread far beyond the online Fallout community. Meanwhile, the other de facto leader of the RPG industry during this period, BioWare, were also enjoying record success. In 2007, they would release Mass Effect, another original IP, this time in a sci-fi setting that took inspiration from popular series like Star Wars and Star Trek, and from classic space games like Starflight and Star Control. In fact, Mass Effect's setting, where humanity has recently developed interstellar travel due to the discovery of ancient technological devices, bringing them into contact with other alien races, was one of its best features, and was cleverly communicated to players to effectively pull them into this brand new universe. Mass Effect's gameplay revolved around a third-person shooter combat system that, like Fallout 3, was still behind other third-person shooters of the era, but still represented a significant step towards closing that gap and appealing to new audiences. The game also featured an ambitious, if somewhat flawed, planetary exploration system. Still, Mass Effect's most praised aspect was its story and commitment to providing players with meaningful choices, something that was made even more exciting by this being the first entry of a new trilogy where players' actions were promised to have impacts throughout the entire series. Mass Effect would also release on Xbox 360 a whole 6 months before it would make its way to PC, continuing to show consoles' new RPG supremacy in this era. That said, there were still notable PC-exclusive RPGs being released, like Obsidian Entertainment's Neverwinter Nights 2 in 2006, which built on the first game while continuing to offer both multiplayer and player-created content. In other ways though, Neverwinter Nights 2 was a return to a more traditional D&D style campaign that also brought back full party control, although, just like the first game, most consider its best content to be found in its expansions. Another important PC RPG from this period was CD Projekt's The Witcher in 2007. The Witcher used BioWare's Neverwinter Nights engine and adapted the then largely unknown series of Polish fantasy books about a magically mutated monster hunter. In the end, The Witcher's dark, morally complex setting and its unique atmosphere was some of its greatest strengths, and while the rhythm-based combat was somewhat less successful, it still offered a large and ambitious RPG with plenty of depth and a more PC focus. Other modestly successful PC RPGs can also be found in this period, and many retained a more old-school design, but it was clear that the biggest budget and most hyped RPGs would always be found on consoles as well by this point, and games still releasing exclusively on PC were generally targeting a much smaller and more dedicated market. Still, by appealing to consoles, concessions were made to both complexity and control schemes, and trying to create a game to appeal to both console and PC players was a challenge, which no game better epitomized than the decade's final RPG, Dragon Age Origins. Dragon Age would see BioWare create another original IP, this time with a focus on dark heroic fantasy. As such, the game was envisioned as a spiritual successor to the heavily tabletop-inspired Baldur's Gate and Neverwinter Nights, and it aimed to provide a more tactical and old-school RPG after the more console-focused Knights of the Old Republic, Jade Empire, and Mass Effect. And so, this game would be a return to BioWare's roots, to exactly what made them famous in the first place, and yet, how do you make a game like that, which also meets the demands of consoles? Dragon Age Origins is very much the product of that dilemma, and the clearest way BioWare tried to resolve it is by making substantial changes between the console and PC versions in regards to UI and control schemes. This meant the PC version revolved more around an optional top-down perspective and players' ability to pause combat to issue commands and micromanage party members. Meanwhile, the console version has no top-down view and a reduced difficulty focused around playing in real time and issuing much more limited commands. To improve both versions, BioWare created a clever customizable AI system that helps reduce the need to micromanage on PC and helps take the place of micromanagement on console. Origins would also make somewhat of a return to the more complicated character systems of older RPGs, while still trying to streamline these systems where possible so that less experienced players wouldn't be overwhelmed. And so, Dragon Age is a rare
you gotta
RPG
not do that to
sits
me!
in both old and new, and PC
Oh
and
my
console,
god, what'd you
while
do
trying to
here,
please
you
just about
fucking
everyone.
game? No, stop,
And
stop,
given the difficulty
stop,
of this
stop,
task, it seemed
Stop
largely
that,
successful.
no! Yeah.
But some more experienced RPG
What'd you
fans
do to
found
me
the
here,
game too
piece of
simplistic
shit?
given
You
what was
fucked me
promised,
up here.
and some console players may have
No,
felt
don't do
left out
that.
by
No,
getting a
no.
more simplified version of the game.
It's fine,
Pleasing
whatever.
everyone does tend to be difficult.
It's so annoying.
Dragon Age Origins also had some fantastic characters and an interesting
It's the mouse
and
off the
unique
screen
origin
thing that
system
Fallout does.
where
It's the
players
same
could choose
bullshit.
one of 6 different backgrounds for their
Oh
character,
god, what is that?
which each
It's,
had
they're
completely
bandits,
different
run.
opening chapters and many later consequences.
Where's the wolf at?
Still, it's
Son
what
of
this game
a
represented that is
bitch.
its most interesting aspect to me.
Oh, I lost
as Origins
him.
was an attempt to solve a
You
growing
fucked me up
problem
with
in the
these
RPG
bar
genre,
problems,
and
you
it perfectly
stupid
encapsulated
piece of shit
where the
game.
genre was at as the decade came to a close. And so the 2000s would once more be a decade of change, but this time that change was all about the growing importance of consoles. At the start of the decade, PC RPGs were plentiful, but over the years, the biggest names made sure their games were released on console as well, and often made console the main priority, while developers who continued exclusively on PC seemed to struggle. This shift to consoles brought a number of further changes on how RPGs were designed, including a shift away from turn-based and party-based combat towards action combat and single characters, changes to control schemes and UI design to make them more controller-friendly, simplified character systems and rule sets that wouldn't alienate less experienced players, a general shift towards accessibility and player convenience, which did happen in other genres as well, a continued focus on narrative choices and reactivity, but with a particular emphasis on binary morality systems, something which was seen in Knights of the Old Republic, Fable, Jade Empire, Mass Effect, Fallout 3, and others. And finally, an increased focus on cinematic aspects and production values. For these reasons, many might accuse this period of being a time where RPGs were dumbed down to appeal to a wider audience, sometimes at the cost of pre-existing fans. And this division in the RPG fanbase and the way people interpreted these changes would continue to play a key role in the next decade. And yet, New markets and more accessibility ensured the 2000s was also a time that many new fans developed a love for RPGs, which is something that shouldn't be undervalued. It was also the decade that RPGs truly cemented their reputation as being about great stories. RPGs with great stories did obviously exist before 2000, but in the past, story was often seen as valuable, but optional.
Not me.
And yet, in the 2000s, story came to be the single most defining and important part of the genre to many people, and the 2000s certainly
Says you.
produced a lot of great stories. And so, the RPG genre continued onwards, taking its new fans and growing problems with it. The 2010s would bring RPGs to new heights of commercial success, but this would also be a decade of controversy and disappointment, as the broader gaming industry leaned further into a AAA model while contending with the rapid rise of indie gaming. But before that, the decade began much as the last had ended, and its early years would once more produce plenty of new titles. 2010 would see BioWare continuing their run of success with the release of Mass Effect 2, which picked up exactly where the last game left off. Mass Effect's second entry would get glowing critical reviews and won numerous Game of the Year awards, with story and characters being its most praised aspects. Despite this, the changes Mass Effect 2 made say a lot about BioWare's priorities and the state of RPGs in this period, as its RPG systems were streamlined even further, with the inventory system and planetary exploration being removed entirely. Meanwhile, the biggest areas of improvement were the third-person action combat and cinematic quality of its story, which now included dramatic action set pieces that would be enough to make even Michael Bay proud. And so, Mass Effect 2 was a further step away from the genre's roots, and a further step towards RPGs as a AAA medium that could go toe-to-toe with popular cinematic action games or third-person shooters and compete with them at their own game. And for now, this move was widely praised. For now. Still, even in 2010, not every RPG was as successful in making this transition. Lionhead Studios' Fable 3 would also release that year and would also make an attempt at streamlining its RPG design to create an even more accessible take on the genre. But it did not receive new levels of critical praise and was instead widely criticized for this simplification. Meanwhile, Obsidian Entertainment were continuing to play the part of the RPG industry's subversive younger brother with the release of their espionage RPG Alpha Protocol, which received poor reviews for its dated gunplay and technical issues, and yet still developed a cult following on the strength of its reactivity and unique setting. Obsidian would be more successful with their next title, Fallout New Vegas, which also released in 2010 and also had its share of technical issues. Despite this, New Vegas was seen by many fans as a more faithful return to the setting, and by building on Bethesda's Gamebryo engine, Obsidian were able to combine the vast, detailed open world of Bethesda's previous games with Obsidian's writing and quest design to create an experience that captured some of the best elements of both. In a time when most big RPGs seem to be becoming less RPG-like, New Vegas instead placed a renewed emphasis on interweaving factions and far-reaching player choice, creating one of the most popular and enduring RPGs of its generation. 2011 was an even more packed year. CD Projekt's The Witcher series returned with its second entry, featuring new action combat based on a classic fast attack, strong attack, dodge trinity, and much improved presentation that showed off clear cinematic aspirations. The Witcher 2 placed even more emphasis on story and player choice, with the middle section of the game having two completely different paths depending on the player's earlier actions. The Witcher 2 would also be much more commercially successful than its predecessor, thanks in large part to it getting a console release this time. 2011 would also see the return of Deus Ex in Human Revolution from Eidos Montreal. Deus Ex had received one sequel already, thanks to the largely disappointing Invisible War in 2003, but Human Revolution sought to reboot the series and maintained much of what made the original such a success. Officially a prequel to the first game, Human Revolution brought its own distinct sense of style, with a transhumanism-inspired narrative and the same genre mashup gameplay. 2011 was also the year the Souls-like genre started its rise to dominance, after the success of From Software's Dark Souls. Inspired by From Software's earlier Kingfield series, which was in turn inspired by Wizardry, Dark Souls, and the genre it helped to create, feel distinct enough to be recognized as their own separate thing, but these games would contain many of the features seen in other action RPGs, including character classes, leveling systems, and narrative choice. However, the shift away from direct storytelling and the greater emphasis on challenging, skill-based gameplay also helps to distinguish these games from the rest of the RPG genre. Still, the success of Dark Souls, not just in spite of its more old-school approach to difficulty, but in many ways directly because of it, does
What happened there? Stop that! Stop that now! Stop it! Fucking Windows! Jesus Christ, you pissed me off. You freaking fucking caused me to lose so much time over that. So much time. Fuck you. Fucking make me lose this fight because of goddamn take my mouse out the window. Don't ever take my mouse out the window again. Don't do it again. You fucking asshole. Nope. You take my mouse off the screen way too fucking much. Way too much. Oh, it drives me fucking crazy. I want to smack an executive at Windows. Fucking fuck you, Microsoft. You fucking piss me off so much. You and your fucking taking my mouse out the fucking window. Gotta stop doing that, man. I get it to go swing at them, and it's not even like my mouse is moving. I go to left click the motherfucker, and it's like you stick my mouse on the far right of the right screen. And it makes me so angry. Oh, I hate Windows. Oh my god. You keep fucking with me really bad today. You're about to throw away like 50 minutes of my life on a 10-second fuck up on Microsoft Windows, and you make me so angry. Justify hurting you people.
show a desire to return to gaming's path.
Fucking sick of you trying to steal an hour of my life with 10 seconds of buggy ass Microsoft Windows fucking horse cockery. I'm sick of it. Do you pay me for that loss? Do you pay me for the hour I lose? No. Jesus Christ, I'm like, they're like running up trying to swing at him, and I'm charging a blow, and I left click again, and you're like, oh, it turns out your mouse is on the far right side of your right screen. No, it wasn't. You're just a piece of shit, Windows. You're just a piece of shit.
Be seen in the rest of the RPG genre.
You make me so angry.
2011 would also
come on, man, like I'm just trying to swing at the mob, and you're like, nah, it turns out that your mouse is on the far right on your right monitor. No, I just charged a blow on my left monitor. That charged up as in I left click and charged the blow to let go of it, and you acted like when I let go of it and clicked again that I was yeah, that's no good. I'm going to get out of here. Fuck this. Yeah, you can just fucking have it. Fuck you. Oh, there's my wolf. Get off. Too difficult. Then just kill him then. Just kill him. Fucking so annoying. Want more wolves? Give me a wolf. I mean, I don't know. Oh, that sound is driving me crazy. Hate the wing sound.
I hate it. Just go die. I don't want you as a pet anymore. I'll take the lizard over you. He's quiet. Oh, God. You fucking made me so angry sometimes. Microsoft today has really been fucking up. If it was a physical person, I'd fucking hurt them. You gotta stop fucking around, wasting my time and making me anger issues and stuff. You gotta stop doing that. Fucking Microsoft Windows. Piece of shit. I'm like, I got my fucking mouse centered on the center screen, and I go to click a fucking blow, like right here like this, and you're like, oh no, it turns out your mouse is on the right screen and you're pausing your YouTube video suddenly. And it's like, no, my mouse is not on the right screen. You're just a piece of shit, Windows. You're a complete piece of shit. You barely work. Like, stop lying to me. Don't fuck up my work. Don't make me lose an hour. You know, I'm gonna get off it, guys. I'm sorry. It just feels like I'm being fucking abused by Windows all day. It makes me so fucking sick. Oh, fucking mentally sick. I've got Windows sickness. Out of fucking anger over fucking Windows and fucking software developers. Gotta just let it go. I'm sorry. It's been a battle today. They've been sucking dick at software today. I don't know what the fuck it is. Something special about today. I don't know what. Oh, no, wait, no, I'm going east. Oops, this is the river, and I'm crossing it to go east. Yeah, oops. Ew. Yeah, you can get up. You're fine. I don't want to rage at fucking Microsoft for the rest of my life. I don't want to do that. Can't we just fire the whole lot of them and fucking take the software and make it open source for the public and just fix our own problems? Do we really have to take it from these fucking corporate fucking cocksuckers like this? Do we really have to do it? Fucking annoying. Oh, this horse is tired and I'm low health. Hurry up and rest, you. I wanted a wolf, but I can't seem to get one. They just won't spawn. There's a horse. There's a pig. I mean, that's one way to heal, actually. It would be faster. Oh god, fucking Microsoft is giving me fucking catastrophic anger issues. I've got to get off it. I gotta, like, not let it do it to me. It just sucks when you're in the middle of the fucking action and it fucking bugs right as you're fucking working. And you damn near lose an hour of work over a 10-second buggy piece of shit software fucking Windows error. Like, come on, man. Like, an hour of my life is a long time to lose over you saying that my mouse is on a different monitor when it's not. It's too much. I should be able to fucking punish you in court or take your company from you over that. I really do. Like, I feel like, do you pay me for that time? No. I was just gonna get off my fucking... Just gonna go off my high horse here. I'm sorry. I'm trying to get better about this stuff. I don't go looking for the fucking explosive anger of catastrophic software failure. It just happens all the fucking time. It just happens to me all the fucking time. So fucking annoying. Goddamn fucking cocksucker fucking Windows. Fucking piss me off. Damn, they're causing me to lose my horse here. Come on, man. Oh, I gotta get off it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I just got rage issues around Microsoft. I'm trying to get better, guys. I'm sorry. You know, I'm in PTSD therapy. I'm trying to do better. What's that? Why does that look different? Get off the horse. What is it? Oh, this is random. It just looks different for some reason. I don't know why. Alright, well, let's go to the Taskmaster, which is apparently that way 1,000 meters, yeah. Alright. Ooh, that'll kill me. Maybe. Can I ride down to it? Yes, it appears that I can, and if I'm careful, I can do it. So then we'll just go to the hunting master. Ah, damn it, man! It's too much time to lose over a Windows fuck up. Like, they don't pay me for it. So I just rage. I fucking lose it. It's righteous anger because you can't do anything. You've just been fucked by a giant corporate entity. There's nothing you can do. Yeah, there's terrible righteous anger. But like also it serves no one to just wallow in it. It doesn't help anything. And like, but I don't know, man. Like, it hurts me so much all the time. It hurts my work. It steals my life hours away from me. Fucking Microsoft. Like, honestly, I'd be okay if it wasn't here anymore.
Of the genre's mainstream success, with the Elder Scrolls V Skyrim, the best-selling RPG ever made, and one of the best-selling games of all time. Skyrim received universal acclaim, as well as many Game of the Year awards, making it a truly genre-defining title. In many ways though, Skyrim was just a refined...
This was like the 11th time today you put my mouse off the screen when it's centered dead on the motherfucking screen. I don't know what I don't know what Windows' fucking malfunction is, but I can't wait for Windows jack off, rip off 12. And they fucking attempt to fucking fix their jackassery around fucking having your mouse off the screen. Stupid ass fucking Windows fucking piece of shit. Worthless fucking company stealing thousands of hours from me. Make me so fucking sick. Hate you so much.
Of Oblivion. But this also made it one of the most refined open worlds ever seen in a game at this point. Something vast in scale, rich in detail, accessible in design, and offering hundreds of hours of exploration and immersion in a virtual fantasy sandbox. What Skyrim did not do is innovate with its RPG systems or storytelling, but ultimately this didn't matter. It was the right game at the right time, a raising of the bar for open worlds that came just before the open world genre really took off and started to get saturated. And Skyrim's enduring popularity to this day is a testament to just how much it got right. And so, Skyrim was the ultimate vindication for the direction RPGs had been moving. It was the proof that if an RPG is broadly appealing enough, it can reach a massive audience, and that changes to appeal to console players, streamlining accessibility and so on, were the right move. Except while 2011 brought Bethesda's greatest ever success, it also saw the other industry leader, BioWare, get their first taste of failure, and it was the result of exactly the same thing. Dragon Age 2 abandoned Origin's attempt to appeal to both PC and console players to instead make Dragon Age more like Mass Effect, with the addition of action gameplay, a voiced protagonist, streamlined systems, and an increased focus on presentation. The result was a solid, if shallow, action RPG that was seen as far below BioWare's usual standard. For years now, BioWare had found ever greater success through championing this approach, and Dragon Age 2 was just another step in that same direction. And yet this time, critics, and particularly fans, felt BioWare had went too far, and lost the qualities that had made the original Dragon Age so good. But one game on its own hardly proves a rule, particularly in a year that Skyrim redefined what success meant for an RPG, and blame for Dragon Age 2's lackluster reception was also placed on a rushed development cycle, leading to problems like the heavy reuse of assets. In time though, it would become more than one game. BioWare's next RPG, the hotly awaited conclusion to the Mass Effect trilogy, released in 2012, and took the focus on action and cinematic storytelling of the last game even further. Yet Mass Effect 3 once more failed to replicate the level of success of its predecessor. And while critics were generally happy, fans weren't, and there would be significant backlash over the disappointing ending, which many saw as failing to deliver on the original promise of a trilogy where players' choices would have far-reaching consequences. Mass Effect 3's biggest new addition was a Horde-style multiplayer mode, which was something new for an RPG game, but it wasn't something RPG fans particularly wanted. BioWare's next RPG was Dragon Age Inquisition in 2014. With the third Dragon Age, BioWare wanted to address criticism of the previous game and create something in between the first and second game that would hopefully appeal to both experienced and casual audiences again. To this end, combat was again largely action-based, but the optional top-down view and tactical pausing of the first game did make a return, and while the protagonist was again voiced, they didn't have quite such a defined backstory as in Dragon Age 2. Inquisition also featured a more
Mouse is off the
open-world-inspired
screen
design,
again, even though it's on the
and
far
was
left.
massive,
It's so stupid.
far surpassing the size
Fucking
of many
Windows.
other BioWare
Fuck
RPGs
you,
in terms
Windows.
of pure content. And so, in many ways, Inquisition was seen as a return to form after Dragon Age 2, even if it didn't receive the lofty accolades of many earlier BioWare RPGs. And yet, the studio's next RPG was anything but. Mass Effect Andromeda released in 2017 and marked a new low for a developer who had led the RPG industry for years and produced multiple of its most highly acclaimed games. Andromeda told a brand new story, made further improvements to combat, and would bring back the focus on planetary exploration seen in the first game, which now fit well with the new popular trend of going open world. And yet, it was also heavily criticized for its weak plot and dated presentation, making it the worst received BioWare RPG to date. But at least the multiplayer Horde mode returned. Meanwhile, Bethesda also failed to replicate past success with their next RPG, 2015's Fallout 4. While still high-selling and positively reviewed, Fallout 4 would also receive criticism for its simplified RPG elements, with the decision to move to a voice protagonist and use a Mass Effect-inspired dialogue wheel being particularly polarizing. In other ways, Fallout 4 was exactly what people might expect from a Bethesda open-world game by this point, and it did make substantial improvements to combat, while also including a new base-building system. And yet, the long-running trend of just improving the action combat and overall presentation to win acclaim and increase sales didn't seem to be enough anymore, and Fallout 4 in particular would be heavily compared to not only older Fallout games, but also Obsidian's Fallout New Vegas. And while industry leaders BioWare and Bethesda showed signs of struggle, promising new RPGs seemed to mostly disappear in this period. The early 2000s was also a time of change, but it still led to the creation of numerous new RPG series and established several prominent developers. And yet, in the 2010s, this didn't seem to be the case. One rare example of a big new IP was the 2012 action RPG Kingdoms of Amalur: Reckoning from Big Huge Games, which featured a star-studded team of developers including Morrowind lead designer Ken Rolston and fantasy author R.A. Salvatore. And yet, Kingdoms of Amalur's blend of fast-paced combat and large semi-open world failed to draw in enough players to turn a profit, despite it selling over 1 million copies. RPG budgets had increased a lot by this point, meaning new IPs were risky, and so the genre seemed to consolidate into a small number of big series. And yet, the genre's problems went even deeper than this, because while RPGs were becoming less RPG-like by adding elements from other genres like action combat and cinematic storytelling, other genres were also becoming more RPG-like, adding in leveling systems, gear upgrades, and dialogue and narrative choices. This was the era when open-world games came to dominate AAA gaming, and the most prominent open-world developer, Ubisoft, was very quick to add experience points and skill trees into its open worlds. Does this make Far Cry 3 an RPG? Well, probably not, but by this point the distinction was starting to blur, and the experience provided by open-world RPGs was becoming less unique as a result. Plenty of other genres would add RPG elements too. I mean, even competitive multiplayer games like Call of Duty 4 were still adding in experience points and letting players level up as they played, and by the end of the decade, it had become hard to find a big AAA game without at least some kind of RPG element, whether that be loot upgrades, skill trees, dialogue choices, or all of these things. This was also the period where the Choices Matter style of adventure game grew in popularity, with games like Telltale's The Walking Dead, Life is Strange, and Until Dawn all emphasizing player choice and narrative reactivity, a thing that had come to increasingly define RPGs since the 2000s, which now had an entire genre focused around it. And so, as RPGs were losing their identity, other genres were also claiming it, leaving older or more hardcore RPG fans adrift in a genre that had moved away from what used to define it, while ensuring newer or more casual fans were spoilt for choice and less reliant on RPGs to get their RPG fix. Of course, it wasn't all doom and gloom in this period. Big RPGs could still be hugely critically and commercially successful, as 2015's The Witcher 3 proudly showcased. The Witcher's third installment took the action combat, high production values, and strong story of the last game and added them into a massive open world, complete with horses, boats, card games, and enough memorable side quests to keep players happily engaged for well over 100 hours. The Witcher 3 was a fantastic game, and it exemplified the type of RPG many developers likely wished they could make. But the reality was, The Witcher 3 wasn't a game most developers could make. Not every developer had the millions of dollars and hundreds of employees necessary to make something of this size and quality, and of the small number of developers who did, most probably felt they needed to appeal to as broad an audience as possible and weren't willing to risk making a game that was more old school, complicated, or inaccessible due to the fear of commercial failure. And even if they didn't feel that way, their publisher may well have. So, this was the state of RPGs. The genre had become increasingly streamlined and simplified after the transition to consoles, and certain RPG fans were increasingly unhappy about this, while other games added RPG elements, diluting the genre's appeal even further, and the high cost of development meant going against this trend was seen as very risky. So the RPG genre had problems. Luckily though, the 2010s would also see the rise of indie gaming, and it was through this that older styles of RPGs would make a comeback, which eventually would lead to the genre's possible salvation.
6 gold.
Indie RPGs have a long history, and some developers, like Jeff Vogel and Spiderweb Software, have been making RPGs independently since the 90s and have never stopped. In fact, Spiderweb Software has released a grand total of 26 games, which is almost one a year, and they're still going strong. Still, the 2010s is when the indie market caught up with its developers, as digital distribution and a small number of influential indie hits helped establish indie games as a distinct and valuable part of the gaming landscape. This meant smaller games could still be successful without needing to appeal to broad audiences, and this created an opportunity for styles of games and genres that had come to be ignored by the gaming mainstream. One of the best examples of this was Almost Human's Legend of Grimrock, which released in 2012.
I loved Legend of Grimrock.
Grid-based dungeon crawler.
It wasn't Legend of Grimrock. Yeah, wait, yeah, was it Legend of Grimrock? I think it was. Yeah, it was Legend of Grimrock.
Except with
Yeah.
modern UI and graphics. This meant
You know, I mean, it was
a
good, but I
successful
didn't like it.
throwback for fans of an older, now rarely seen type of RPG that could also still be enjoyed by newer players and might even serve as some people's introduction to the subgenre. And Legend of Grimrock was very successful, selling almost 1 million copies and leading to another well-received sequel 2 years later. This was also the time that certain older RPGs started to make a comeback in the form of remasters, like the enhanced edition of Baldur's Gate, which also released in 2012 and also helped renew interest in an older style of RPG. Still, the biggest catalyst of this era was the arrival of crowdfunding. It began in 2012 on Kickstarter, when former Interplay founder Brian Fargo appeared in the middle of a desert and started talking about how cool 1988 Wasteland was and how he'd been trying to get publishers on board for a Wasteland 2 for years, but never managed.
What's happening?
Can you play
I
me
can't
Fallout 3?
move.
I love that game.
No, we made Fallout 1 and 2.
There was a Fallout 1 and 2?
He then asked people to give him money, and money people gave him. Wasteland 2 would receive almost $3 million in just over a month, which was more than triple the original goal, and soon other RPG developers would follow, including genre veterans Obsidian Entertainment and Larian Studios, as well as RPG newcomers like Harebrained Schemes and Owlcat Games. The idea behind this was that RPG fans still wanted classic tabletop-inspired RPGs, but publishers wouldn't fund this type of game anymore, and so these developers were using crowdfunding to get such games off the ground and prove that there was an audience for them. And the result of this was a whole new wave of more traditional RPGs in a range of styles and settings.
I can't move my mouse.
First, the release was Shadowrun Returns in 2013, which was based on the fantasy cyberpunk Shadowrun tabletop RPG. Shadowrun Returns was a modest yet solid turn-based RPG with tactical combat.
I can't move my mouse. No, what's going on?
It would be followed by 2 more sequels, Dragonfall in 2014
Yeah, like
and
what the
Hong Kong in
fuck, man?
2015,
Like,
which were both significant improvements on the
you
first game.
glitched or
in almost
something,
every
and
way,
now I'm
and
dying.
featured great
There,
stories
you
and
fucked
writing.
up. You fucked up.
Meanwhile, Wasteland 2
Ah,
released in
stop!
2014 to positive reviews.
God damn
and
it!
delivered
Fucking tech
exactly
and
what was
software
promised.
sucks so much dick.
It was a faithful successor
God
to
damn it, I
Wasteland
gotta take
and
this
the
off.
original
This
2
isn't gonna
Fallouts,
work.
in that it was a bleak
Take it off. It
post-apocalyptic
fucked up
role-playing
way
game
too
with
bad.
turn-based combat, deep character systems,
So
and plenty of
annoying.
narrative choice. 2014 would also see Larian Studios' Divinity Original Sin, a game which wasn't based on any particular tabletop or CRPG of old, and yet would feature an incredibly detailed and interactive world, reminiscent of the approach once seen in Ultima 7. This created an impressive level of simulation, but it also allowed for a plethora
Having
of
a bad
creative puzzle
day.
designs,
I don't
and
know
became
what
a
it
key part
is.
of Original Sin's unique turn-based combat, where elemental and environmental effects could be combined in all manner of creative and chaotic ways. The result was one of the most exciting, rewarding, and unpredictable combat systems seen in any RPG, and Larian would follow this with an even more successful sequel in 2017 that improved on the first game's weakest quality, its story, and upped the level of presentation, with features like full voice acting. Meanwhile, in 2015, Obsidian would find success with Pillars of Eternity, a spiritual successor to the Infinity Engine RPGs that featured real-time with pause combat and a familiar isometric perspective. Pillars of Eternity was set in its own original universe and featured its own custom-created rule set, but the influence of Dungeons & Dragons is still clear, and the influence of the Infinity Engine games is even clearer, particularly in its UI design. That said, there was still a clear attempt to modernize and improve upon the experience of those older games to create something that might appeal to new players as well as old. Pillars of Eternity would also receive a sequel in 2018, which added a greater focus on overworld exploration and pirates, and Obsidian also released Tyranny in 2016, another isometric RPG with real-time with pause combat that featured the unique premise of a world where the villain has already won, and the player is cast as an agent of that villain who must maintain order by acting as judge, jury, and executioner. In Exile would also have a busy decade, and followed Wasteland 2 with Torment, Tides of Numenera in 2017. Tides of Numenera was a spiritual successor to Planescape Torment that was based on the Numenera tabletop RPG and explored similar philosophical and thematic topics as its legendary inspiration. Planescape Torment is a tough act to follow, but Tides of Numenera certainly tried. In Exile then released The Bard's Tale 4 Barrows Deep 1 year later, which after many, many years saw players finally return to the town of Skara Brae. Reviews for the game were mixed, with technical issues cited as a frequent problem, but the deep turn-based combat was more highly praised, and the modern visuals do make the game feel somewhat unique, within the now rather overlooked realm of turn-based dungeon crawlers. Finally, In Exile would also release Wasteland 3 in 2020, which made many improvements on the second game and received much praise. Another exciting developer who found success through Kickstarter was Owlcat Games, who released their debut game, Pathfinder Kingmaker, in 2018. Kingmaker was based on the Pathfinder tabletop RPG, which itself was an offshoot from D&D's 3.5 edition, and featured real-time with pause combat, making it similar to Pillars of Eternity. However, while Pillars felt subtle and modern and somewhat restrained, Pathfinder Kingmaker instead fully embraced the complexities and depth of its adapted rule set to create an experience that was not very accessible, but was surprisingly faithful. Owlcat would follow Kingmaker with Wrath of the Righteous in 2021, which added the ability to alternate freely between real-time and turn-based combat to create an even more faithful and enjoyable adaptation. Not all Kickstarter RPGs from this era were throwbacks to games of old, however. 2018's Kingdom Come Deliverance from Warhorse Studios, for example, was a first-person open-world RPG in a similar style to The Elder Scrolls.
Shinobi Tabby.
Kingdom Come Deliverance stood out, however, by being a historical RPG set in 1400s Bohemia that went to great lengths to create a sense of historical authenticity. It also rejected the modern RPG genre's commitment to player convenience by removing many quest markers,
stack of tool
limiting
bags of
players' abilities to
Shihei is
save,
38,
requiring players sleep, eat,
37.9.
and repair equipment, and so on, resulting in a game that looked modern yet felt distinct. Kingdom Come Deliverance's authentic historical setting and lack of handholding are exactly the type of things modern publishers might be hesitant to take a risk on, but its strong sales prove that this was a risk that paid off. Still, the most important RPG to come from this era was likely 2019's Disco Elysium. Disco Elysium wasn't funded through crowdfunding, but it was independently published by its developer Zalm. It also wasn't based on any existing tabletop RPG, but it did begin life as a custom D&D game between friends.
Oh, it did? I didn't know that.
Disco Elysium cast players as a down but not quite out cop, trying to solve a murder case in a rundown post-revolutionary city, while also trying to pick up the pieces of your broken life, or at least not break it too much further.
Don't break it any further.
Story was a clear priority in this game, but surprisingly it went even further than most, by eschewing video game tradition completely and not including any type of combat. And yet, Disco Elysium was as RPG as RPGs come, featuring an extensive skill system and frequent skill checks that can drastically change what options are available and how different scenes play out, in addition to an inventory and upgrade system, and a heavy emphasis on player choice and embodying the role of your character. Even more surprisingly though, is how successful Disco Elysium would be despite its lack of combat and subject matter, or perhaps even because of it. I mean, if you were to design an RPG that you'd assume traditional publishers would have little interest in, it might look something like this. And yet Disco Elysium's unusual qualities ended up helping it to stand out.
My favorite RPG.
And its fantastic writing took care of everything else. There are
Look,
many
10
other
grand.
RPGs which
Right
could be
flat
mentioned
too,
here
10
as
grand.
well.
Oh yeah.
Games that championed exploration, like Underrail, or far-reaching choice and consequence, like Age of Decadence. Or other games inspired by
What's that
Fallout,
sound?
like
Oh,
Atom
God.
RPG, or by Baldur's Gate, like
was
Black
that?
Geyser. Or other games with historical settings. Like the
Oh
Expedition
my
series,
god, look at all
or
this
other
shit.
games that adapted
He has
D&D,
19 gold on him.
like Solasta,
I'm
Crown of
taking it.
Magister.
I'm gonna stay. I'm
Or
gonna
other
take
games
it.
about old school dungeon crawling, both grid-based, like Grimoire Heralds of the Winged Exemplar, and free movement action-based, like Lunar Sid. There are also games that don't take inspiration from the past, but instead trying to do something new, like the Banner Saga or Outward. There are also successful RPG.
Wow,
like
I was able to
Innocent
just
Painful
jack
and
him for some
Undertale.
reason.
And you could drag this section out for a while if you wanted. And that's without even including other mostly
Wow.
ignored in this video subgenres.
Well, let's
like
go
traditional
liquefy all of
roguelikes
it.
Or Diablo-inspired action RPGs.
Or well, I
And
should
so,
just
the
buy
rise of
bags with
indie
this
gaming
gold.
changed
I'll buy
RPGs
bags with the
once
gold
more,
is what I'll do.
Mostly by providing some much-needed diversity. Not every game mentioned in this section is an all-time classic, but every game could be a classic to the right person. Indie gaming allowed these more niche audiences and these more niche types of RPGs to survive and sometimes flourish in an industry where they otherwise seemed forgotten. And so, when mainstream RPGs were becoming trapped by their bigger budgets, indie RPGs were instead set free by their lack of them. When mainstream RPGs were becoming less RPG-like, indie RPGs were able to profit by returning to the genre's roots. And when mainstream RPGs started to struggle due to
Insane.
their inability to please everyone, indie RPGs arrived to
Yeah,
fill in
fuck,
some
I'll
of
just
the
go
gaps.
buy bags. Who
And yet,
cares?
despite all the benefits indie RPGs brought, they didn't mean the genre's problems were over.
It's weird. The guy didn't have any gear though, which is sort of dumb. He didn't have like weapons.
For every decade covered in this
That's
video so
alright,
far, the RPG genre started strong. The 2020s, however, were the first time that wasn't the case. The biggest game of 2020 was CD Projekt's long-awaited and highly ambitious follow-up to The Witcher 3. And yet, despite massive hype,
I don't like
Cyberpunk
Witcher 3.
2077 would launch
I don't
with
like
numerous
Cyberpunk.
technical problems that were so severe the
Yeah.
PS4 version was removed from the PlayStation Store and a class action lawsuit was filed from investors. For years, AAA RPGs had evolved in a single direction.
I'll just use it to buy
bigger and
bags to
better looking
fucking
philosophy
stuff all his
that
stuff
propelled the
into.
genre into record mainstream success seemed to be reaching its breaking point.
Works for me.
And this didn't just apply to CD Projekt.
That makes up for all the stupid shit
In
that
fact,
happened
since
today.
The start of the decade, every one of the biggest RPG
Wow.
developers seems to have disappointed. Bethesda would follow the disastrous launch of their multiplayer-focused live service game, Fallout 76, with their first new IP in 25 years in 2023.
Love 76.
And
whatever.
yet, while Starfield launched to positive reviews, it also received significant fan backlash, particularly from Bethesda's core audience.
I'll just sort through this later.
Meanwhile,
I'm sure some
BioWare
of it'll
would
be
also
of
release
use to
a
me
poorly
later.
received live service shooter with the
I'm
short-lived
definitely not selling
Anthem in
any of it.
2018.
The 18
before
gold was enough.
Going dark. The next installment in the Dragon Age series, Dreadwolf, was announced in 2018, but is still without even a release date, and its development has reportedly been quite troubled, while a new Mass Effect game has also been announced and then not heard from again. The final member of the modern Big Three, Blizzard, would also release the long-awaited Diablo 4 in 2023 to a similar reception to Starfield. As for the other open-world games that seem to have created an RPG-light take on the genre, they have produced many hit titles, but where these might succeed as games, there's often a sense that they still fail as RPGs due to their relative simplicity. And as for the Kickstarter and indie success stories, they did see success, but they don't seem to have created any once promised RPG revolution. In fact, after multiple old school RPGs, Obsidian seemed to have returned to making more mainstream action RPGs, with both The Outer Worlds in 2019 and the upcoming Outer Worlds 2 and Avowed, which are currently both in development. A Pillars of Eternity 3 seems unlikely at this point, despite strong sales of the first game and the story being left unfinished. In Exile are also back to working on a AAA action RPG titled Clockwork Revolution, and even more telling than this is that both In Exile and Obsidian agreed to be purchased by Xbox Game Studios, giving up their independence in the process. When crowdfunding was first making waves, these games were promised on the idea that publisher involvement is
I'm
bad
gonna buy a
for
spear
both
now.
developers
I
and
made a lot of
fans.
money just standing here.
And yet both Obsidian and In Exile responded to crowdfunding success with becoming the property of one of the biggest publishers in the industry, suggesting the freedom and financial uncertainty of making old school RPGs might not have been
I love
quite
this
what they
game.
hoped for. And as for big upcoming RPGs, many still look to be a long way off, and stories of troubled development aren't exactly hard to find. And so the RPG genre seems as if it might be in crisis once again, with drawn-out developments, high-profile failures, a general loss of identity, and indie developers struggling to build on success, all suggesting the genre is experiencing significant problems. Or at least, that would be the conclusion of this video, if it wasn't for the release of one final game. It seems fitting that if any game was going to save RPGs, it would be this one. Baldur's Gate released in the genre's darkest period, and did more to prove the genre's viability than almost
Baldur's
any other
Gate
game in
3.
RPG history. It also did this by returning to what created the genre in the first place, adaptations of Dungeons & Dragons that tried to embody tabletop RPG design.
Mhm.
And
PG3
now,
was good like that.
25 years later, Baldur's Gate has returned with a third entry, and seems to have done the exact same thing all over again. It also seems fitting that Larian Studios would be the developer behind this game. Larian are RPG veterans who never saw the same level of success as some of their rivals, but continued to make RPGs anyway. They are a studio that survived the great console RPG migration, something that can't be said for all PC developers, and a studio who excelled during the Kickstarter/indie resurgence, creating 2 of the most highly reviewed games of that era.
Wow.
And now, with Baldur's Gate 3, not only have they created one of the most universally acclaimed video games in history, but they have also proven, beyond any shadow of doubt, that a more in-depth and tabletop-inspired RPG is not only possible in a AAA game, is not only viable in the modern market, and is not only popular with modern RPG fans, but that this type of RPG is to many people better. Mainstream RPGs have been criticized for years for being shallow and moving away from the genre's roots. Baldur's Gate 3, on the other hand, does the exact opposite. Character creation is unapologetically complicated. Quests often don't hold players' hands. Choices are frequent and have far-reaching consequences that aren't always obviously signposted. Combat is turn-based and provides plenty of options for tactical depth. The world is impressively simulated without being just another generic open world. Dice rolls are emphasized rather than hidden away, and all this is done with a level of presentation and polish on par with other AAA games. Baldur's Gate 3 is the game RPG fans have been waiting for, and it is the game the RPG genre needed. But what happens next is still unknown. In my ideal future, Baldur's Gate 3 would inspire even greater interest in indie RPGs, leading to even more choice and diversity as great new games continue to be made, while also proving to publishers and studio directors the potential of both deeper RPG design and tabletop inspiration, reversing a long-running trend and leading to more RPG-like mainstream RPGs. And if I'm really dreaming, Larian Studios' next game does to Baldur's Gate 3 what Baldur's Gate 2 did to Baldur's Gate 1. In reality though, things don't usually go so according to plan, and as RPG history proves, things change. It is the nature of this industry, and just as it's happened before, so too will it happen again. Reality is complicated, and the only way to truly know what the future offers is to hang around and see what happens. Right now, however, it is hard to be hopeful.
Excuse me.
RPGs have come a long way, but as long as tabletop RPGs continue to provide inspiration, the genre should never forget where it comes from, and good games should continue to be made. Thank you for watching. If you've reached the end of this video and still want more RPG content, then you are in luck. The book Dungeons and Desktops was a big help in the creation of this video, so if you want to know more about the history of RPGs, I highly recommend it. It goes into even more depth than this video, particularly on some of the earlier periods of RPG history, and its
Dungeons and
authors are very knowledgeable.
Desktops.
Matt Barton also has a YouTube channel that contains interviews with many
Dungeons
RPG
and
developers.
Desktops. Okay. Let's buy it. Dungeons and Desktops, the history of computer role-playing games. Looks good. It's $33. Can I get it on Dungeons and Desktops? Let's try Audible. I haven't done Audible in a while. No. I want you to sign in. Give me just a second here. I gotta sign in.
Oh, I will have trouble, but I will make a note of this. What? What the fuck? I did get murdered by a Tahuti. I forget how you do this. It's like third priest. Wow. Why no priest? Okay. Wait, what? Oh. Well, I'll go to it. Well, I lost my set and my band-aids probably. Which I don't care. Killed my horse too. Oh. Well, nice. At least my set wasn't gone. Why did you kill my fucking horse? Oh, damn it. It's so annoying. Guess I gotta go back out to the fucking meadow now. But I mean, it was worth it. His shit was way worth a lot worth a lot more. Oops. LS standing. Oh. Oh no, my current standing with them is 10. They'll attack me on sight, but yeah. That's alright. It's just silly stuff. Oh, really?
Well, let's give it some time, I guess. I don't know what the fuck's going on, but anyways. Now, going out, but I had to... Oh, yeah, I gotta drop everything. How long does that debuff last? I tried to loot a dead horse in town and I got killed by the guards, and now... I don't know, I'm trying to Google it, but maybe it's like 10 minutes or something. How long does criminal flag last? Oh, it might actually be represented in the game. Let's see. It might actually be in the game. Let's see. Currently, I am bounty hunting renowned, soldier renowned, murder count 0, murder count timer. I don't have a murder count. So, Mortal 2, how long is criminal status, right? How long is criminal status? 4 minutes. Oh, yeah, okay, that's all. It's just a 5-minute timer, that's it. Fuck it. That's fine by me. Yeah. Okay, so... Now, oh yeah, I'm dropping loot. I forgot. Okay, storage. So, we are going to put away, storage, yep. And then, I'm going to put away you and you. The seeds I want to go in the main thing. This thing's full now. That sucks. Maybe I better put that stuff in there too. I don't know. I have a Black Mage testimony, which I don't think I'll do testimony on Black Mage. I'll do it on BST, but that's alright. This meat broth, it could be sold. It's just taking... Well, no, actually, I might need it later. Or never mind, meat broth. Where are you, meat broth? Oh, you went away and I can't find you. You're annoying. Where are you, meat broth? Oh, there you are. Okay. Yeah, what else can we put in here? Oh, yeah. Yeah. So I am stacking stuff in here, but it is full. It's like full. So I'll stack this stuff back in the other one. I'm out of space. It's so annoying. I can't really keep all this gamma around. I'm going to sell that. So, but there is stuff that's here that I want to put away, like these back plates. Yep, and we'll stack vegetable seeds until I can get more. Yep. Put all back plates, stack. There. And, looking for stacks of things. There's a stack of water crystals. We'll put these carrot broths and herbal in there. Yeah. We're just looking for anything else of a stack of anything. There's some fire crystals. The beastman seals are stacking up. Earth crystals. And yeah, that's everything, I think. So... yeah, I got some stuff for sale in vendor. Yeah, the pet food delta is good, and I've stuffed a bunch of that away in my storage.
Which reminds me that if I have any weapons or anything in here, it would be better if they were in the... yes, okay, leather belts. That actually might be good for me right now. It is good. And then, yeah, and we'll put anything, Mog wardrobe-wise. Yeah, I have room for 7 more items in the Mog wardrobe, which is good. So we'll put the bone harness in there. Warrior's belt. I mean, the power gi might as well go in there until we're ready, and all the rest of that I'll use later. Yep. And so, just looking through here, there's no reason to keep that worm lure until I need it again. This bronze harness is a duplicate. We're going to sell it. Yeah, the Decurion shield is good. I might use it sometime. Yeah. Which reminds me, there is some stuff in here that's gear, I think. Yeah, like Hope Rings, Barbaroi Axe, yeah, Barbaroi Beast Whistle, Scale Mail, Chain Mail, yeah, and Targe. Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff in here, so we're going to go back to the Mog Wardrobe, and we're going to pull stuff out of here that's, well, we're going to put stuff away. I can probably res now. Go see if I can get that horse meat off the ground and profit off that guy even more. I mean, he killed my horse. That's the least he can do is give me enough gold to buy another horse. I mean, he kind of did. It's funny. Russ turns you into such a bad person, kind of. You give 2 shits about other people's pain or whatever. You don't care about that. Look, I'm sorry you lost a kid or whatever, but this is, I mean, that's the name of this game, you know. From now on, I'm just going to try and take things. Yeah. Let's start watching names a little bit closer, because that guy was like a suicide bomber. Raw girlfriend's loot. Let's see what's in it. There's a gold in there, but oh well. Yep, no one took the horse meat, which is... Oh, now that's stolen item. It's a stolen item. So, yeah, but I can take my torches, huh? Yeah, cool, torch. Yeah, sweet, torch. Sweet. Now, Sasula's loot is even more of this. So, Sasula jacked me, and he got killed, which is kind of funny. Jemima's. And over here we have my body, which I guess I can process. Yeah, there's nothing stopping me, really. And we'll throw this away. Yeah, we'll go vendor all that crap or whatever. Yeah. I can't pick up this stolen loot, I don't think. I picked up a stolen item. Oh. Okay, well now I know. And I lost the standing over that, but that's alright. I didn't know. Fuck, I didn't know you couldn't pick up stolen. Well, now I know. Okay. Well, you know. Live and learn. I don't mind losing a standing. I've been grinding a lot of those. I have a turn-in, which is going to give me another one to make up for the one I just lost. 2 I lost. Now we gotta wait 5 minutes again. It's fine. The hope ring, yeah, and the bronze harness will sell.